Good morning and welcome to Basingstoke, the Hampshire Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open Day 2. And it's mixed doubles day. Nick Hobbis joined by Tim Spurway. And Tim, after a great day yesterday, we're thoroughly looking forward to the action today.
Absolutely, Nick. As you can see, the balls are flying around already. The players are getting ready and warmed up. It's going to be a fantastic day's worth of action here, Nick.
It is indeed. And this opening game will set the tone, I'm sure, Tim. We've got Darren Gregory and Alice McCormack warming up with each other. They're taking on Ray Claremont and Jack Edwards. And that's just representative of how stacked the mixed doubles draw is.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Jack Edwards in action yesterday. That big forehand, serious raw power. We're going to be seeing that. And like you say, a stacked draw, Nick. Lots to look forward to. Some favourites as well, of course, returning. Maisie Wise, Scott Mayo, always a favourite here, fan favourite. So that to look forward to. We'll be following them on centre court as well.
We all do indeed. And our gold medalists from yesterday are also back in action. Harry Feast, Tom Caulfield, men's doubles champion, and Emma Rickson and Lauren Gosling also back in action, Tim. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, I can't wait. I hope you guys can't wait at home because, as we say, we got a guest commentator as well, going to be joining us a bit later on. So, yeah, some different voices and some brilliant action as always.
It is definitely showtime, Tim. Let's get the action underway. So it's Darren Gregory and Alice McCormack at the bottom of your screen, taking on Jack Edwards and Ray Claremont at the top. We're underway. Race to 11, round robin pickleball, group stage pickleball before knockout stages ensue around about lunchtime today. Midday for knockout stage pickleball. But some big names in action like we referenced in our short preview. Alice McCormack, Darren Gregory, two of them. I know Jack Edwards and Ray Claremont will have aspirations of success. Part of Team Spicy in the Premier Pickleball League this year. In fact, this is a Team Spicy versus South Coast matchup. All four players playing in the Challenger division of the Premier Pickleball League. And Tim, the standard will be high.
Yeah, it will be high. As is always the case at a Picklebee event. But this one in particular has attracted some of the top names. The players love this venue, Nick. It's well located, lovely courts to play on, fantastic venue with, of course, the hotel on site as well. So it's almost like a pickleball community feel to it, with lots of the players staying at the hotel as well.
McCormack just trying to find a nice location back in behind Claremont. And Alice McCormack, one of the most improved players on the tour this year, really has developed her game to significant proportions. And so has Jack Edwards. We referenced it yesterday in commentary, Tim. One of the rising stars, if not already a star in UK pickleball. And Jack will be eager to develop even more.
Yeah, when he is on form, he is almost unplayable for most players.
Playing fine margin shots here. Low percentage shots. Edwards at the offset. Lovely return from Darren Gregory. Forehand slice. Not an easy shot to control that, but lands right on the baseline. Makes it difficult for Claremont.
Yeah, he's a real tactical mastermind, Darren Gregory. Such a tricky player to play. He's got such a well-rounded game. He throws in all kinds of different spins and is really comfortable dinking at the net as well.
Lovely dink by Claremont, and that's an indication of her progression through the ranks too. Been working really hard on her game, Ray Claremont, and that's evident for all to see. I love that play by Alice McCormack. Not afraid to go diagonal with the left-handed Jack Edwards, putting him on his backhand side, exposing perhaps a slight frailty, if there was one in his game. And that's a nice location on the drive to McCormack and Gregory. 3 points in a row enforce the change of ends. And it's competitive action from the offset here, Tim. Gregory and McCormack managing to come back into this game from 3-5 behind to take the lead at the change of ends.
Yeah, just a few errors the last few games. Last few points, rather, from Edwards and Claremont. And that is down to the good play of McCormack and Gregory, putting those balls in uncomfortable positions.
Alice McCormack calling her own ball out on the opposite side of the court. Very honest player. Nice from Gregory. Takes the ball early out of the air. When the opportunity presented itself to volley that dink, he decided to take it early. Just put some time pressure on the response of Claremont. Edwards with a clever redirect. The space was between McCormack and Gregory, but he goes back in behind. Darren Gregory not expecting that play. Look out for a big serve here. Great read from Edwards. The shake and bait paying off nicely. Claremont with a hybrid drive drop. Edwards there to take advantage on the dink. And if I was Gregory and McCormack, I'd be looking to go backhand side for those resets of Edwards. Like here now, go backhand side. There's the space. Don't allow Edwards to poach.
And re-establishing a lead here. Claremont and Edwards, 9-6.
It's a tough game, first game of the day, Tim. 8:30 in the morning. Got to get off to a lightning start in just a race to 11. Got to play consistent pickleball from the offset. Really tough ask for all four players on the show court. That's a lovely lob from McCormack. Gregory does not follow up. He'd want that one back because Simon Farr, who's finishing his bacon sandwich here in the technical booth, says, "Oh, Darren."
Good read there, Ray Claremont. She was totally on that one, hammering it down deep.
Big forehand drive from Claremont, and there's the power, there's the accuracy we see coming from the paddle of Claremont. That brings up game points, match points. Jack Edwards wanted it, Claremont wanted it. Neither of them took it. Second match point. Save by McCormack and Gregory. That's not coming back when that ball's aerial. The Jack Edwards volley. Thing of beauty. Something to behold. Definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of it. Third match point. Edwards, Claremont. Incoming and outgoing now. Gregory and McCormack, because Edwards and Claremont, not without a small scare at the change of ends, but the second half of the game belonged to Edwards and Claremont, who got their drives warmed up, their ground strokes on point, and that was the difference between the two teams. Success for Edwards and Claremont, work to do for McCormack and Gregory. Meanwhile, Lewis Oak, who's just been doing some technical work for us in the booth, takes to centre stage as he teams up with Tracy Matthews, who took home the silver in the men's and women's doubles, respectively, yesterday. They're taking on Maisie Wise, also a silver medalist in the women's doubles. And Scott Mayo, yet to medal this weekend, but you know as well as I do, Tim, when there's a medal on offer, Scott rarely leaves empty-handed.
No, yeah, he's got a determination, does Scott Mayo. He doesn't like to lose. But then again, who does? One thing you can guarantee that you'll get from Mayo is entertainment. Regular partners, of course, Mayo and Wise. But this is an all Pickleball Stingers affair, Nick. So your role as manager in this team is going to be, well, you're going to be watching this one very closely, I imagine.
I'm going to be watching it, and it's a message to everybody else in that Challenger division. Dinking Partners, PB Jelly, South Coast, all of the teams who are playing Challenger Pickleball, look out, because the Stingers are on court, and what a bunch they are. Only missing Rob Adams and Georgia McCall, but 4 of the squad here right now, sitting top of the tree, top of the league, the Pickleball Stingers, and that's thanks to these 4 fantastic players, and generally good human beings too, Tim.
Generally, yes, yeah. Yeah. Oh, great players, great people. And I've been around the pickleball scene quite a while, all of them. They'll know each other's games incredibly well, of course. And this will hopefully, I'm sure, be a close one. Ideally, as a manager, Nick, I'm sure you're wanting this one to go 11-10 and some 40, 50 shot rallies.
That would be sensational. I think the really important thing to note about these 4 players, Tim, and the wider squad generally, is that they're coachable. And that's a unique skill in itself, to have the ability to put into place the tactics and strategy that you're looking to deploy, not just at the start of the game, but different moments during the game when you're able to call a timeout and look to change something within the context of a game to potentially change a specific outcome. And it might only be something really minute that you're asking players to change, like the target area of a speed up, their footwork or positioning, their shot selection. But all 4 players on court have got the ability to do that. And if you're a player that's looking to aspire to get to these 4.5 and above levels, if you're a 3.5 currently playing or a 4.0, it's not just about your technical output on court, it's about your psychological attributes and your ability to be coached as well. It is a unique skill because not every player's got the ability to put into practice what you're asking them to do, Tim, and not every player's got the ability to listen to those instructions either and be a coachable player.
Well, there you go. Some real praise coming from Nick Hobbs here to the 4 players out on court. As we just watched them finish up their warm-up. So this will be the first game for these 4. Always a tricky one, as you were saying earlier, Nick. The first game. A little bit cold in this arena. It'll take a little bit of time to warm up and get in the rhythm, so generally you see the quality of the play improve as the day goes on.
They're actually playing in pretty much formation or potential preferred formation, Tim, depending on opponents in the Premier Pickleball League. Scott and Maisie, as we know, they're the Welsh Open winners, very accustomed with each other playing together. Tracy and Lewis are a great partnership with having 2 forehands down the middle, and you can actually play Tracy and Lewis on either side, really, but they're a dominant pairing, and then Rob Adams and Georgia McCall, they're just as good together. So this will be interesting to watch. And we have to say, we mentioned a little bit about outfits yesterday, Tim. Now, I am a big supporter of looking good on court in terms of outfit selection, and what a selection Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo have chose today with their tops. Any thoughts, views or opinions on those?
Very fashionable. I'm not sure I could pull it off, Nick. But I believe Scott knows somebody in the t-shirt production business. He's got a friend of his that does the shirts. So he is promoting those as well. But they always like to make a statement, both through their outfits and indeed their play. It's becoming more of a thing to, coordinate your outfits on court as well. Do quite often see that.
Dan O'Brien, a supporter of that, as we heard on commentary yesterday. When he teams up with Chanel Lowe, they always look grand, don't they? That partnership. I mean, they're at the height of fashion when it comes to duos stepping on court. I think they're a next level. They're the upper tier of fashion. I'm not suggesting that Scott and Maisie are at the lower tier, but Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe definitely on the upper echelons of fashion when it comes to on-court apparel. Right, we're almost underway. Mayo and Wise at the bottom of your screen. Oak and Matthews at the top. Stingers versus Stingers. And as I suggested, Tim, it's 4 hands down the middle for Matthews and Oak. And Scott and Maisie will definitely stack. Maisie's hit terrific form in the last couple of weeks, as we saw yesterday. Really is playing some great pickleball.
So this will be played in good spirits, this match, but I have no doubt each team will be desperate to win and get one over.
They will indeed, and I spoke to all 4 players early this morning, and they're eager for victory, and that's grand. We want that competitive element in the team, in the squad. And we want them playing high-level pickleball. Body shot from Maisie Wise. Targets Matthews straight on, and great shot selection from Wise. Maisie Wise targeting Matthews once more, freezing out Oak, and it's working well for Mayo and Wise as we currently stand. And a misread from Oak, big serve from Wise, and it's only a few short moments ago, Tim, we remarked how well she's doing, and Maisie Wise very much at the top of her game.
And just a few errors, early unusual errors from Tracy Matthews. As we said, it probably will take the players just a little bit of time to get used to the conditions and to get a rhythm.
Mayo and Wise have got a clear strategy here, and they're executing it really well. Matthews and Oak, not too much chat between them. Very much confidence players, Oak and Matthews, and we'll need to just get on the scoreboard in the next few minutes. Otherwise, they're going to find this game running away from them. And that's better from Matthews and Oak. Dominance at the non-volley zone. Yeah, success for Oak there, but it's an error from Wise, and I wouldn't recommend Oak targeting the forehand of Maisie Wise too often. Big serve by Oak, and 2 points in a row. That'll just instill that confidence that we were referencing. That's a better location from Lewis Oak, targeting the backhand of Wise, the left hip as opposed to the right hip. 3 points in a row, Tim.
Yeah, covering the court nicely there, Lewis Oak. Just moving across. He's so good at that. He's so quick on his feet. He's able to read the game so nicely and cut across the court and put balls away, as we see there. Again, that anticipation of Lewis Oak. He was already on the move even before Maisie had played that shot, cutting off the space and coming away and powering that forehand. He's finding some nice rhythm.
Yeah, it's Russian crush pickleball from Matthews and Oak. Matthews on the drive when she's receiving the return. I'm a big advocate of Mayo and Wise returning to Lewis Oak here and not allowing Oak to get forward for the volley like there. It was Matthews on the drive and Oak was ready for the crush part of the setup.
And as you can see there, some frustration from Wise and Mayo holding a 5-point lead. They'd have been expecting to get to the change of ends with ball in hand, but it is Matthews and Oak that have made a very impressive comeback indeed, and holding a narrow lead now.
Be interesting to see where the return goes here and whether Mayo and Wise have picked up on this It's a better return. It's central. It's off the Matthews forehand. It stops Oak from getting forward for that shake and bake. It's a lovely reset from Scott Mayo. Don't underestimate how difficult that shot is to get the ball up and down, bouncing in the non-volley zone. But Oak and Matthews more than equipped to deal. Oak sees the funny sides of that as Matthews says, come on, come on. You can see how much this means to Matthews. So we're tied at 6-6, which currently I'm delighted about personally. Into out forehand volley by Mayo. Lovely. Right at the base of Matthews. That's lovely from Maisie Wise. The half volley pick up from Maisie Wise. Exquisite. The drop from Oak. In a great area. Real tough shot for Maisie Wise, but deals with it beautifully. Yeah, it's a pop-up from Wise this time, though. Matthews with the first volley. Oak with a finishing volley. Wise's intention to move forward was evident before she struck the ball. Just got her feet into an awkward position and looking to reset. Looking to come forward a little bit too early. Shake and bait once more. Oak, his anticipation, his footwork on point. The straight drive from Matthews allows Oak to complete the triangle. Great patterns from Matthews and Oak. This time Oak not looking to go forward. Got to get the return right here, Scott Mayo. Got to get Oak on the return in the game. There we go again. The shake and bait was on. Mayo just defends the volley. Matthews went cross court. They were unwinding the stack. Matthews trying to look for the space back in behind the unwinding of the stack. Meant that the diagonal didn't allow the shake and bait with any ease. Great angle from Matthews. Lovely put away. We're tied at 7-7, and it's as tight as you like here at the Franklin Hampshire Open, event number 12 of 14. Matthews not getting forward. Oak went, and that's really an area of development for Tracy Matthews that we've been talking about. Tim, her ability just to get forward at the right time and follow her partner when the opportunity presents itself. Just called out. Slight ooh from Oak as the ball just misses the sideline. A non-scoring side out, and the serve goes wide as well. Pace off for Mayo, looking to change things up. stack unwinds and Mayo puts it into a location on Matthews' right hip, who has to break quickly. Hasn't got the space to play that forehand volley. Look at the position here from Oak and Matthews. It's badminton formation, front and back, and once again, it'll be a clip for Matthews to look back on and just think about her positioning.
She does like to analyse the games afterwards. Straight after, that's a lovely finish there from Lewis Oak. Straight after we finished the play yesterday, we went out to dinner, Tracy Matthews and I, and she was on her phone analysing all of the matches that she had played in that day.
We heard it here first. A table for two. Matthews and Spurway. Did you get an invite, Simon?
Actually, Nick, I did. So in fairness to Tim, I think it was a table for three because Penny Parks was there as well. Yeah.
I was just imagining red wine, spaghetti, candles, the full caboodle. Forgive me, Tim.
Simon's got me out of jail there. Tracy Matthews, happily married woman.
She's indeed. And we jest, of course. But nice to see that you were talking pickleball last night over dinner, Tim.
Well, what else is there to talk about, eh?
Meanwhile, Wise and Mayo just back in the lead here. Mayo will want that one back. Look at the frustration on his face. Disappointment. Describes it as an absolute stinker. That volley. Pace off from Matthews. A clever volley. Base isn't always at the back of the court. Sometimes at the front too. Maisie Wise! Boom! Boom! And boom! Oak opened up. Maisie Wise closed down. Brilliant action here from the Stingers. Things you love to see, Tim.
Absolutely. That was full on attack versus defense. And Maisie Wise will be loving that. And this, as we thought, as we hoped, was going to be an absolute classic encounter. We said 11-10, the ideal result. It's heading that way at the moment.
A real clever return from Oak, and Mayo marginally failing with his third shot drop. He's a master of that backhand slice. Scott Mayo. That's an error. It's a big error at a critical time from Wise, who I'm sure is still pumped up after the previous play. Lewis Oak, hands on hips, cannot believe the outcome of that rally.
This is pressure play, and both players feeling it, or both teams feeling it right now.
Look at the slice from Scott Mayo. Cuts the Franklin X40 in half. Enormous amount of backspin. Non-scoring side out inflicted. That's a great lob from Mayo. Went for the big play on the double backhand drive, straight down the line, into out. Just missed. Feels like a huge moment, this. Feels like a huge exchange. Matthews gets away with it. Tim. She was so slow coming forwards that she popped up the volley. Mayo and Wise not reading the play either. Send it long. That's a beautiful drop by Lewis Oak. Generates a lot of top spin on that ball. Maisie Wise strong in her volleying ability once more. Got to get the return right here. Don't want Tracy Matthews driving the third. Oak should have gone forward. He stayed back. The play was on. Oak speeds up again, though. Dominant. Badminton formation once more for Matthews and Oak.
Yeah, and when Oak gets in flow, he does win most of those points. A lot of points coming from when Oak dominates the middle on the forehand side.
One match point. This is it. Not executed, so it does go back to Wise and Mayo. And that's a crucial side out. A huge play for Mayo and Wise because it's golden point pickleball. They win this point, they will get a shot at the match. Well played, Maisie Wise. Forehand volley, backhand volley, and aerial volley. And it's 10-10 golden point pickleball with Mayo and Wise. 2 serves in hand. And Tim, you called it at the start of the match. I'm absolutely delighted.
He did indeed. That's what we hoped would happen.
Wise thought it had gone into the net. That ball just wide. Was very close. Second scoring opportunity. Second opportunity for the match. Wise composes herself. Fans herself down. What an epic game this has been. Will it continue? Wow. Tracy Matthews in a position where Scott Mayo had her exactly where he wanted her. Now it's match point Oak and Matthews. And Mayo puts it into the net, and it is Matthews and Oak who win the battle of the Stingers. What a match. What a performance by all 4 players. And whilst Matthews and Oak take the plaudits, you've got to suggest, Tim, that the Stingers were very much the winners.
They were indeed. A really enthralling match to watch, that one, with twists and turns. It was barely a point difference the whole match, apart from at the beginning when we saw an incredible comeback from Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak after Mayo and Wise holding that 5-point lead. But then it was nip and tuck, point for point action, nerves, long rallies, a great watch indeed. And I hope you enjoyed that one at home.
Meanwhile, Tim, what a game we've got up on court next. A couple of these players synonymous with senior pickleball playing in the open age bracket. And what a superstar we've got from the open age category. Stepping down from senior pickleball, Marcia Audebert, one of the shining lights, one of the top players in the UK at Masters level. the multi-decorated, multi-medalist Marcia Audebert teaming up with Andrew Parker, who had significant levels of success yesterday. They're going to play Jeanette Van Daal, who was also in action here yesterday, who partners up with Chris Freiling, one of the top players, again, at senior level, stepping down an age bracket to play with what he describes as the youngsters. And he wouldn't be too inaccurate with that. Andrew Parker, we've referenced it significantly already this morning, Tim, but he really is a player that's developed at monumental speed in the last 3 to 6 months especially, really bringing his game on, been playing a lot of pickleball, but spending a lot of time on the training court drilling also.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember watching Andrew Parker over a year ago, playing against him as well. And he is, how I associated Andrew Parker was a player of serious power. But he has developed such a great soft game now as well. And such a student of the game, always looking to improve and incorporate different types of drills. And I believe probably a player that will analyze his matches after playing them. So
3 lots of analysis then, Tim.
As a minimum.
Yeah, very much a student of the game. Meanwhile, we're ready to get underway here. Van Daal and Freiling at the top of your screen. Parker and Audebert at the bottom. And a nice solid start for Audebert. Chris Freiling wearing protective eyewear, Tim, and it's a growing facet of the game where more and more players are wearing eyewear. Have you got any particular thoughts on that?
Well, I'm a glasses wearer myself, so I don't necessarily need them, but I would recommend players that don't wear glasses have some form of protection. You do hear these horror stories, Nick, of people taking pickleballs to the eye when it comes off your opponent's paddle, or comes off your partner's paddle sometimes, and hits the edge and comes flying off at pace. It is, or it can be, a bit of a dangerous sport, so highly recommended. And eyewear always for sale at the Pickleball events as well from the various retailers.
Yeah, Louise Stevens of London Pickleball, she referenced an incident at one of her sessions earlier in the week. What a shot by Chris Freiling. Into in on the forehand side. Minimal space available, but Freiling finds it, such as his quality. And London Pickleball, Tim, have actually brought club eyewear now for players to use, which is a forward movement towards player safety and protecting players.
That's a great idea indeed. Certainly one that I will consider, as Nick Hobbis makes a lovely catch as well. The multi-skilled Nick Hobbis, I think, just out of shot, unfortunately, Nick. We'll have to just say you made that lovely catch.
It's a shame, Tim. It's probably the best sporting moment of my career.
I'm sure that's not the case, Nick. When you lead the Pickleball Stingers to victory in the Challengers, that will be your best sporting moment, I've no doubt.
Aspirations and targets, Tim. Varndal just not able to reset that ball. So very much advantage for Freiling and Varndal here, but Parker and Alderbear will look to bounce back. What a well-constructed point there. You see Marcia Alderbear and her ability followed up by Parker.
Yeah, lovely majestic movement there from Alderbear. And when she gets ahead in a point like that, moving forward, making those heavy volleys, it's a sight to behold.
Alderbear and Parker take the lead for the first time in this race to 11. Was going out, ball was going out. It was a great bit of footwork by Parker, but the volley was going out. Freiling played it. Freiling attacking Alderbear and then goes big with a backhand drive, the ambitious backhand speed up off the bounce, but not only exceptional in attack, Marcia Alderbear, extremely comfortable in defence too on that speed up.
Yeah, cracking point to watch all around there. We had the attempt at the Ernie by Andrew Parker.
Just long. It's a good leave by Freiling. He would have been just breathing heavily for a moment as he watched that ball travel through the air. Lovely drop by Varndal. And again, the forehand drive from Alderbear just goes marginally long. Big booming forehand by Parker. Penetrates that ball through the court. Freiling just not able to pick up the cross court dink. Lovely placement from Parker. Great touch. Decision over power for Parker because that ball was above the height of the net, but a great demonstration that location sometimes better than just drilling that ball, Tim.
Absolutely. And I was saying it before about how Parker, such a power player, but has really developed.
What a point that was, by the way.
Yeah, lovely rally again there. And we are seeing some really cracking long rallies. Variety of play as well. Really impressive. Parker probably just slightly over playing. A slight misread. I think that ball was going a bit higher. Scrambling across. Putting Marcia Alderbear off. We have a first game point that is saved there. So Varndal and Freiling with work to do. 4-10 down.
And that work's begun. 1 point at a time.
I think that's what you got to say when you're this far down.
Just wide from Freiling. Was hoping for a little bit of fortune off the net tickle. Just sends that ball wide. Oh, Freiling over. Stretching on the forehand. Looked like Van Dal was comfortable in a block volley. Freiling looking to dominate. Second game point. Freiling and Van Dal need to save 2 more. They save 1. Can they save the third? Game point here for Parker and Alderbert. Yes, they can. Freiling's big swing and a miss. Ball just pops up off the net. So 3 game points saved for Van Dal and Freiling. Might have seen on camera Simon Farr delivering the tee to the comms booth, Tim. Meanwhile, game point, Alderbert, Parker. Goes long. They're going to need a 5th opportunity to get this game done and dusted. I'm going to be honest, Tim. I'm semi-hoping they do because this tee looks appetising. And Parker and Alderbert do get the job done at the 5th time of asking. In comfortable fashion, victory, success for the talented Alderbert and Parker. Commiserations to Freiling and to Van Dal, but we are going to take a short break, Tim, while we drink our tea and look forward to more of Kirsty Robinson and Ed Gatesill taking on Matthews and Oak. Diderman from scoring here. That's a pop-up from Maisie Wise doing a good speed up from Caulfield. Beast sends it long. What a return, Tom Caulfield. Beast this time in a nice speed up. Beast so good. Caulfield with a response. Cannot rest. Lovely third. Wren on the defences, not once, not twice. Got composure to reset 2, and then goes on the attacking. Lucas is swinging at absolutely every. Great play. That's a particular speed.
Great defence from the
course of this game.
Power once again from Matthews, who's targeting. They can, and after
2 hands on the paddle, I've noticed throughout this game. She obviously got that really strong.
That Maisie Wise forehand.
Your strategy here, Nick.
A lovely speed up from. Goes into out, is on the horizon.
I'd like to think so, yes. I think initially as people were getting there,
Been working, it's the forehand of Brent and Oak because they bring up game points. Luke freebie for Neil and Edwards. Can Clark and Law keep providing freebies without repercussion? ATP and Victors. Body bag attack. And then Maisie Wise on the back of Dan's commentary. Strachan with the rescue. Strachan with the rescue once more.
So well on those, anticipating those speed ups and having a, as we can see there, having a.
Barrett and Mays playing one game less.
Nice play once more from. So Matthews and Oak taking on Gatesill and Robertson. Kirsty Robertson and Ed Gatesill in action. Kirsty Robinson, very talented pickleball player. And we talk about apparel, Tim. She's got matching footwear and paddle colour. Or paddle surround, which is rather nice, isn't it?
Yeah, her name emblazoned on the back of her top as well. So each team already played one match, and it is a stacked division, Nick. 4 groups in total. Lots and lots of interest in our mixed 18 plus open category here.
There we see a shake and bait once more from Matthews and Oak. Yeah, it's great to see, Tim, over 400 players in action this weekend across 21 brackets, 19 courts operational. Really is impressive stuff. And we thank you for joining us at home. We appreciate your preference in watching this event over maybe the Australian Championships that are ongoing this week or the PPA Asia event in Malaysia. This is where the real pickleball is at, Tim.
Absolutely. We wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Kirsty Robinson just overplaying on the backhand side. Cross score. Matthews staying patient against Robertson there. Would have liked to have seen Robertson just drop a straight dink in. Not normally a fan of straight dinking, Tim, but playing behind the man in mixed doubles, the dominant man in mixed doubles, sometimes a good strategy here now. Get Lewis Oak out the game. Get him out the centre. Need Oak out the centre. Gateshill tries to do it. Not too sure if that ball caught the line or not. I think it did. Gotta dink behind the man in mixed doubles, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Matthews and Oak taking advantage and developing.
Oh, Robertson had done all of the hard work. Gates so strong in defence too, and then just popped the ball into the net.
As we see there again, Lewis Oak coming across, unsuccessful this time, ambitious, but that is the play that they like. And we've seen it time and time again. And when done right, getting a lot of success. But Robertson and Gateshill. Another opportunity for them.
Lovely touch from Matthews. Gets a little bit of fortune off the net, but actually the finesse and the control from Matthews, a thing of beauty. Not for the first time. Gateshill rolls back in behind Oak and gets success. Impressive, Ed Gateshill. Not so impressive on serve, though. Just like to see Gateshill take a little bit of pace off that drive. Get it bouncing on the backhand side of Oak there. It's a mid-court return, so sometimes within the player's mindset, Tim, you think that you've got to penetrate that ball, but sometimes a semi-drive drop is better shot selection because it means the player hasn't got an easy volley and they've got to really stretch, slow down to their backhand side and pick that ball up. Meanwhile, it's a change of ends enforced by Oak and Matthews, who are in complete control, which gives me, Tim, an opportunity just to thank our sponsors, our title sponsors, Franklin, for their support on the tour with 2 events to go, one in Oxtalls and back here in December. Really provided the footing for a magnificent tour in the UK this year. This is event number 12 of 14, but also Skechers, ICTO, Osbot Fox, PSO, and Accreditim, and Maisie Wise Data Analytics for all of their support on the tour this year. Fox, influential in court sponsorship and allowing us to have the rollout show court here for players to play on, which is a definite enhancement to the tour this year. Meanwhile, Matthews and Oak in complete control. And Oak and Matthews, after a competitive game in their last outing, finding this rather comfortable, and sometimes a tight encounter like that can help your rhythm, help your form, and help you perform for the rest of the day. Especially when you come out of the game with a win. Yeah, that's popped up by Robertson. Punished by Oak. It's an error from Gateshill, and it brings up match point for Matthews and Oak. They look strong, Matthews and Oak. Really strong. And they finish strong. They started strong. Real powerhouses of mixed doubles pickleball. Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak successful for the second time on centre court. Tim Spurway.
Yeah, and just Gateshill and Robinson there, unable to handle the consistent power, particularly of Lewis Oak, in coming across, cutting off the space and powering that forehand away. Very successful tactic as it was against Wise and Mayo in that first match. So we will be moving on to another 4.5 plus, 18 plus encounter very shortly. Back-to-back action here at the Hampshire Court Hotel. And we'll be welcoming back Alice McCormack and Darren Gregory. And a first look at Nicola Milam and Dan Parrott, currently out on court warming up. We did see Dan Parrott yesterday playing with Nick Mays and impressed us, didn't he, Nick? Getting through to the quarterfinals, but winning all of their group matches. I think they won all 4 games, 2-4 and 2-3. So, very impressive player, clearly, and we're hoping to have a bit of a run today. We'll be seeing a lot of different players throughout the course of today. After this match, we have Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo back, playing May Pan and David Fisher. After that match, Tara Jones and Lee Harper, playing Bhavika Gajipra and Banu Baweja. Regular Pickleball players and proper quality players as well. Hannah Payne and Ronnie Sullivan will follow. Pickleball enthusiasts will recognise the names and faces of those two. They'll be playing Naomi Roseno and Richard Basford. And the names just keep coming, Nick. Mega Kapoor and Wes Jackson, 2 proper quality players, playing Jocelyn Hunt and Romeo Sisson. Jocelyn Hunt, a rising star of the ladies' game. She's come from a tennis background and has been putting on some really strong performances, taking a step up to 4.5. So it'll be interesting to see how she gets on. And then Jane Wallace and Tom Caulfield. Tom Caulfield's coming back after getting success at the men's doubles category yesterday, playing Dia Katecha and Nick Mays, who we saw yesterday as well. So, what a lot of action we are going to see here. A lot of interest And that's what you get at Pickleball events when you've got a stacked field like this. And we will try to keep you updated with the action as it goes on. Because there will be a lot of results to tell you about.
Okay, we're set to get underway here. Milam and Parrott at the top of your screen serving, taking on McCormack and Gregory at the bottom of your screen. Nicola Milam, Dan Parrott, Darren Gregory, Alice McCormack. Nice drive from McCormack, targeting the body of Milam. Lovely drop from Gregory. Generates the pop-up. McCormack not able to take advantage. Stack's going to unwind here. Great location on the dink. And Myla misses the forehand volley that was above the height of the net. But the dink location from McCormack set up the opportunity to be dominant in that point. Stack unwinds again. McCormack with the fast footwork to execute the volley, but then not keep the dink in play. Sometimes a problem of unwinding the stack, that if the return's not good enough, then you leave yourself very little time to get into optimum position to play the third. So when you're unwinding the stack, you've got to make sure that that second is in the desirable location to allow the stack to unwind with plenty of time for you and your partner to play a dominant third. And you saw there, Gregory was quite slow getting to the non-volley zone for the third, but Dan Parrott went to the already established player, Alice McCormack. Lots of space in behind the unwinding. This time, it's Parrott who misses the forehand volley drive. Parrott frustrated with himself at missing that return. Nice point construction from Gregory and McCormack. That's a lovely speed up from Alice McCormack. Backhand roll, targeting the left hip of Milam. Generates the pop-up. Volley put away too. This time Milam with a nice speed up to the left hip of McCormack. Lovely third shot drive from Alice McCormack. That ball just dipping on Nicola Milam. And there's work to do here for Dan Parrott and Milam. As McCormack and Gregory looking complete control of this fixture. All players just taking a slight pause. It's interesting to see the different styles of players in these round robin games when it comes to the change of ends. Some players like to get on with it straight away. Other players just like to take on a little bit of advice from the sidelines, take on some hydration and just pause proceedings. And it's definitely the right thing for Parrott and Milam to do here, just to slow things down, because timeouts in pickleball can play a significant part in adjusting the rhythm and tempo of your opponents. Sometimes that's required, particularly if you're behind. Lovely lob from McCormack. A shot selection on point here today. The most evolving part of timeouts in pickleball are teams taking it when they're actually winning and they've got the ball on serve. McCormack drives again, just tags Parrott. And the thoughts behind the winning timeout is just to consider strategy, technique, and build up a pattern, a routine, a set play, almost like a set piece in football, which is a developing trend in the higher echelons of pickleball, and something we've been doing with the Stingers, actually. Tim's back. Hello, Tim.
Hello. I am back.
Have you got some news? Have you been to do some research for us?
A little bit of research, just getting the latest in this group and other groups. So Milam and Parrott are taking 1 win and 1 loss into this game. Darren Gregory and Alice McCormack just losing their opening game. So this is only their second game. So taking a break in one of the previous matches. So a very critical game, obviously, for both teams.
Now, I'm not a betting man, Tim. I am, actually. I'm not. If I were to suggest a winner, then McCormack and Gregory look entirely comfortable here as we currently stand.
Yeah, that's the way to make predictions, Nick. When they're already 9-3 up.
The gambling market in the US for pickleball is taking off, Tim. It's an interesting discussion point, and probably not for one now on commentary during this game, but the gambling market in pickleball is erupting in America. And it's also a new part of Dupa where you can have predictions in games now, which is an also interesting adjustment to the Dupa profiles of players, where you can predict the outcome before the match actually happens based upon previous performances and that set algorithm. Probably get your thoughts on that after this game, Tim. We'll just see the potential closing stages here, but Parrot and Milan will have other thoughts.
They will, and you can just almost feel the frustration radiating from Parrot and Milan. This match hasn't gone the way that they were hoping. You see Nick Mays on the sideline, the coach down in the Kent area where Parrot plays, the Canterbury area where Milan and Parrot play.
That's lovely from Milan. An example of selecting a location, targeting a spot and executing. Yeah, that Canterbury lot, they're lively, aren't they, Tim?
They are lively. And
they like a bit of an after party, don't they, the Canterbury crew?
do you know something I don't here, Nick?
They like to celebrate all of their successes, Tim, is the reference point. Not been invited to any Canterbury parties, but I'm sure they've got my Instagram handle.
So that invite will be coming soon.
I actually had the pleasure of having a few beers with the Canterbury lot last night, and yeah, they do like a drink, Nick. You're right.
There you go, first-hand experience. Simon Farr's on the invite list. Not Nick Hobbs as we currently speak. Meanwhile, great action here. What a great rescue by Dan Parrott. And this game's closing up. Spoke too soon. Oh. Does all of the hard work. Looks over into the comms booth. Frustrated with himself, Dan Parrott, who really is an asset for Canterbury Pickleball Club. Is great chap. I was having a chat with him on the way in this morning, and my first look at Dan Parrott this weekend, but what a player. And Milam strong in defence also. This game's turning, Tim.
Yeah, they have the ability, Milam and Parrott. And it's just whether they can put the pieces together. They've left it late. Will it be enough as McCormack and Gregory win the serve back, or rather win the point and have an opportunity to get this one in the bag?
Another opportunity here for Parrott and Milam. Final opportunity knocks for Parrott and Milam. And great location by Dan Parrott. Shake and bake, pickleball, rush and crush, rinse and burn. Parrott and Milam are on the comeback trail.
Yeah, absolute textbook example of the shake and bake there. But not that one. McCormack firing that volley out wide. The shake just not good enough.
Shake was cross court, Tim, wasn't it? It was diagonal rather than straight line stuff. It's very rare that you get the same pattern. Wow, look at this. I'm glad I'm not a betting man. I spoke too soon. It was 8-3. It was 8-3, and Parrott and Milam have come back nicely into this match. And that goes long, and it will bring up further game points, further match points for McCormack and Gregory, but not without shocks and surprises at every juncture. And there it is. McCormack and Gregory creep over the line, crawl over the line in a tale of two halves. First half, dominance for Gregory and McCormack. Second half, dominance of sorts for Milam and Parrott, just not able to execute when it mattered most. A soft way to finish for Parrott and Milam. But Tim, we were referencing a couple of points during the match and getting slightly distracted because I'd like to ascertain your thoughts, and I'm sure the viewers at home would love to hear your thoughts rather than going for an ad break. No, you were going to reset the replay button. Do you want to talk about gambling in pickleball in the US and the new Duper algorithm for predicting games, or would you like to reset the replay algorithm on the technical side of things here? What would you like to do?
Blimey, Nick, what a choice. What a strange choice. I never thought I would be in this position to make such an important... Let's chat. Let's have a chat about the new Duper algorithm. So you were referencing, Nick, the change recently that had been made to the Duper algorithm, which now has predicted results based on the Duper ratings of the players that are playing in the match. So this has obviously caused a fair amount of disquiet from some in the pickleball community. Is that right?
Well, yeah, to put it into layman's terms, Tim, there's four of us sat here right now. If Simon and I were taking on you and Lewis, we could put our...
I think the viewers would love to see that.
I'm not entirely sure they would. But if we were to update that as a game in the Duper app, and this is an app-based version, not the web-based version, then it would predict the outcome. And not only predict the outcome, but predict the score outcome as well, based upon your current Duper rating and other set criteria in terms of previous games and your authenticity strength. So if we were to do that right now, and my lofty Duper rating and Simon's lofty Duper rating against yours and Lewis's, it would say Simon and Nick would beat Tim and Lewis 11-7, for
Hold on
example.
a second. Have you checked Duper recently?
I'm sure it probably wouldn't, but you're able to do that, and that's informing some of the markets in the US now, where you're able to gamble on some of the pro pickleball, where there's money being placed in exchange for potential outcomes. And I think it's only straight markets at the minute, but gambling in pickleball is a growing trend. And if you are watching at home, obviously we ask everyone to gamble responsibly when it comes to all sports, and by no means are we promoting gambling in any sport at all. But it is an interesting avenue that's developing in the sport of pickleball, and if nothing else, Tim, showcases the advancement and development of the game on a worldwide basis.
Yeah, I confess I haven't kept up to speed with the changes, or at least the changes and their impact on the gambling markets, Nick. This might be an area of expertise for you. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting, but as you say, I guess when a sport has made it, or as it grows, it's always going to be attracting, these new markets, isn't it? And betting, obviously, historically, has been huge in the sporting market. So the fact that, that's being cottoned on by some of the big betting companies is, I don't know, it's an indicator of the growth of the sport, I suppose.
It is indeed. And just moving back to the opportunity to predict outcomes or understand what the likely outcomes are in game situations, that's something that you think will enhance the preparation for commentary, is the first question. The second question, from a player's perspective, is that something that you'd ever seek to look at before a match or before a tournament?
I mean, it's tricky, isn't it? Because you can't always judge things based on Duper ratings. The system's still fairly, particularly in this country at least, with new players coming online all the time, not necessarily having up-to-date Duper ratings. Not all tournaments going on Duper. It's not always an accurate indicator. It might be for some of the top players that are kind of going around playing lots and lots all around the circuit. But, yeah, I don't know, really. I mean, I find coming to these tournaments, Nick, you see the same kind of players very, very regularly, and you do get a feel for their skill levels and abilities, and there's no substitute for that, I would say. When you do get a new player that comes on the scene, you know, we do now comment on it, and yeah.
An interesting development, nevertheless, and I've enjoyed talking to you about it, Tim, so much that you're going to be replaced now by one of the female superstars of the game, Natasha Hood, who's going to be joining us on comms. So, Tim, your insight, as always, is entirely beneficial, not only for me, but also for viewers at home. But nevertheless, what a draft to the commentary booth Natasha Hood is going to be.
Fantastic draft. I will hand over, and I've no doubt the audience will be delighted to hear the insights and thoughts that we'll get from Natasha Hood. So hopefully I'll be back on a bit later on.
You will do indeed, Tim. And while Natasha takes her place, we can look ahead to the upcoming match, which will feature the return of Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo as they take on May Pan and David Fisher. But whilst the players go through their warm-up, it's one of the top players in the UK who's currently sitting nicely placed on the UK tour. The Franklin UK Tour, especially for mixed doubles. Not in action today, though. Natasha, good morning. You devalue yourself entirely. A complete firework, a firecracker when it comes to UK pickleball and further afield. Natasha, you're having a great season. Yeah, well, it's been great watching you, particularly at these events. I mean, I know you've had success in being drafted straight into the Premier Pickleball League for Season 3, and congratulations for that and all your performances. But watching you, in particular, the mixed doubles format with Rodri Oliver has been exciting. You were indeed. I do remember that day fondly, and it brought about success for you, didn't it? So if it's working, stick with it. Indeed, and that's one of the reasons why you and Rodri sit fairly...
My mic wasn't on. Apologies, everyone.
Well, that's a great start, isn't it? For all of the build-up we've given you, I'm just talking to myself.
You sounded fantastic, and not to quote someone very famous, it's showtime when it's Nick himself. He doesn't need a sidekick.
I definitely do. And the conversation was enthralling too, and the viewers at home have missed out on it. I've enjoyed myself thoroughly, but the viewers at home, Natasha, have not heard a single moment of that.
Well, I apologize to everyone at home. Clearly better on the pickleball court than in the commentary booth.
Now, Natasha, the question is, can we expect you to be joining us for more of these stints in the commentary booth?
I will do as many stints in the commentary booth as I'm allowed to have. It might be that the viewers at home regret tuning in today to hear my dulcet tones. We've got a thumbs up from Maisie Wise there.
They're asking for Hood in the commentary booth as we speak. The comments are flooding in, and thank you for joining us wherever you're watching from today. If you're bunkering down and avoiding Storm, Amy, then please settle in, because we've got a whirlwind on court in Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo as they take on May Pan and David Fisher. Meanwhile, Simon. Yes. Simon and I were actually defeated in the match prediction on Duper against Tim and Lewis. We lost 11-5, Simon.
Yeah, and that's all down to me, Nick, because I was pretty rubbish.
Simon, you didn't play too well. Unlucky. Bit of fortune for Lewis Oak and Tim Spurway there. Nevertheless, we move on. But there's living proof that the Duper forecast does work, although not always accurate, it seems. Can't ever imagine losing to Tim Spurway, but never mind, we move on. Right, we're ready to go. Wise and Mayo taking on Pan and Fisher. Race to 11. Win by 1 pickleball.
The question is, will we be able to spot Scott and Maisie? Because they're very subtly dressed today.
It's not like they stand out or anything, is it, Natasha?
Not at all.
I like the intent there from Fisher. Pan on the drive. Fisher looking to come in on the shake and bake. Just misses the volley. Mayo with the speed up on the forehand, down the middle.
Something that Maisie does so well, and what we saw earlier in the game against Lewis Oak and Tracy, aggressive at the kitchen. She's able with her height as well to take things out of the air very early. Ooh.
Got Mayo tagged, body bagged by David Fisher. Fisher leaves a Franklin X40 tattoo on the left hand side of Scott Mayo, and that'll be sore, Natasha.
Oh, I've taken many of Roger Oliver's hits, and they do sting for a while. A sting for one of the Pickle Bee stingers there. Been quite a quick, aggressive game so far. Both teams have come out with intent, and we're seeing Fisher and Pan really putting the pressure on.
Nice dinking location from Fisher. Just putting pressure on the forehand of Maisie Wise. Big drive from May. Pan goes inside in on the forehand side. Spots the gap in behind Maisie Wise.
May Pan has a lot of power. I believe she plays a lot of tennis, and those drives from a tennis player translate very nicely onto a pickleball court. And when you can find that gap, they are some spectacular shots.
So it's Pan and Fisher with the lead here. Fisher, that ball may have been going out, Natasha, and sometimes the hardest skill in pickleball is not playing a shot at all.
No, absolutely. You have to be ready with that paddle, not only to hit it back, but also to be able to get out of the way, and sometimes it is challenging.
Patience from Mayo in the cross-court exchange with Pan.
But do you think the Mayo and Wise are really going to want to play the softer game against this pair and slow things down a little bit?
Yeah, you'd expect Mayo and Wise to be dominant when they're established at that non-volley zone. Given their experience, the Welsh Open champions. Scott Mayo, normally so reliable on the reset from the transition zone, slicing that ball, this time catches the net. So strong beginning for Pan and Fisher. And that's brilliant work from Pan and Fisher, who find their way from the baseline perfectly.
A great pickup from May Pan and just a lovely shot right through the middle. What they seem to be doing very well is mixing up the game, knowing when to reset, knowing when to drop, and then when they get the opportunity to really drive and be aggressive.
Yeah, and that penultimate point, Natasha, if ever there was an example of Mayo and Wise needing to get this ball bouncing, that was it. Don't want to provide Pan and Fisher with the opportunity to dominate on the volley. What a reset from Fisher. Oh, David Fisher just misses the sideline, but Fisher and Pan showing all their athleticism in their ability to reset this ball. Also,
we did see a glimpse of the classic Maisie Wise forehand high volley there. Been on the receiving end of many of those. And when she gets a high ball, she is able to really smack it. Hopefully a chance here for Wise and Mayo to make a comeback.
yeah, the third shot drop from Maisie Wise, exquisite. Sets up an opportunity for the fifth, but Mayo, who looks rather disconsolate as he takes his mark, misses the overhead smash. Second scoring opportunity, Mayo and Wise. Ball goes into out drive from Mayo. The stack unwinds, doesn't unwind with the pace it needed to. Created the space for Mayo to exploit. He goes into out nicely.
What a point.
Yeah, persistence from Wise in the aerial volley. And in the end, Mayo able to execute with the forehand roll. Still feel like Wise and Mayo with better exchanging in the softer components of this game with dinking exchanges. Natasha?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said earlier, I think they're really needing to slow this game down and not let May Pan and David Fisher dominate the point by being aggressive. They need to bring them into the net and dink. And I have to ask, as the esteemed manager of the Pickleball Stingers, what advice would you be giving to Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo now?
I want to see that ball bounce in the non-volley zone. I'm not too sure about esteemed manager, but I'd definitely like to see them dropping the ball into the non-volley zone, constructing a point from the kitchen rather than constructing from mid-court and baseline. Sometimes it can be difficult to recognise that the space is actually at the front of the court as Pan leaves that ball, just manages to bounce in. But sometimes it's a difficult skill set to recognise that the space is at the front of the court, and you can look to keep penetrating at the back of the court with forehand and backhand volleys. Maisie Wise and Scott Mayer very equipped in dealing with dinking exchanges, but we're not seeing any of that so far. But what a lovely reset that is by Maisie Wise. Fisher not able to pick up, and Maisie Wise just growing in confidence as this game goes on. Gives herself a big G up.
We love to see it and we love to hear it. She's well known at these events for cheering herself on, cheering her teammate on. She is a great partner because she's vocal, she's supportive, and most importantly, she's very fun. It didn't quite pan out, not to use a pun there, but it didn't quite pan out the way that they hoped. But that's exactly what we're looking to see from Scott and Maisie. We need those dink exchanges and point construction from the kitchen line. Lovely drop there.
Yeah, that's better from Mayo in terms of strategic output and court awareness. But you cannot fail to be impressed by Fisher and Pan. It's my first look at both players, Natasha, and definitely impressed in their application so far.
I have played May Pan in a couple of rec games. I haven't seen David Fisher play before, so this is new for me, but we love to see new faces on the scene and growing the game, and it's always good to have an even bigger pool of talent.
And what a third shot lob that is from Fisher. The slice return. Fisher gets low under the ball, generates some top spin, counters the back spin. That ball lands in, and it just gives Pan and Fisher the ascendancy. Once more, they take the lead. Great decision to speed up from Wise. It was definitely an opportunity with that ball bouncing towards the height of the net. She does get fortune with the net tickle. But great shot selection from Maisie Wise. Huge exchange in the context of this game, in the context of the day. May Pan just sends it wide. Opportunity knocks for Wise and Mayo, who must win this game, Natasha.
Absolutely. We've got an opportunity to score a point here. Ooh. David Fisher just sending it wide. It is so hard on those swing volleys when you're taking it out of the air. It's so easy to overhit those. I myself am very capable of hitting it 4 courts away.
Yeah, and in terms of technique, Natasha, on those swing volleys, are you very much looking to close the face of the paddle, get the paddle below the height of the ball before you swing through?
I try and do that. Whether I am successful is another matter entirely. I am known, I think, for my backhand swing volley, which I think has far more success than my forehand, which is one of the reasons why I like playing on the right, that my backhand's in the middle, so I can be aggressive through the middle on my backhand swing volley. And I feel that with 2 hands, I've got slightly more control over the paddle.
Yeah, we've spoke before on commentary several times about the difference between a single hand volley and a double hand volley on the backhand side. And once again, it's the swing volley that misfires for David Fisher. And we'll come back to that point shortly because it brings up an opportunity to secure the win for Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. Maisie Wise puffs her cheeks. There's the pop-up from a lovely drop. Success for Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. It didn't always look likely because May Pan and David Fisher, impressive at the start in particular of that match, but they just created 1 or 2 unforced errors for themselves towards the back end of the game. It allowed Scott Mayo Maisie Wise back into the contest, and they took the opportunity with both hands, Natasha Hood.
Absolutely. And that's really, you can tell they're seasoned professionals. The fact that they're able to stay calm, keep their head in the game, because it's very difficult with games to 11. The pressure to not get a few points behind, and if you do, to stay with it, stay in the game, and to come back is very, very difficult. You have to stay calm, and they did that, and they trusted their game. So well done. And we saw the last few points there, we just saw a couple mistakes creep in from David Fisher and May Pan, but they came out fighting and they came out swinging, and a very impressive performance, I would say.
Was an impressive performance, a must-win game executed for Wise and Mayo. And before we look ahead to this next game, Natasha, we were referencing in commentary there the difference between a single backhand and a double backhand. You're a player who favours that double backhand as opposed to somebody we saw being really successful yesterday with a single backhand, Tom Caulfield. Just talk to us about some of the nuances and why you particularly prefer that double backhand.
I am one of those retired tennis players that has made the move over to pickleball, and my favourite shot in tennis was my double-handed backhand. And Roger Oliver, when he was teaching me to play pickleball, tried to get me to hit volleys with a single hand and just never had as much success. And it is tricky to get the timing right on a double-handed backhand in pickleball. The margin for error is so slim, and you really, really need to be very, very precise and accurate on your timing. But when you get it right, it is such a powerful shot in pickleball. And I think some of the best players in the UK do have a double-handed backhand. You look at Ellie Tompkinson. I was on the receiving end of her double-handed backhand in PPL in Bolton just a couple of weekends ago, and it is fabulous.
Yeah, no, it's a great point to make, Natasha, and more players are preferring the double backhand to the single backhand. And when I'm watching in commentary, tending to analyse that it creates an opportunity for a wider angle, particularly cross court, just gives you more space to play into.
Absolutely, and it's one of the reasons why I like playing on the right. I feel as though I've got that space to swing because I've got the middle of the court. I think I struggle with that double-handed backhand more if I'm playing on the left because it feels like it's much more constricted and it's much easier to hit the ball out wide. Whereas when I'm playing on the right, I've got a lot of the court angle to hit into. And it's just, I feel like especially in mixed doubles, if you can be aggressive on the backhand as opposed to just always resetting it, it allows your partner to come in and do the famous Rodri crash bang game. So I do think that the double-handed backhand is just such a good tool to have when you want to be aggressive, especially through the middle, and especially in mixed doubles as a woman. As the game gets faster and people hit harder and we get more tennis players moving into the sport, to be able to have those powerful shots and not just be able to reset. I think the double-handed backhand is such a weapon for that.
Yeah, more and more in mixed doubles, you can see the female player start ready for that backhand swing. Great insight and analysis here from Natasha Hood, one of the stars of UK pickleball. Meanwhile, 4 stars in their own right are preparing for action on the show courts as Tara Jones and Lee Harper team up to take on Pavika Kashipra and Bahanu Baweja. And it's great to see Lee Harper back on UK shores. Spent a lot of time in America playing his trade on the outdoor courts in the USA, but very much back living in the UK now and strengthening the division at Masters level, Natasha.
I have to say, I'm not familiar with this game, so this will be very interesting to watch. I do know Babs and Barney very well, so I'm looking forward to seeing them play. I haven't seen them play in a while, but I know Barney is also playing in the Masters division, and he's having some success with this team, I believe.
He is having significant success, Bahanu Baweja, which is great to see a thoroughly nice guy as well. And Tara Jones here from Stratford, teaming up with Lee Harper. I'll have it all to do against the experienced partnership of Bavika Gajipa and Banu Bawasia. It's Harper and Jones at the top of your screen. Bawasia and Gajipa at the bottom, and a nice start for Banu Bawasia, Natasha.
Do not be fooled by Tara Jones and her absolute loveliness, though. I have played against her, and she is feisty, and she is a fierce competitor, and she will absolutely go out there all guns blazing. She is a fantastic competitor, and she does also make me feel like I'm in an exercise video. She is always glamorous on court.
She's indeed highly decorated and successful at the English Open this year, Tara Jones, and I was actually on the practice court myself with her a couple of weeks back in Solihull in the West Midlands, and yeah, as you suggest, Natasha, quite feisty on court. Didn't want to get in the way of Tara Jones too often, and Bawasia doesn't want to really get in the way of that Lee Harper forehand on the left-hand side drive either. A little bit of fortune for Harper. The neck kiss favouring Harper and Jones.
Just want to note to spectators out there that I have not been lucky enough to have been on the practice court with the famous Nick Hobbs. Maybe one day. One can only hope and dream.
That's a shot by Harper on the left shoulder of Gajipa. Natasha, I was hoping for some tournament play together, let alone the practice court.
I hope Rodri Oliver is listening, because his position is being threatened as the Hood mixed doubles partner. Hobbits United might be ending, and it will be Hobbits and Hood.
It's the H dream team. Oliver, you're sacked, you're fired. Not at all. Could never live up to the standards that Rodri Oliver sets. What a man, what a player. And I would never subject you to that either, Natasha. A player of your caliber does not want to be loitering around on a pickleball court with the likes of me. That's why I'm very firmly sat behind a screen and a microphone these days. Meanwhile, back to the real action. Proper players. Lee Harper once again dominant with that forehand. And Natasha, does that bring around some challenging nuances for players when they're facing left hand and right hand down the middle, forehands down the middle?
Absolutely. It is very difficult because you know that the middle is ultimately incredibly protected with a left-handed player, and it also sets up some challenges as a female in mixed doubles when you're playing against a man cross court, because generally the idea is try and keep it away from a man on the left who might be coming across to poach. But when you've got a man across from you and you're trying to dink, it presents some challenges, because then you feel as though you're restricted to playing down the line. So it's just a different way of thinking, a different way of playing. But everyone has their weaknesses, and you just have to find them. And unfortunately, in these formats, you need to find it pretty quickly, because points to 11, as you said earlier, it is a race.
It is indeed. And Banu Bawasia shaking and baking on his own setup. He's the shaker, he's also the baker. The creator of success for himself, Banu Bawasia, in that particular play.
And I am biased, but he is the nicest man in pickleball.
Once again, the point construction from Bawasia and Gajipa really on point. I remember commentating on this duo for the first time 12 months ago, and the progress they've made has been meteoric.
And something I think we'll see from Babika is, as she's a cricketer, and a lot of cricketers in pickleball are very good at this, she is able to reset and get some balls back from the middle of the court and set her partner up. And I think that's why they've had a lot of success as a duo together. Barney's able to come through and be very aggressive. And it's very important for the women in mixed doubles to be able to reset, to be able to neutralize any of the aggression that they face.
Speaking of aggression, look at the backhand roll from Banu Baweja.
He is locked in.
Yes, indeed. Gives them the ascendancy and a footing to build from. I like the shot selection from Harper, looking to mix things up. Great intent in moving Baweja and Gajipra away from the non-volley zone, away from the kitchen where they've been dominant up to now. Harper, a great strategist of the game. Great court IQ. And sometimes when you've got the right strategy but wrong execution, it's having the confidence in your own abilities and your own psychological attributes, Natasha, to keep going back to the well.
Absolutely. That's actually something that the great Molly Nags taught me, was you have your game plan, and even if it doesn't work the first time, or it doesn't work and you don't execute it correctly, you have to stick with your game plan. It's one of the most important things in pickleball. And that's also why momentum is so important, especially in these games to 11. You really have to stay focused and carry the energy through. And when you have the serve,
Tara Jones goes inside in, recognises where the space is on her opponent's side of the court and exploits it beautifully. Tara Jones equally as dominant on the singles court and the doubles court, and you can see why there in that one play. And Harper dropping the ball also into a difficult location.
I'm seeing some great point construction from this pair. Clearly know the game inside and out.
Lee Harper, Natasha, will be teaming up with Rob Williams, I believe, at the English Nationals in a few weeks' time. That'll be
What a pair.
great pair, yeah.
Will you be commentating at the Nationals? Will we be so lucky?
Announcements to come, Natasha. Who are you playing with, Natasha? Talk to us about your English Nationals for 2025. Give us the breaking news. Give us the exclusive.
I'm not sure how exclusive it is, but I will be playing with, if you can imagine, in the mixed doubles open category, the one and only Rodri Oliver.
Yes, the news we all wanted, the confirmation. That was the expectation, but it's the confirmation we wanted here live at the Franklin Hampshire Open. And in women's doubles, it will be
The Hobbits United, and the women's doubles will be Amy Cairns, a new player on the scene, but she is absolutely fabulous. We had some success at the Great Exeter Cup run by Tim himself, a fabulous tournament, and we really enjoyed playing with each other, and we just thought, why not take that enjoyment? Ooh.
fortune for Tara Jones, and pleased to say that Gajipra walks away with a smile on her face, showing her full athleticism to be able to recover from such an uncanny incident. Fortune for Jones, though. I love to see players' reactions after a net tickle on both sides of the court, Natasha.
I don't think you'll ever see anger or fury from these two. They are just such a lovely pair. Lovely to play against. Lovely off court as well.
It's as tight as you like at the minute here on the show court. Great resets from Harper. Jones just pops up though, and Baweja takes advantage. Nothing to choose between the two teams, really. A minor, slight advantage, if that.
I'm seeing some great patience from both pairs, waiting for that pop-up and not attacking too early. And they're prepared to sit in the dink and play and wait for the right ball, as Lee Harper did just there.
Yeah, great footwork and great anticipation from Harper. Just poaching across the kitchen, executing with a big forehand down the middle. And wow, Lee Harper exploits the space as the stack unwinds slowly. Harper goes inside in, then inside out. The ground stroke followed by the volley, showing all of his class and quality. And it is Jones and Harper who enforce the change of hands, but highly competitive action here at the Franklin Hampshire Open in association with Pickleball. It's Nick Hobbish joined by Natasha Hood. And we're thoroughly enjoying this, Natasha.
I'm enjoying myself. I'm not sure if anyone else is, but hopefully there's maybe one person out there, maybe my mother, who's listening and enjoying the sound of this.
Big good morning to Natasha's mum. What are we going to call Natasha's mum?
She actually goes by Sir, S-I-R. Since I was the age of 6, we've called my mother Sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir. That's how
Okay.
we respond to her.
Perfect. Well, good morning, sir. I hope you have a lovely Sunday. Will there be a roast dinner in Sir's household today?
She actually lives in France, so she doesn't do roast. She does baguettes and croissants. So
Oh.
she has flown over, though, and she has watched the great Rodri Oliver and I play together. And she had a lot of opinions for Rodri.
Did she recommend a haircut or?
That was just one of the many.
Back to the action here as Jones and Harper just open up a slight lead.
That was a fabulous pickup from Tara Jones there.
Yeah, slightly too aerial from Jones. And in terms of her cross-court exchanges with Malaysia, I'd like to see her vary those locations instead of continually going cross-court to the outside foot of Malaysia. Try the inside foot or further to the centre. She might get a little bit more success. Great reset, Malaysia.
What Buwage is doing very well against Tara Jones in the dink is taking her out wide and forcing her to hit on her forehand, which is opening up the middle of the court more. So what Tara Jones could be doing is trying to stick in that backhand dink. At the moment, she's just opening up the court a little too much for Buwage to come through and hit some winners.
That ball does land in. Buwage calls away. Gajipa plays. Harper leaves. It's a mismatch of points. So 7-10-2 here. Nice court coverage by Buwage. Recognises that Gajipa has had to go and fetch out wide. Gajipa covers nicely and it brings up match point for Banu Buwage and Bavika Gajipa, their second match point. Gajipa still moving through that shot rather than split stepping. Just mistimes the volley. Third match point. Lovely reset, Tara Jones. And
What a
Harper
point.
responds nicely, Natasha.
Tara Jones was great there, resetting everything, allowing Lee Harper to come across and be aggressive. That is fabulous mixed doubles play from the pair.
Wow, is a comeback on the cards here.
They haven't looked concerned at any point, Tara Jones and Lee Harper, have they?
I don't think they'd ever look concerned ever in any circumstance. I think there could be a national government warning alerting everybody to bunker down, and Harper and Jones will be the calmest people in the room.
They certainly weren't bothered by Storm Amy.
Not at all. And look what's happening right now. 2 points in a row and a fist pump from Jones, because they've now got match point, and they save 3 match points and get the job done. What a turnaround for Tara Jones and Lee Harper, epitomising calmness on the show court, demonstrating quality, and ultimately walking away victorious. Tara Jones and Lee Harper.
It just goes to show that anything can happen these matches to 11, and you can never be too confident and calm.
Natasha, I've been told that we're enjoying ourselves too much here talking with each other, as director Spurway has told us to go to ads. We need ads. Our sponsors are complaining. So we're going to switch to an ad break, and we'll be back where 2 of my most favourite human beings, apart from yourself, Naomi Reynoso and Richard Basford, take to the show court. Stay tuned. It's going to be quality.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax. Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
Welcome back to the Hampshire Franklin Open. Here in Basingstoke, Nick Hobbs joined by Natasha Hood. And what a game we've got on the show court next, because Hannah Payne and Ronnie Sullivan take on Naomi Reynoso and Richard Basford. And Natasha, this will be a challenge for Reynoso and Basford, who are stepping down an age bracket. Sure they'll forgive me for referencing, to take on the youngsters, but very much two of the stalwarts of pickleball here in the UK at senior level.
They're very experienced players and they know the game inside and out. So it will be nice to see the points that they construct. I think this will be a very good mental game for them.
Hannah Payne, we were referencing off air a few moments ago, showed significant improvements in her game, travelling around the south of the UK for high quality training opportunities, and that's definitely showing in her performances. Remember fondly her English Open experience on the show courts. Just looking to express with that forehand, left-sided forehand down the middle. Reynoso, a powerful player in the women's senior division. Ambitious from Payne, speeding up off the bounce, Natasha.
That is a ball I hit an awful lot and do not have that much success with. It's difficult because when you aren't comfortable staying in that dink, you sometimes make the wrong decision, and that was unfortunately just not the right ball to try and speed up of.
Meanwhile, Reynoso goes back in behind Sullivan. A great tactic in mixed doubles. Pickleball executes a lovely drop. Great reset, Basford. Great pick up too. And Ronnie Sullivan comes across and dominates. Richard Basford from a great family of pickleball playing Basfords, but not my favourite Basford, Natasha.
Ooh. Can you rank the Basfords in your favourite order?
Probably number 2, Richard Basford. Lucy Basford, number 1. And
I've
Jamie,
not had the pleasure.
and where we're going to put Jamie and Sam and Will, of course.
I would say Sam's got to be bottom of the pack, surely.
Bottom. You're putting Sam bottom.
Yeah. Haven't met the others, but it
Morning,
sounds
Sam
still
Basford.
definitely.
Natasha Hood here with the commentary. Natasha Hood, Sam Basford, not Nick Hobbs. Great family of sporting talent. And of course, their cousin as well, Peter Hitchman. Also a great pickleball player.
A pickleball dynasty, if you will.
Is indeed. At home with the Basfords.
I think we should invest in that reality TV show.
It would be a great watch. As is this right now, because Reynoso and Basford are in the lead.
We're seeing some really lovely tactical play out here. Some excellent placement and decision making.
What a rescue from Basford. Sullivan with a rescue himself. Slice from Basford. Some exquisite pickleball on show here. ATP attempt from Basford, just catches the bracket. But a vast array of shots on show here.
I'm loving the toolkit that Basford is displaying out there. He's got it all.
Look at the touch. Look at the finesse of the Queen, Naomi Reynoso. Great hands. Travels back and forth between the States and the UK. Reynoso.
She moves through the middle of the court so well. Just falling at the final hurdle, but moved in beautifully.
Still playing competitive tennis as well, Naomi Reynoso. Natasha?
What a woman. I hung up my tennis rackets in 2020 and have not looked back since.
Was that a forced retirement from the sport of tennis, Natasha?
It was. My final season of college tennis was cut short by the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think my body was quite grateful for it.
Well, we're pleased to have you in the pickleball fraternity. Fast established as one of the top players in the UK, Natasha Hood, leaving tennis behind and welcoming pickleball with open arms. Meanwhile, Sullivan and Payne just on the comeback trail and making inroads too. Lovely drop from Reynoso, sets up the opportunity for Basford to respond to Sullivan's pop-up.
Absolutely, and he saw he was out of place and went aggressive right back to the same place. Now, from your esteemed background in pickleball and great tactical mind, what would you say Payne and Sullivan need to do out there?
Execute the basics and build from there, and I see it at all levels of the game. Natasha, I've watched a lot of pickleball recently and it seems to be a repeating message. No matter the standard, whether you're a 3-0 or a 5-0, great lob again from Reynoso. Whether you're a 3-0 or a 5-0, you still got to build from the foundations of getting the basics of this game right, making your opponents play. And one of my favourite phrases is serves, returns and thirds. And you start from those 3 shots and execute those 3 shots, you can start thinking about speed up locations and ball placement, drives, volleys after that. But execute the basics right, and if Payne and Sullivan can do that, then they can start thinking about construction.
Absolutely. And Basford and Reynoso are such a consistent pair that Payne and Sullivan are going to need to be consistent in their own game and be patient and wait for that moment to speed up rather than grabbing at it.
That's a lovely drop from Hannah Payne. And those are the basics we asked for a few moments ago. And there's a missed third. So it's just those inconsistencies, but the slice return from Basford makes that shot challenging.
Absolutely. You have to come back on slice and pickleball with a lot of heavy topspin. And it just bounced a little off and through Payne there. I think we'll see more of that slice return as it seems to be working for Basford.
That ball was going long, significantly long, and Payne chose to play, and you can see the frustration from Payne after that shot. And it's Reynoso and Basford who get to 6 first. They enforce the change of ends, and not only through consistent play but great shot application, and in particular Basford's slice of return, find themselves in the lead, Natasha.
I will say, though, it's hard to tell. Basford has a complete poker face, doesn't he? He is locked in, dialed in.
That ball lands into, Basford. Subliminal in his emotional responses here. Not so much Reynoso. She'll let you know that she's on court, that's for sure.
A woman after my own heart.
She's got mine,
That's
Reynoso.
excellent placement from Hannah Payne. just putting Basford off balance and putting that dink behind him. Really, really nice angle.
Return goes long from Sullivan. Would have liked to have seen Basford go for the shake and bake. He stayed back and it worked out nicely because the third and fifth were nice drives from Reynoso, and Basford are running away with this. What a slice drop. What a slice drop from Reynoso. Shot of the game right there. Sullivan can't pick it up. Basford's there to take advantage once more. And you can see this experienced duo just showcasing why they're so successful in UK pickleball. The return goes long. Success for Reynoso and Basford on the show court. Not their finest performance, Sullivan and Payne, who just demonstrated inconsistencies. Moments of brilliance for Sullivan and Payne, but not enough of them. Meanwhile, all of the consistency, application, and full armory of shot selection output comes from Basford and Reynoso. That was impressive, Natasha.
Not bad from your second favourite Basford, I've got to say. Cool, calm, collected.
Something tells me that the parts of that match that will be repeated will be you referencing Sam Basford, who's currently in Portugal, as your least favourite Basford.
I'm expecting potentially an Instagram message from him calling me out on that. And you know what? I welcome it. I welcome discussion and debate, and I will happily speak to him.
I mean, you've
on
not
the
even
matter.
met Will Basford, and you've straight away put Sam below him.
You know, Will sounds like a great guy, and if he's anything like the great Richard Basford that we saw on court today, huge fan.
Well, I'm hearing, Natasha, that all of the Basfords will be in action in Nottingham at the post-Christmas event for Pickleball, the last event of the year. Will you be playing in that?
What are the dates of that? Please tell the fans and spectators, what are the dates of the next Pickleball?
Well, I haven't got the exact dates. I think it might be the 27th. Is it the day after Boxing Day, Simon? It's the day after Boxing Day in Nottingham, and it's possibly going to be one of the biggest events of the year for Pickleball, notwithstanding the Welsh Open, of course. But yeah, it's 2 days of action, and entries are open, I believe. And last year it was held in Southampton, and it was attended by some of the top players here in the UK, and you are one of them. So the question remains, Natasha, will you be playing in Nottingham post-Christmas?
It's a great question, and one that I will have to take up with Sir, because it fully depends on if I'm spending Christmas in France, sunning myself with my dog Waffles.
The dog Waffles. Isn't there a TV show about a dog called Waffles?
I don't know. Wait, we do have two dogs, Waffles, as I named her, and Truffles, as my mum named the other dog. So if you can imagine a Brit living in France shouting Waffles and Truffles, we're not the most popular with the French, I will say.
No, I can't imagine so, but great names for the dogs nevertheless. Anyway, we're yet to learn whether Natasha Hood will be in Nottingham at Christmas. That depends on Sir Waffles and Truffles. But Simon Farr will be there. Tim Spurway will be there. I think I might be there also. Also yet to be confirmed, but I don't have any dogs. And all of the Basfords will be there. Make sure you're there too.
Just to say, Natasha, we've got an Airbnb and I'm bringing my dog with me, so you're welcome to bring yours as well.
We've got a big dog hotel up in Nottingham.
And
That's
what a
where-
way to work off your Christmas turkey, I've got to say.
Well, Southampton last year, Simon, was highly popular, wasn't it? Not just in terms of numbers, but really with the top superstars of UK pickleball.
Yeah, I think it's a great way to spend the few days after Christmas in between New Year's, that you got something to look forward to. You can meet up with your pickleball buddies. And yeah, we had the likes of Jamie Trowdry, Thaddeus Lock, obviously local to Southampton.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, they've been
New to
around
the
a
game?
while. They've been around a while.
Oh,
Natasha.
really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll look them up. I'll Google them.
Have a look at Duper. It might help you.
Okay.
Right, yeah, so get your places booked early for Nottingham because that will fill up fast, I'm sure. Whether Natasha's there with waffles and truffles or not, those spaces will go quickly.
I hear Steve Beale is caroling as well at the event.
He is indeed. He'll have the karaoke machine out singing Silent Night in
What a
German.
dream. What a dream. I'm going to have to be there now.
Why wouldn't you want to be? Why would you not want to be at the Christmas soiree? Right, let's move on because mixed doubles action here at the Franklin Hampshire Open, and you'll forgive me for having too much fun in the commentary booth here with Natasha Hood talking about what's to come, because up next, more importantly and more immediate, is the arrival of Wes Jackson and Megan Kapoor. Sorry, Mega Kapoor. I always call her Megan. Looks like a Megan. It's not. It's Mega, as she told me in an interview once. Mega Kapoor and Wes Jackson taking on Jocelyn Hunt and Romeo Sisson.
I'm not familiar with Romeo and Jocelyn, but I do know Mega and Wes well, and they are a formidable pair. They had some pretty strong success at the English Open, playing against some pretty tough competitors in the Open category.
Romeo and Jocelyn, almost a slight twist on Romeo and Juliet.
I hadn't even thought about that. What a pair. Hopefully, well, it didn't end too well for Romeo and Juliet, so hopefully things end better on the pickleball court today. Otherwise, it really will be showtime here on court.
Will do, indeed. Let's hope for a better ending. So, Jocelyn's got a tennis background. We heard that from Tim Spurway earlier when he previewed this game. Very much looking forward to seeing what Jocelyn and Romeo can do. Meanwhile, Wes Jackson, who's teaming up with Mega Kapoor here, Wes Jackson has been around in the sports of pickleball for more years than I can remember. And it's nice to see him on court here, Natasha, and back playing a little bit more regularly than in the last 12 months, because he really is an explosive talent.
Absolutely. And Mega Kapoor herself has a rich history in pickleball, playing both in India and the UK and having great success in both countries. I believe she's represented India internationally over the years.
Yeah, a great ambassador for the sport of pickleball, not just in Europe, but also in Asia. Mega Kapoor. And speaking of Asia, PPA Asia on this weekend, as are the Australian Pickleball Championships. But this is very much the focus in global pickleball, Natasha.
Absolutely. I mean, we've probably got Sir tuning in from France and others all over the world, desperate to hear the one and only Nick Hobbs commentating and to see the action in the hub of pickleball in the UK, Basingstoke.
Will be the hub for next year as well. Big announcements to come for Picklebee, as they'll be set to unveil their 2026 offer. And we'll bring you news of that throughout the course of the day. Meanwhile, players going through their final checks. It will be Jackson and Kapoor at the top of your screen, Sisson and Hunt at the bottom. Race to 11. Win by one. Still in group stages, and this is the penultimate group stage match, because we'll finish with Jane Wallace and Tom Caulfield taking on Dia Kapecha and Nick Mays. Nick Mays, who just joined us actually over here doing some technical work for Picklebee.
I know Tom Caulfield very well, and I will be very interested to see that match. Nick Mays is shaking his head, but really I think Nick, you should go all out.
Yeah, Nick's suggesting he's only looking for 1 point, but we know from his performances yesterday his aspiration should definitely be at least 2.
It's a great shot from Romeo Sisson there. Right at Mega Kapoor's feet. Very difficult ball to pick up.
I think we're going to remain on air at the end of this game, Natasha, as we'll bring viewers news of what they can look forward to in 2026 with Pickle B and some adjustments and changes to entries and brackets, divisions and locations. Meanwhile, we'll continue to call this match as Kapoor and Jackson have a slight lead at the start. Great point construction, Kapoor and Jackson.
Thrown in with a bit of fortune from the net as well. Always tough to pick up those balls that just clip the net.
Yeah, you're right, Natasha. And once again, fortune for Kapoor. This time, Sisson able to react and defend with some fast hands and quick reactions at the non-volley zone. Once again, Sisson demonstrating his fast hands and ability to react with speed to balls at the kitchen.
We're seeing Mega Kapoor back off the kitchen line a bit there. And I'd like to see her staying at the kitchen line because she's got the technique and the reaction time to take those balls out of the air. She needs to stay in those hand battles and not back off the line.
Hunt with a great forehand drive, just piercing through Wes Jackson. And that return goes long from Jackson also. So Hunt and Sisson stamping their authority on this game. That's powerful from Wes Jackson and dominant too.
I think we felt that power in the commentary box, didn't we? Wouldn't want to be taking that ball to the face.
Definitely not. Nice location on the volley and great work from the baseline through the transition zone for Romeo Sisson.
I'm actually really impressed by this pair so far. They've come out swinging, and I think they're making a lot of really great decisions with their placement and shot selection.
Oh, indeed. Slight error on serve there, but a great start for Sisson and Hunt. Great pick up from Jackson. Lovely location from Hunt. Just misses the volley dink reset.
Some great drops and resets from Mega Kapoor there, covering the court really nicely when Wesley Jackson was pulled off court.
Wes Jackson tries the Ernie, but pace off from Sisson. An intelligent play who perhaps saw Jackson making his move and just put the pace off the X40, made it difficult for Jackson to play. Pace on this time, and fortune once more as the net tape belongs to Mega Kapoor.
I think she might have bribed the net there. Had a couple of those net cords in the early stages of this game.
You have got to be kidding. It's a three-peat for Jackson and Kapoor. The Franklin net belongs to Jackson and Kapoor. And a little bit of justice, remarks Romeo Sisson, who will be encouraging more of that type of net play than the penultimate play.
And you just really can't, in these games to 11, be making mistakes on the serve and the return. So as you said earlier, consistency is really key.
fast hands from Jackson. Sisson went on the attack once more, who's not looking to engage with any sort of dinking exchange here. It's all about power for Sisson. Top spin roll forehand from Jackson. That ball just sitting at the height of the net. He's able to generate enough top spin and loop on the ball to cause problems. Wow, where's Jackson?
Great shot there.
Showing all of his quality. No, that ball's called out, it's called wide. Look good from here, but we've not got the optimum angle from our commentary position. So we're tied at 5-5. Great hands by Sisson. Jackson looking to speed up to the backhand of Sisson. Sisson sat ready, and that will enforce a change of ends for Sisson and Hunt. Impressive though, Natasha, from Jocelyn Hunt and Romeo Sisson.
Definitely. You never know with tennis players when they first move to pickleball what their style is going to be and whether they're really going to focus on the drives. And sometimes we see some tennis players struggle at the kitchen line as they do those sort of slice volleys that are very common in tennis but don't quite pay off in pickleball. And I've been very impressed by these two. There's a lot of power there clearly, but they've also mixed in some dinks and some drops as well, which is just so key to the game. So I'm impressed with the way they've come out against such a seasoned and experienced pair.
Yeah, incredibly impressive. Just as impressive as Tim Spurway, who I believe is making us tea, which is rather surprising. But well done to Tim Spurway. We definitely need to stay hydrated here in the comms booth, don't we, Simon?
So Tim Spurway is near a kettle. Are you having a
Look,
laugh?
I'll hear no Tim Spurway slurs, please. The poor man. Let him make a tea in peace.
No,
Oh, he's made a tea for himself.
he's made his own cup of tea. Can you believe it? It's the biggest shock of the day. Spurway has made his own cup of tea and he's stood drinking it all by himself. Meanwhile, on court, there's some questions over the scoreline and who is serving, and all four players, I'm sure, will get it right.
I can see Tom Caulfield on the side of the court raring to go. He's on show court next, playing against Nick Mays, who's sat right next to me. So I'm feeling the tension between them. They're already eyeing each other up, ready for the upcoming battle.
Meanwhile, discussions are ongoing here about where players should be standing and where they should be serving from or receiving and what the scoreline is.
Further discussions ongoing.
Yeah, Wes Jackson seems to be the... where's what's happening? Okay. Okay, so it's going to be 6-5-1. Thanks, Wes. Wes Jackson doing a great job of making sure that everybody's organised, as well as us in the commentary booth, utilising all of his knowledge and experience. It's 6-5-1. We're replaying the point, and very sporting of Jackson and Kapoor to do so, because there was an inaccuracy in the previous setup.
Just hit that ball on the move there. Coming in from Sison.
Nice from Jackson. Great reaction speed once more. Manages to find the sideline. Ball was going long. That looked out too, but Jackson played it. And then Kapoor came in on the volley, and some interesting choices here. And this game slightly discombobulated Natasha with some of the pauses.
It looks like these two maybe need to take a breath, reset, and start to go back to basic point construction, as you were saying, thinking about the first 3 balls.
Ball was called out. Wes Jackson almost with a showtime moment. Would have been the first showtime of the day, Natasha.
Oh, no. The showtime's on the side of the court in the commentary box, I think you'll find.
Yes, indeed. Natasha Hood bringing us all of her expertise and knowledge. Hopefully staying with us for Knockout Pickleball. Really gets exciting this afternoon. Love Knockout Pickleball, Natasha.
Is that when someone body bags an individual, or is that just the knockout stages that you're referring to? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, some big blows, I'm sure, as well as teams having to progress through or go out. Win and you're in. Lose and you're going home. Pickleball.
Nice aggression from Kapoor and Jackson there, using the angle to just finish the point.
Yeah, that's great from Jackson. I actually like Kapoor's backhand volley mid-rally there, and just pose the question whether Kapoor feels a little bit more comfortable with her backhand down the centre. I've seen this team not choosing to stack throughout the course this match at all times, but that was a nice intersection by Kapoor. Once again shows dominance with that backhand down the middle, and just slightly surprising they've not stacked throughout the whole of this match, Natasha.
That is her strongest shot, I would say, and it's one that she's able to really take out of the air nicely and be very aggressive with. It is surprising that they haven't chosen to stack, but sometimes it's just against certain players and choose not to.
Miss volleys from Hunt and Sisson cost them here, because Jackson and Kapoor bring up match point. Lovely drop. Lovely drop. Oh, the 3rd and 5th were gorgeous. The 7th just off point. Second opportunity, second match point. I want to get it finished right now. Ouch.
Just snatched at that there. But I think just always got to remember the game plan. Go back to your game plan and keep trying to execute that.
What a reset. Sisson, who comes back firing. Great defence. And the ball's called wide. Sisson with an amazing reset mid-rally. Jackson defending unbelievably too. I think Tom Caulfield's sledging you, Natasha Hood, from the sidelines here.
When is that man just going to let me be, honestly? He is always after me. I think he was looking to see at one point, Jane, his partner, was saying that she might pull a muscle. And I did say I would come in my jeans to play with Tom Caulfield if need be.
That would be impressive. Meanwhile, you'll be getting your opportunity to get your own back shortly. 4th match point, Jackson. Kapoor. Got to get forward. Trust the drop. Trust the drop. Trust it. Get forward. It's good enough.
Some great defense here from
Get
Mega
forward.
Kapoor.
Trust it. Just not trusting the quality of their drops, Natasha.
No.
Not creeping forwards.
You've got to give some credit, though, to Sisson and Hunt, because they did incredibly well there to keep them back.
And Sisson and Jocelyn are still in the hunt because they are only 2 points away from squaring this up. This is huge. This exchange is huge, and Jackson makes no mistake. For the inside-in volley, Kapoor targeting the backhand of Hunt. Second scoring opportunity, Sisson, Hunt. Big forehand drive from mid-court. It was pace-off from Kapoor. Difficult for Hunt to get that ball up and down from mid-court with pace-off. So I make it match point number 6, Natasha.
Gosh. The pressure is on. We've seen some swinging misses from Wesley Jackson, and as you were saying earlier, sometimes the hardest thing in pickleball is to leave those, and I think Sisson's made some mistakes there and not actually letting some of those balls go out.
And whilst the first cut might be the deepest, the last point the hardest to win.
Absolutely. My favourite thing to do on match point is to actually serve the ball out.
You're doing yourself a complete disservice, Natasha. Everybody watching at home knows you are a superstar of the game.
I'm going to carry around that as a quote. Nick Hobbs says I'm a superstar of the game. Great aggression from the side of Hunt and Sisson there.
They've saved 6 match points, Natasha. Heard the story here is they've got match point of their own. And what a turnaround. What resilience. What grit. What determination. And it's 10-10 now. Maybe 10-10 now, Simon? Yeah, they're in the wrong position if it is 10-10 now, and that's what's confusing us here in the commentary booth. We'll see what happens at the end of this game. Goes wide. So it is 10-10, and the 7th match point, as Wes Jackson remarks into the comms booth. Will they get the job done now? They've just saved a match point. Can't get forward.
I'd like to see some more drops rather than
the
drive.
opportunity was on. At least they're making them play. They're making them play, trying to force an error. That's a great reset.
Played Mega.
Cannot get the ball bouncing. They do now. And there's the opportunity. Great defence from Sisson.
They need to get in there.
And try as they may, they just cannot succeed. Kapoor and Jackson.
What a point. The crowd goes wild. Tom Caulfield is waving his hands in the air like he just don't care.
I think it's a white flag, and Jackson puts the ball wide on serve. 8 match points have come and gone. Second match point for Sisson.
The crowd
And
is screaming
Hunt.
for more, especially Tom Caulfield.
Where's Jackson? Got a big smile on his face. That ball was going long. It catches Mega Kapoor. And for all of their resilience, for all their perseverance, their grit, their determination, Hunt and Sisson deserving of their success. But
What
Kapoor
a match.
and Jackson waste 8 match points, Natasha.
That's got to be heartbreaking, but it looks like they enjoyed themselves, and that's what counts the most, because ultimately that's what Pickleball events deliver, don't they? Just fun, fury, and great pickleball.
Just unbelievable drama. When Romeo and Jocelyn teamed up and we referenced Romeo and Juliet, we thought we might have a love affair, but it turned out to be an absolute thriller instead. What a game. I'll tell you what we're going to do, Natasha. We're going to have a little breather while you
I need one after
some
that.
scripted lines for your response to Tom Caulfield. We'll take in a cup of tea as Tim Spurway returns without any tea whatsoever. Made a cup for Tracy Matthews, but not the team here, Simon. And Simon, have you got any observations on that?
Well, it would seem, Nick, that I am now the tea boy. Obviously, it's beneath Tim Spurway to make us tea, even though he'll make his extra friends tea. Maybe it's because we're... Oh, actually, I'm quite south. You're a bit north, mate, so maybe it's that north-south divide.
Possibly is, yeah, definitely. I think it's the southwest version of teamwork. Look after yourself.
I've heard that about the southwest.
Yeah. Of course, not wishing to pigeonhole everybody in the southwest. One of my favourite parts of the UK. Let's go for an ad break quickly. We'll be back with more in just a few short moments.
Cyber threats grow in frequency and sophistication. Businesses must protect sensitive data, maintain regulatory compliance, and ensure operational resilience. Cyber attacks, data breaches, and evolving mandates demand a proactive security strategy. Our expertise delivers tailored cybersecurity solutions, including advanced threat detection, robust data protection, and compliance frameworks aligned with industry standards. By leveraging cutting-edge security technologies, we help you stay ahead of threats, prevent breaches, and safeguard critical assets. Beyond protection, we build resilience. In today's interconnected world, we equip your business with the tools to respond effectively to cyber incidents, ensuring continuity and long-term security. With our trusted guidance, you can confidently navigate digital risks and regulatory complexities. By partnering with ICTO, businesses gain access to expert cybersecurity leadership, cutting-edge security solutions, and a proactive defense strategy that ensures long-term protection against ever-evolving cyber threats. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to the Franklin Hampshire Open. Here live from Basingstoke at the Hampshire Court Hotel. It's the final game in the group stages of our mixed doubles 4.5 plus open age division. And what a great game to finish the group stages as Dia Katecha and Nick Mays take on Tom Caulfield and Jane Wallace. Joining me once more, Natasha Hood. And Natasha, you'll know these players very well.
I do. I know them all very well. Sadly, I know Tom Caulfield much better than I would like to. And that's just in retaliation for him just gossiping on the side of the court about me. He is a very well-known player, famous for his quick hands, and I've jinxed him there.
Fortunately, you're famous for your quick quips, though, Natasha. So Tom Caulfield could very well be on the receiving end here. But meanwhile, it's all of their opponents who've been on the receiving end this morning because both teams have played 4 and won 4 matches. So this will determine who will get the easier route into the quarter-finals and knockout stages of pickleball, because both teams will have aspirations to finish top of the tree.
Do you know what? I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Mays and Kapecha so far. Some great teamwork, some great drops, and they just need to be steady and consistent and just not be careful about speeding up to Tom.
Katecha tagged by Caulfield.
It's not the knockout stages yet, Tom.
It is not at all, and just leaves a tattoo on the chest of Katecha. Yeah, that ball's popped up by Caulfield down the centre of the court, and that Nick Mays forehand is deadly, as we saw yesterday in the men's doubles.
And some frustration on the face of Tom Caulfield. Frustrated that he didn't quite cover the court, but I don't think anyone was getting that Mays forehand back. A hello to Millie Sharma out there, one of the pickleball greats and North London Storm teammate to Jane Wallace. She's watching, so hello, Millie.
Yeah, the two franchise teams from the Premier Pickleball League teaming up here at a Pickleball event. Surrey Smash and North London Storm.
That's the true Romeo and Juliet story.
It is indeed.
Seeing a few too many mistakes here from both sides on serves and returns and drops. Just need to get those basics right. That is a lovely response to Tom Caulfield's poach there from Mays. I'm very impressed.
Lovely speed up from Wallace, targeting the left hip and keeping it off the forehand of Mays. Nice location on the speed up. Clever play from Jane Wallace. Single hand backhand drive from Caulfield. We referenced it earlier. The early preparation was nice, just misfired though.
It's not a shot that has the greatest success rate from Tom Caulfield, but it's a shot he loves to hit. And he's going to kill me for that one, but that's okay. It's a great serve from Mays.
Yeah, I just posed the question whether if we had a referee, she would then question the height of that serve from Mays. Looks to be slightly above the navel. We'll keep an eye on that as the game progresses.
Big shout out to Simon Farr, who's just brought us tea and coffee in the commentary booth. So we're very grateful to him.
The great man, Simon Farr.
One of the true pickleball greats.
Off court.
No comment.
Great inside out forehand volley by Mays. And all too often you see players able to penetrate with their volley at the non-volley zone, but not able to direct. Mays has got the ability to do both.
It's a great drop from Capeccia there.
Jane Wallace runs around the forehand dink.
Great cover from Tom Caulfield.
Wow, Caulfield rescuing.
And we see the Caulfield fist pump. We love to see it. He is such a good defender on those balls. I think we saw some of that yesterday in the men's game, didn't we?
Did indeed. Having to defend some pop-ups. That ball just goes long on return, and Jane Wallace not favouring the backhand in the cross-court exchanges there. She's running around almost Julie Mack style to play into-out forehands. Just generating one or two pop-ups, and might be something that she'll look back on. Meanwhile, Architecture with a lovely drop into the non-volley zone. Caulfield not able to respond on this occasion, and this is a tight affair.
You can really feel the tension out here. Some great defense there from Capeccia.
Not able to reset from the transition zone. Mays looks to go pace off after pace had been on consistently. Just catches the net tape. And just looking at that play in the setup there, Natasha, I actually prefer the formation of having forehands on the outside for Caulfield and Wallace.
Definitely. Great pickup from Tom Caulfield twice there. And Tom picks just the right time to speed up right at Dia. She was off balance, slightly off the kitchen. Great play from both teams there. What a match to end the group stages.
Just one reset too many for Wallace. Caulfield was able to get forward. Wallace pinned on the baseline.
That's something when I was talking with them earlier before the start of the day, Tom was sort of saying, you know, we need to be really key at getting up to the kitchen, and Jane's moving from tennis to pickleball. So it's just switching that mindset of really trying to focus and come into the kitchen to be aggressive rather than being aggressive from the back.
And there we see a change of ends. A good serve that catches the baseline.
Great sportsmanship from Mays there.
Yeah, just ask for confirmation from the box. And it's not something we always look to get involved in, but when we've got an opinion and players ask for it, I'm always happy to offer an opinion, and players can do as they wish with the response that comes their way. But definitely no Hawkeye in operation, just the occasional replay and our own vision.
I believe that is what the players call you, though. Hawkeye Nick.
Is that really? Is that been called other names? In fact, Tara Creasy called me a diva last week at the PPL, Natasha.
Oh, she's not the only one.
Oh, dear.
Simon's nodding in agreement.
Oh, dear. Well, that is disappointing to hear.
I hear that Nick now requests a throne to sit upon for his commentary.
I do get disappointed where there's no carpet tiles to keep your feet warm at these events.
That's the second single-handed backhand that Tom Caulfield has gone for down the line. Second that he's missed. And I know he will be going home tonight and listening back to this commentary. And I'm going to get quite a salty text, I believe.
It's the most vocal you've been in any game so far, Natasha. And I'm sure it'll be appreciated by Caulfield. And I'm actually a huge lover of the single backhand. Just because I've grew up watching tennis with the great Roger Federer. And whilst I'm not comparing Caulfield to Federer,
That was going to be my next question.
his single backhand is very much representative of that. But look at the backhand roll by Nick Mays. Rather impressive indeed, showcasing his abilities on his forehand side, but also his backhand side too. And that's a lovely reset by Katecha too.
I've been really impressed by Nick Mays' ability to kind of come crashing through the middle. And he's been really aggressive this game, and I'm really impressed with his performance so far.
Lovely backspin from Wallace. Side spin also, and Mays not able to respond. Unusual for Mays because it's normally something he likes to counter and utilise the backspin in generating topspin on the ball. Just wide from Mays, who goes for an ambitious return also. We're tied at 7-7. The space was there. Wallace knows the space was there. Just catches the net tape, the inside in drive.
Lovely drop from Caulfield there.
What a rescue.
Great court coverage.
Tom Caulfield, wow.
The man, the myth, the defender.
Yeah, Wallace just not able to keep that rally going, but Caulfield, so reliable in the transition zone. In the mid-court area, it's difficult to get the ball past Caulfield, who surely practices over and over again just retrieving balls. That's a lovely drop.
That's a great drop from Jane.
And this is what I was referencing, Natasha. Look at the formation. And Caulfield and Wallace are getting success when it's forehands on the outside, which is highly unusual, I know. It's working for Caulfield and Wallace. That ball was going out. This is not coming back. Yes, it is. Wow.
Oh, great pickup from Jane there. Great court coverage and an interesting switch halfway through the point. Tom Caulfield is a very traditional mixed player in that he loves to play on the left and in men's as well. And does some great court coverage and poaching. But as you say, it could be an interesting turn of events if Jane was to play more on the left and just give her that space to hit those forehands.
It's a tactic we've tried with the Stingers, actually, in the rally format of the game, where you're traditionally pinned to one side of the court. Just let this play out. Great hand speed from both players. Mays just sending it long. Yeah, where traditionally you're pinned to one side of the court where you start, but we've been unwinding that stated stack at the start of the game, moving players around court just to cause some confusion, if nothing else.
I mean, I've heard that the Stingers had a great weekend up in Bolton just the other week, led by the great Nick Hobbs.
It's all about the players. I'm merely a water boy when it comes to those events.
Some
Mays.
great hands from Nick Mays, but just sending that last one wide.
Success for Caulfield and Wallace, who are impressive in their persistence. Mays referenced before the start of this game we'd be happy with 1 point. Well, he and Katecha got 7 and were mightily competitive with that. So congratulations to Mays and Katecha, who will also see knockout pickleball. They will qualify through to the quarterfinals, as will Wallace and Caulfield. Who will they be playing though? Find out when we return after this short break.
cyber threats grow in frequency and sophistication, businesses must protect sensitive data, maintain regulatory compliance, and ensure operational resilience. Cyber attacks, data breaches, and evolving mandates demand a proactive security strategy. Our expertise delivers tailored cybersecurity solutions, including advanced threat detection, robust data protection, and compliance frameworks aligned with industry standards. By leveraging cutting-edge security technologies, we help you stay ahead of threats, prevent breaches, and safeguard critical assets. Beyond protection, we build resilience. In today's interconnected world, we equip your business with the tools to respond effectively to cyber incidents, ensuring continuity and long-term security. With our trusted guidance, you can confidently navigate digital risks and regulatory complexities. By partnering with ICTO, businesses gain access to expert cybersecurity leadership, cutting-edge security solutions, and a proactive defense strategy that ensures long-term protection against ever-evolving cyber threats. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to the Hampshire Franklin Open, where I'm joined by one of the most promising prospects in UK pickleball, Jack Edwards. And Jack, you've had a successful morning.
Yeah, me and my partner done very well. Race played very well. We're 4 from 4, and we just got ourselves into the quarterfinals now, which is good.
So you're awaiting news of who you'll be playing in the quarter-final stages, but at this stage of the competition, with your confidence high after winning 4 games, you don't mind who that is, right?
Yeah, we're fairly confident going to the game. Hopefully we can just play good pickleball and get through to the semi-final. Take one game at a time, and hopefully do quite well.
And Jack, just talk to us about your general progress this year. You're selected #1 pick for the Challenger Division for the Premier Pickleball League, and you put in some sterling performances in that competition. Things are going really well for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's been a bit of a transition because I was playing singles good for like last year, and then I've had to put a lot of hard work into playing doubles and getting good at the third drops and getting good around the kitchen because it's like a completely different game. But I think my doubles game's got a lot better in the last year.
It has indeed, and you reference your singles, your success there at the English Nationals in Loughborough a few months back. That must have been something that you can look back on with great pride and joy.
Yeah, that was a really good achievement for myself, and it gave me confidence that I can compete at a higher level. And then hopefully I can build on that and potentially do better next year at the singles tournament as well.
And we've got the English Nationals doubles coming up at the end of the month. Jack, can you give us some exclusive news on who you'll be partnering with in that event?
I'll be partnering your friend as well, my good friend of mine, Atto Stevens. So that'll be good. That'll be good fun. Me and him playing together. Yeah, that'll be good.
It will do indeed. And Jack, we wish you all the very best for this afternoon too in your quest for a podium finish. Thanks for joining us and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Jack Edwards there joining us to talk about his exploits today in our mixed doubles competition. And what a player Jack has become. You heard from Jack working really hard on his game. Meanwhile, we're going to invite Simon Farr into screen because, Simon, you can give us details and news of what's to come in 2026 for Pickle B.
I can indeed, Nick. We will be hosting here in Basingstoke 9 events next year in 2026. It'll be over 3 days this time. So Fridays will be 18 plus singles, 18 plus teams, 50 plus teams, and 60 plus men's and women's. And the 60 plus event will be a tour event, which will go on over the 9 events here in Basingstoke. The Saturday and the Sunday will be the same as we've traditionally done, which is 18 plus genders, 50 plus mixed on the Saturday, and then 18 mixed and 50 genders on the Sunday. So the dates, get your diaries out, are Jan 17 to 18, Feb 7th to 8th, April 11th to 12th, May 2nd and 3rd, May 23rd and 24th, June 13th and 14th, July 25 and 26 is the English warm-up event in Abingdon, so that's the only event that we'll go to Abingdon for. And then September 26th, 27th, October 17th, 18th, and December 5th and 6th. All those 9 events are here at the Hampshire Court Hotel in Basingstoke.
Yeah, thanks for that, Simon. And there's some new developments there, especially in the 60 plus category. That's a new category, a new bracket. What's the thought behind that?
We've been asked by a lot of the older players, why can't they have an older age group? So at the moment, 50 plus. There's a lot of people that are 60 plus and over playing in the 50 plus event. And knowing this is a fact as someone who's going to turn 60 next year, there is a big difference when you're just 50 something and you're just 60 something, believe you me. So yeah, so it's by popular demand really that we think the 60 plus event will appeal to a wider audience of all levels and abilities. And obviously traditionally on a Friday, most people are retired or semi-retired, so they should be able to make those events.
Yeah, then that's good news for that age bracket. And the addition of team events, which has been trialled already. Talk to us about that initiative.
Well, we love these events because it gets a great vibe going when you've got a team. You know this from PPL, Nick, that, you know, playing in a team, you've got people surrounded with you, you're playing, agendas are mixed together as a team. So we just think it's a great event. And again, backed by popular demand.
And Simon, just finally, we referenced in commentary a little bit early on that we've got the Nottingham tournament just after the Christmas period there on the 27th of December. The event last year in Southampton was a huge success. It must be something you and Pickleball are really looking forward to hosting in Nottingham just after Christmas.
Yeah, mixed feelings about having to go to Nottingham on the 23rd to set it all up. I've taken the view that I'm going to have Christmas in Nottingham because I can't face the drive back down the motorway and back up on Boxing Day night. So if anyone fancies a party, I've got an empty Airbnb, Nottingham on the Christmas Eve, Christmas Day and whatever else. I think you're all staying on the Boxing Day night. So yeah, we're really looking forward to it. It's at the LTA Tennis Centre. I think we can have up to 30 courts because we've got the whole tennis centre. But me and Steve are taping that all day on the 23rd. Tuesday, no, sorry. The 24th. Christmas Eve. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, bad dates, yeah. So excited, but I'm not sure I want to take 30 courts all on my own with Mr. Beale on the Christmas Eve. But we'll see. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
And that's just an example of the preparation and work that goes into these events, Simon. Normally, you've got a big ops team supporting you at these events in terms of the setup and takedown, but it'll just be you and Steve in the Christmas period.
Absolutely. Understandably, most people have got plans on Christmas Eve, but we knew what we'd taken on when we booked it. So, yeah, The ops team will be there for the breakdown after, but the setup will just be me and thee.
Fantastic. Simon Farr there joining us, giving us all of the breaking news on Pickleball developments for 2026, and get your entries in for Nottingham early because that will fill up soon. Meanwhile, we're going to head for a short ad break, and when we return, we'll have news of who has made it through to the quarterfinals of the mixed doubles here live from the Hampshire Courts Hotel.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Diadem began with a goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came Pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
Pro 4, I'm super excited to talk about this. This is my baby. 3S is and was a great paddle, but the 4 I think is even better.
Our
main focus going into the Pro 4 was fixing the overall solidity of the paddle, and so we added some supports near the throat area, and that has made the outside edge extremely consistent. The way you're going to see this really affect in real gameplay is you miss it, you don't hit it in the middle, and then it's extremely forgiving. You're really not going to make a lot of errors even when you miss hit it. It's a pleasure to play with, and I'm really excited for you guys to try this.
Oh, powerful.
Then we'll have a switch of ends at 6.
Gosling dominate.
I noticed Tracy also mixing up her serves as well.
Forward. Back foot once more. This time they come forward and at speed.
Really good play.
Quality. And Ren speeding up. Good speed.
So well on those, anticipating those speed ups and having a, as we can see there, having a
Welcome back to Basingstoke, the Hampshire Court Hotel, where the Franklin Hampshire Open continues and continues at speed because we've reached the quarter-final stages of the mixed doubles draw before they get underway. A big opportunity to thank our headline sponsors, Franklin, and our supportive sponsors, Skechers, ICTO, Ozbot, Box, PSO, and Akla Didim, Maisie Wise Data Analytics. We appreciate your support. Nick Hobbish joined in the booth by Natasha Hood for the afternoon. And Natasha, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, one and all.
This is going to be a great affair as the races to 11 continue. But this time, if you win, you're in. If you lose, you're out.
These knockout stages, this is where nerves can get the better of people. This is what defines the good and the great.
Does indeed. Hopefully not picking up on any ugly. But our first quarter-final will feature Nick Mays and his partner, dear Katecha, taking on Ray Claremont and Jack Edwards. Meanwhile, other news elsewhere, because Lee Harper and Tara Jones will be taking on Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. Lewis Oak and Tracy Matthews will take on Mega Kapoor and Wes Jackson, and Tom Caulfield and Jane Wallace will take on Andrew Parker and Marcia Audebert. But we're underway here. Edwards and Claremont at the top of your screen, Mays and Katecha at the bottom. And a difficult one to predict. But Mays will want to avoid the forehand of Edwards. We've seen how deadly that is already, and we caught Jack during interview, and I referenced how much he'd progressed this year, and this weekend has been a complete indication of that.
Yeah, fantastic singles player, Jack Edwards, and has really started to pick up on the mixed game, the doubles game generally. And I think Ray Claremont has been absolutely amazing for Jack, just really helping him get to grips with the doubles game and kind of switching over from that tennis style. And we've seen his game just come on so much.
There's the power from Claremont. That ball just goes wide, but it's something she possesses in abundance, Ray Claremont. Fortune for Mays, who goes cross-court, diag, targets Claremont, just clips the top of the net. The ball lands in. So Edwards and Claremont won all of their group games this morning, advanced through undefeated. Mays and Katecha, we know, suffering one defeat at the hands of Wallace and Caulfield.
And I'm not seeing either pair look entirely settled in this game yet. I think they're both still figuring out quite what the game plan is. And a bold poach from Nick Mays there. And dear Katecha just unable to cover the court there. Lovely pickup from Jack Edwards there, and a great dink from Nick Mays. That is very impressive.
Yeah, great control on the cross-court dink from Mays, applying a lot of backspin. Claremont not able to pick that ball up. That's a big serve from Edwards, and a big third incoming that just mistimed slightly by Edwards, just got above the ball. Big serve from Mays once more. Still a slight question mark though, Natasha, over the heights. Let's just tune in here and look at the contact point. That was a lot lower than the previous. Still marginal though.
I will say, dear Katecha has really impressed me today with her ability to move through the middle and reset. But Jack Edwards just came a bit more powerfully in that point.
Yeah, totally dominant Edwards there, and Claremont just doing a good job of covering the opposite side of the court. An error from Claremont, but she quickly erases that from her memory and moves on with the next point. Swift unwind of the stack.
I think she thought Jack Edwards was going to poach that there, as he did in the first ball. So was just caught slightly off guard, which can happen a lot in mixed doubles when you have a male player that likes to come across and poach, it can sometimes be difficult for the female to know what balls she's going to take. And I think that's especially difficult in this situation with Jack being a lefty.
They're an experienced pair, though, in relation to the amount of time they've played together. It's not a new pair in Claremont and Edwards. They're both based in the Shropshire area of the UK, and they put a lot of time in to training together over in Telford, and also part of the same challenger team in the Premier Pickleball League. So,
and they also practice with Ewan, who I'm very lucky to be on a PPL team with. Shout out to Ewan and R3.
Yeah, Ewan Skillicorn in attendance here today. Made the journey down, but not on court. Great defences by Katecha. That's ambitious from Nick Mays, speeding up on the backhand side with the ball below the height of the knee. Definitely not able to generate enough topspin to get that ball up and down. It's a good leave by Claremont.
Lovely serve from Claremont.
Good read by Edwards. Good anticipation. Just overstretching slightly.
I like the game plan. It was just the execution. Lovely drop from Edwards there. And I love to see the softer game from Jack Edwards, especially on that third shot, not always going for the drive.
Edwards was caught napping. Edwards was caught napping on the baseline. The drop from Claremont on point. Edwards not able to take advantage of the pop-up, so we get a side out scoring opportunity. Two scoring opportunities. Mays and Katecha. Nice response from Edwards, so just putting that ball into a difficult location for Mays to play a third from. Two missed thirds from Nick Mays. Huge turnover, a quick turnover with a 2-point gap, a non-scoring side out. Crucial mid-match exchanges. Ouch.
Seen a lot of missed drives from the boys so far. Hopefully their partners can settle their nerves a bit and get them back to doing the basics. Lovely drop there from Ray Claremont. And a great point construction.
Yeah, and to the untrained eye, people will see the powerful volley of Edwards, but the very much winning play in that exchange was Claremont's drop.
Hugely. And I think that's something that Claremont is bringing to Jack Edwards' game, is really encouraging him to diversify his shot selection and, you know, learn to rely on that drop a lot more than the drive. Because once you get up to the higher levels of play in this country, those players can handle that power.
Forehand roll by Claremont. Gets a nice angle, takes it away from Katecha. You do not want that ball in the air on the forehand side of Claremont, because she will punish you with her volleying ability on that forehand side. In particular, an error from Mays once more. Katecha and Mays just struggling to trouble the scoreboard since the change of ends.
It's a great pickup from Mays. And Claremont did all the right things there. It was just the execution, just slightly wide. But I liked the way that she was trying to go behind Katecha. And there's that forehand volley.
Power from Edwards again, this time managing to direct into the open side. Mays not able to rescue. Can Mays and Katecha take advantage of this second scoring opportunity? It's a great drop from Mays. Enormous amount of backspin, slices underneath that ball. Claremont not able to pick all. Serve goes long from Mays. And it's all a little bit nervy and tense in the mid stages of this quarterfinal on Mixed Doubles Sunday. Great reset, Katecha. Not Mega Kapoor, it's Pia Katecha. Unbelievable in her dominance in that rally, able to reset and control the locations.
She looks really comfortable there up at the kitchen dinking. Oh, just hit it too high into the forehand of Jack Edwards, which is something you do not want to do. We're here. It's 7-5 to Katecha and Mays.
Lovely from Nick Mays, who earns across the non-volley zone. Manages to penetrate the partnership of Edwards and Claremont. And it's 2 points without response for Katecha and Mays. Casual from Edwards, but executes nevertheless, and just showing the size and scope as well. The Big Show steps over the top rope.
I'd need a step ladder for that.
Mid-court misfire from Claremont, and they've got to make Katecha and Mays play if they're to get back into this quarter-final. Just like that, the third has to make their opponents play, and I like the third shot drive, particularly in the direction of Katecha, but you cannot afford for that ball to be catching the net on the third shot drive.
I think a couple of times they've been hitting those third shot drives at the player at the net as opposed to the player coming in, and I'd just like to see them change it up a bit.
And the fifth shot also evading Edwards on this occasion. Got to defend the castle. Do not allow Katecha and Mays inside the outer walls. And fortune favours the brave when it does come to defence. Edwards utilises the net. Second opportunity to score. Mays, Katecha, mixed doubles, quarter-final action.
And we have the news that the matchup of Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo versus, I believe it was Lee Harper and Tara Jones, and Scott and Maisie are through.
Jack Edwards with an easy reset. It was a dead dink. That's all it needed. Was a soft touch into a non-attacking position. Just catches the net. So 2 point different. Edwards dominant on the forehand. Katecha thought it may have been out, but Mays calls it good.
Oh,
Great
that's a
reaction
great
speed.
get from Jack Edwards. What was really great there is when he sped up at Mays, he was immediately ready for that ball to come back with power and speed.
Yeah, great reactions from Edwards. They regain the serve. The fifth once more. I like the approach with the third shot drive, fifth shot drop, but the fifth just not there for Edwards and Claremont, and this is crucial. Lovely drop. Edwards was in position once more and just misses the fifth again. And when they look back on this game, they will be ruined. Missed opportunities, particularly on that fifth shot. A point at a critical stage for Katecha and Mays. That caught Mays on the legs, Natasha.
There's a very famous clip that someone can find from another Pickleball tournament where Mays was caught in the unmentionables and was on the ground for quite a while. And I thought we were going to have take two of that, but fortunately, I think it just clipped his leg.
Wait, clipped his leg beyond the baseline. The ball was going long.
And this is a big moment for Jack Edwards and Ray Claremont here.
Critical that they trouble the scoreboard. Objective number 1 was to get established at the non-volley zone. Objective number 2, win the exchange, and that's exactly what they did. And they do trouble the scoreboard. The gap's down to 2. Oh, the fifth once more. It's the fifth shot, Natasha Hood.
I know, they're going for 2 drives in a row, and I just think you need to vary the gameplay a little more.
This time the third. So, focus required for Edwards and Claremont, who need to respond here because Katecha and Mays are 2 points away from success.
They've done a really good job there of pushing Ray Claremont out wide and forcing her off the kitchen line in that dink exchange.
Match point, Nick Mays, dear Katecha. That ball goes
And there's some great
wide.
defense there, but just not good enough. Can they save a second match point?
That goes long from Edwards on a big play. And dear Katecha and Nick Mays advance through to the semi-final. Edwards and Claremont will go into the playoff positions where they will continue their journey here in Hampshire, but without the opportunity to medal. Disappointment for Claremont and Edwards, who ultimately lacked the consistency that was shown by Mays and Katecha. Congratulations to them. They continue in their ambitions for a podium finish. Meanwhile, we've heard from Natasha that Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo are also through to the semi-final. Who will be joining them? Will it be Wes Jackson and Mega Kapoor? Or will it be Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak? That's our next game on Show Court, and we'll bring you the action live here from Basingstoke after this short break. Feast this time in 3 occasions. Clever from Callum Clark. It's clever. And the speed up from... just potentially lacking a little bit of conviction here, Matthews and Wise. But as you suggest, Dan, that gives them...
Ooh,
nice hands. Great Pickleball comeback. Ball was going out. The ball... Never wanted to see how low you should get in that transition zone in order to defend. That's it. Harry Feast with the 8. What a return, Tom Caulfield. Nice attack from Julie Jones. Just pop up by Matthew and Victor's. Yeah, Harry Feast was caught in the wrong location.
Sat down here, Nick. But good for the players, I think.
Lovely drop. That's a lovely... It's not working for them currently. Mays missed time. Rare error happened in their group stages earlier, and they've got a master plan to try and work their way through to goal. Fast hands. And then speed up from Lauren Gosling. Lovely reset from Oak. And Fortune for... Nice speed up from... A little bit of... That's lovely. Not sure in the early stages.
Yeah, and Gate's still a regular player.
Nice play once more from Adam, first server, puts pressure on the partnership to score. Wise just releases.
Really good play.
Pop up. Jack Edwards remark. Quarter-final action continues at the Hampshire Court Hotel as Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak take on Mega Kapoor and Wes Jackson. It's the Franklin Hampshire Open, event number 12 of 14. 1,000 tour points up for grabs for your first place finishers, your gold medalists. And we're getting closer to determining who that will be. Kapoor and Jackson at the top of your screen. Matthews and Oak at the bottom. And a strong start for Kapoor and Jackson.
That's a lovely shot from Mega Kapoor. She saw Lewis Oak come across. She saw the gap. and just placed it perfectly.
Nice defences from Matthews, because the reset from Jackson was delightful. Matthews, backhand volley, forehand volley, demonstrating her vast array of defensive abilities. Unlucky from Oak.
There's a part of me that really hoped that that might go over. That would have been a lovely reset.
Wow. Lewis Oak defending extraordinarily well in the mid-court region, able to reset that ball on the half volley.
Very impressive. That is very difficult to do. I like this combination of Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak. This feels like a very strong pairing. You've got power from Tracy Matthews, and then you've got the difficult spin and incredible resets and drops that Lewis Oak is able to provide on the right-hand side.
Yeah, they're a great partnership, Matthews and Oak, and great players in their individual rights also, both with interchangeable attributes that they bring to the court. What a speed up.
Shot.
Tracy Matthews piercing the partnership of Kapoor and Jackson. Early preparation, rolls the paddle over the top of the ball, generating topspin. Great shot selection from Matthews, exploits the gap.
Oh,
ATP
wow.
from Wes Jackson. It is showtime here in the
heard it
quarterfinals,
here.
live from Basingstoke. Natasha Hood, what a play.
Oh, the first showtime that we've had today from the mouth of Nick Hobbs himself. Things are starting to heat up here in Basingstoke.
Yeah, when we get to the quarterfinals, Natasha, which you'll be all too familiar with as a player, does the atmosphere, does the tension just have an impact on your ability to play consistently? Is that something you can block out?
I think you kind of get to another level of focus as you start to get into the quarters and the semis, because you kind of have maybe had one or two tougher matches in the day. But really, it's when the quarters, you know, in the knockout stages, it is all to play for. And no one wants to go home without a Pickleball medal. Oh, absolutely incredible from Tracy Matthews. I love that play. Aggressive. She was off the court at one point. She was back on. She was not letting that ball go past her. Something I love about the way Tracy Matthews plays is that she's not sort of a right-hand woman in mixed doubles who will sit and be a steady Eddie. She will go after balls and she will be aggressive and she will go toe-to-toe with any man on the other side of the net. Doesn't matter who it is.
She'll do indeed. Just showing the softer side of her game there, putting the ball into difficult locations for Kapoor to respond with. That's a big drive by Matthews. Oak decided to stay back on that particular occasion. The ball dropped out, but look at the power from Matthews. In 2 consecutive points, you've seen the soft touch and control and the out-and-out power from Matthews.
I wonder if that was just going to drop out, but Mega hit that as she was coming in on the run.
And after a bright start for Kapoor and Jackson. The response from Oak and Matthews, impressive. Managing to put together consecutive points, build a rhythm and play the match at their tempo.
And what would you say if you were coaching in the corner of Kapoor and Jackson? What would your advice to them be?
I think you're much better positioned than me, Natasha, to be offering advice. But one of the things I'm definitely looking to be doing is just to slow this game down in terms of not the speed ups or the drives from Oak and Matthews, but the tempo in which the game's being played at. And you can see Wes Jackson doing a little bit of that now. He knows exactly where he should be standing. But just disrupt the rhythm of the opponents.
Momentum is such a big thing in pickleball, and when you're up, you want to keep that speed of play pretty quick and serve quickly. Whereas if you're down, you really kind of want to delay things and not let people kind of continue their run.
And Wes Jackson's just allowing Megha Kapoor to be targeted here on third shot drives. Kapoor deals with that one nicely. But Wes Jackson is not in this game enough. And even if it was just a switch up now where they look to unwind the stack and bring Wes Jackson over to this side, because on this return, Kapoor's going to be targeted. There we go. And this time Kapoor can deal with the target. She might have a red rag on her back, but she manages to fend off the challenge of Oak and Matthews.
And for those of you with very eagle eyes, you might be able to spot in the balcony a man in a blue hoodie who is the one and only Ben Corsten himself. We have absolute royalty in the house. Just watching here today, not playing. I believe his sister is playing in another division, but we are very happy to see him here.
Oh, indeed. Ben Corsten, globally recognised for his pickleball exploits, and the way this match is going, Oak and Matthews will be soon to reach that position. There's Ben Corsten on the balcony, just
being packed.
Probably messaging you, Natasha, to thank you for the shout out.
I don't know about that. I imagine he's probably messaging Louis Laville saying, I don't know if we could take some of these guys on. I think he's shaking his boots.
Also think he might be having a hit later on with James Chowdhury on the practice court. Oh, swing and a miss by Wes Jackson. And meanwhile, we got too distracted talking about Ben Corsten without focusing on match point there, Natasha. I'm blaming you in its entirety.
Oh dear. I think there was some discussion at the end there about issues with the light at the end of those big windows and struggling to see into the light. But as you said earlier, I just think Wesley Jackson just didn't have a chance to really get into the game there. And Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak were just a very solid pair and really didn't make too many mistakes throughout.
They didn't. They got their game strategy spot on and were able to execute. And when a team's executing a strategy like Oak and Matthews were, you have to nullify that in some way or another. And Jackson and Kapoor just did not have the answers, unfortunately. But it was lovely to see them here today. They go off into the lower level playoff places to see where they will finish in the tournament overall. Meanwhile, you're a mean whale.
Who are you calling a mean whale?
Meanwhile, it's Mayo and Wise in the semi-final against Mays and Katecha, and we'll bring you all of the action in just a few short moments. Don't go anywhere. The action continues here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. And Sisson and Joss Forty made it difficult for Jackson to play. Pace on this time. And Fortune once more. They were tied at 5-5. Great hands by Sisson. Jackson incoming and out go. Reynoso and Basford are running away with this. What a slice drop. What a slice to respond with. That's a big drive by Matt. Lovely location from Hunt. Just misses the volley dink reset. Top spin roll forehand. Yeah, that's...
They need to get in there.
And what resilience, what grit, what determination. Lovely drop. Lovely drop. Oh, the third inch of Oak and Matthews.
And for those of you with very eager Lewis Oak, this feels like a very strong pairing. We've got power from Tracy Matthews. Thinking about the first 3 balls.
Oh, there we go. And this time Kapoor can...
Quote, Nick Hobbs says I'm a superstar of the game. Some great defense here from Mega Kapoor.
Trust it. Just not trusting the quality. I think we're going to remain on air at the end of this game.
Oh, absolutely incredible.
Nice defences from Matthews because the...
Had a couple of those neck cords in the early stages of this game.
You have got to be kidding.
He is locked in, dialed in.
That ball and... Wes Jackson tries the Ernie, but pace. Top spin. Great shot selection from Matthews. Exploits the gap.
Oh!
Hey.
Oh, and welcome back here to Basingstoke at the Franklin event today. And you might be thinking, wow, Nick Hobbs' voice has changed. But never fear. He is just to my left.
Natasha Hood taking up the anchor role. And how things progress here very quickly. Natasha Hood showing all of her expertise. Meanwhile, what a semi-final we've got here, Natasha, as Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise take on Nick Mays and Dear Katecha. It's the Welsh Open champions, and they'll be looking to secure a place in the final. Both of these teams, it's semi-final action.
Dear Katecha and Nick Mays have really impressed me today. Don't think I've seen this combination before, but I feel like they've been really consistent and they've dealt with a lot of power and difficult shots that have been thrown at them. So I think we're in for a really good semi-final here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We saw Mays in action yesterday. That's a great pickup from Scott Mayo. But we saw Mays in action yesterday and he was mightily impressive. You can see how hard he's been working in his game. But Katecha today has been absolutely outstanding. Baseline, mid-core, non-volley zone. She's been excellent and very much showcasing her talents on the grandest stage this weekend.
I know she's only recently stepped up to the 4.5 category. And speaking to her a couple of months ago, I know she was nervous about that. And it's just such a test to, it's always good to put yourself in that difficult position of stepping up to the next category and giving it a go. And I think, we see her today. She really, truly belongs in this category, fighting it out with the best.
Nick Mays, who possibly offers himself some advice after misfiring on that forehand volley.
Impressive balance there, though.
Ball's called good. It was left by Mayo, but ball just caught the line. Still a race to 11.
A lovely reset there from Mayo.
Just tight from Mayo. Didn't give himself any space between the elbow and body to execute that volley.
I think Mayo and Wise here really need to try and slow things down. Be really, really consistent. They've just snatched a little too quickly in a couple of points. And I think they were lucky there because it looked like that ball could have been dropping out, but Mays decided to take it out of the air.
Great rescue from Mays. Miscommunication, but keeps the ball in play. Ouch. This time it's Mayo's turn to misfire with the volley above the height of the net.
And you've got to hand it to Dia Katecha. Some great hands in that rally.
Yeah, extraordinary defence by Katecha. Frustration for Mayo. And Mays and Katecha have got off to the best possible start. Can they cement that here?
And the net has fallen in the favour of Maisie Wise there. The ball clips and just goes past Katecha.
Ball was above the height of the net once more, and Scott Mayo just remarking to Maisie Wise there that we're doing all the right things apart from on the final play, the final opportunity to execute, and that's the right mindset to have because the construction's nice.
I think they've both had some great drops and resets and have been coming in and doing all the right things, as you say. And it is literally just on those last balls where I think they're almost too panicked about finishing the point. And probably after you've made that mistake once or twice, you start to get a little bit tight, start to get a little bit nervous. And I just think they need to keep staying in that point and just let the point play out rather than snatching at it, even when the ball is above the height of the net.
Yeah, it's interesting analysis, Natasha, because it's fairly evident to us from this position that what were winning opportunities earlier on in the round robin stages are not in knockout stage pickleball, because more and more players are able to retrieve. That's a nice redirect from Maisie Wise back in behind Mays, but more and more players are able to keep that ball in play and continue the exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. You always sort of have to up your game in these knockout stages.
Was that going out? Mayo dejected after missing that volley, but refocused straight away.
And I wonder if that has anything to do with the light that Wesley Jackson was mentioning down from the windows at the end. And Dia Katecha again with some absolutely incredible resets. She should be really proud of herself for the way she's playing. She's really come to this tournament and is just absolutely blowing me away, to be honest. I'm really, really impressed with her. I haven't seen her play for a while, and the progression she's made is huge.
And that's evident in the score line here as Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo find themselves with a bit of a bridge as Katecha and Mays have a 6-0 advantage, and Wise and Mayo won't give up here. They'll be considering their strategy, and in the main they've been able to execute that without penetrating the partnership of Katecha and Mays. It's just been the winning opportunity where Mayo and Wise have misfired on. We're back underway. Let's see if anything changes now. And again, that speed up from Wise just didn't need to happen. And you referenced it, Natasha, about snatching and potential a little bit of impatience. It's just about finding the right opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you're a bit tight and you've made a few mistakes, you almost need to not go for the ones that you do when you're feeling on top of the world. We talked about momentum earlier, and it is when the momentum's with you and you've won a few points, that's when you can kind of go for it and snatch it a bit more. But actually, with the kind of start that Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo have had, they just need to be steady eddies for the time being and really focus on consistency.
Steady eddies is the message from Natasha Hood. That's a nice read by Scott Mayo, and will that Ernie inject? There we see it once more. Manages to avoid the non-volley zone, but will the Ernie inject some enthusiasm, some passion, ignite the flame that will see a comeback here for Wise and Mayo? Fast hands, Nick Mays reading the patterns nicely at the base of the triangle. The backhand volley followed by the forehand volley. Goes back in behind Scott Mayo. Second scoring opportunity. Mayo, Wise. Semi-final action, mixed doubles. That goes in off the speed up here from Scott Mayo. Just catches the baseline.
And I really hope that Scott Mayo can use that as some fuel to light that fire. They're looking a little bit dejected.
That's a non-scoring side out, so better from Wise and Mayo. Katecha varying her locations. Look at this. Oh, dear, Katecha.
But
Wow.
I love that from Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo there. That's what I want to see. They really, really waited. Scott did look like he was going to try and Ernie it, but they just kind of waited for the right ball, and some great pickups from dear Katecha. That is a lovely drop there. Great pickup from Scott Mayo.
And Katecha continues to press here. What a speed up. And then she was ready for the response after the defences of Maisie Wise too. And Katecha's running hot and possibly seeing too much of the ball here from Wise and Mayo. And you can very easily fall into that trap, Natasha, of trying to target the female player in mixed doubles. But in this circumstance, I'd be looking to steer clear of Katecha.
Yeah, she just seems to not be missing at all today. And also the problem is that if you need to kind of like also keep the man honest, as they say, to put a ball out wide, drag Nick out wide, and make the players move. Because at the moment, Dia's just ready for everything that they're throwing at her. a nice ball there.
Nice speed up from Wise, targeting the left hip of Katecha. It's a 6-point gap, and it wouldn't be the first comeback we've seen from the duo, the experienced duo of Mayo and Wise. Ernie defended. Oh, this time Nick Mays offers a response. He gives his own Ernie and then gestures to Mayo as if to say, right back at you. Ball's called good by Mayo. So, scoring opportunities. Katecha, Mays.
Yeah, well done, Maisie Wise. She was there. She was ready. Quick hands. She knew it was coming at her.
Very much a standard shot for the female, Natasha, in mixed doubles to predict that speed up to the left hip and get ready on that backhand side. And Maisie Wise is a great example of reading that play. And lovely on the forehand.
I love that shot. Absolutely love it.
So another non-scoring side out, and Mays and Katecha just not scoring as freely as they were in the early stages of this game. Forget they raced into a 6-0 lead. Ernie once more defended. Wise and Mayo just hitting a little bit of form here, and creativity from Mayo, who did touch the net.
And just a question from Nick Mays there about Scott Mayo touching the side of the net.
Yeah,
not the net itself.
Yeah, he touched the bracket, Scott Mayo, not the net, which is a slight difference. And we're restarting. I think Mays was more concerned about Mayo's positioning. A little bit of fortune for Wise. Yeah, Nick Mays was more concerned about Mayo's position on the opposite side of the court, but as long as you play that ball, you can cross over the line of the net. If you don't play the ball, you have to stay on your side, otherwise it is a fault. Nevertheless, action continues. And Wise and Mayo are just becoming a little bit more vocal. The body language changed, Natasha.
I was just about to say, you can kind of see a bit more of the twinkle of the Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise classic duo. And I'm starting to hear them a little bit more. And as you say, starting to get a little bit more creative on court, doing some different bits and looking just a little less kind of tight.
Big deep serve. It's a big deep serve. Ball drops good, as we see on the replay. Nice angle and control. It would have been easy to overhit in those circumstances, but just finds the nice cross-court volley.
And I've just had a thumbs down from Tom Caulfield, which means that in the other semi-final, Lewis Oak and Tracy Matthews will be going through, defeating Tom Caulfield and Jane Wallace. Sorry, not... Do I mean final? Semi-final, yeah. Through to the final.
Yeah,
Confused myself
Oak
there.
and Matthews in the final. Will it be another all stingers affair? Work to do for Mayo and Wise if that's the case, but they are getting to work and starting to make inroads because that's the third non-scoring side out inflicted upon Mays and Katecha in a row. And they'll be getting concerned, Mays and Katecha. They'll feel that. That's a nice speed up from Mays. That ball's not coming back into play. Second scoring opportunity. Huge exchange. Huge matchup. Scott Mayo's just got a little smile on his face as if to say he's ready. Look, and there's the response from Mayo too. Mays knows it too.
This is the Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise that we all know. They are hyped up now.
And a little bit of sledging from Mayo as well, who shouts they don't want it. Let's not forget the scoreline. It was 8-2 to Katecha and Mays. Are Mayo and Wise about to take the lead for the first time? Yes,
I think
they are.
Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise have decided that they do in fact want it. But dear Katecha, you got to hand it to her. Absolute wall out there today.
Mayo and Wise have got the lead for the first time in this semi-final. Oh, and Wise came at a rate of just not able to connect. So this is the fourth scoring opportunity for Mays and Katecha since the churn of ends, and fortune for Mays, but he'll take it. They needed it. They've been stuck on 8 for an absolute age, and on first server we're tied at 9-9, race to 11. That's a great drop.
Lovely drop.
Wow. And back-to-back fortune for Mays and Katecha, who just catch the net tape once more. A net tickle, a net kiss. Is it a kiss goodbye to Mayo and Wise? It's match points. Nice control and communication by Scott Mayo and Natasha. This is it.
Here we go. Second match point. I'm so busy watching. Oh! Nick Mays. Nick Mays. A maze from Nick Mays.
Nick Mays defeats Scott Mayo and Mays Wise as dear Katecha and Nick Mays progress through to the final in an enthralling encounter as Katecha and Mays celebrate. It got a little bit nervy, it got a little bit edgy, it got a little bit tense, it got mightily exciting for us watching from the sidelines, as I'm sure it did you at home. Meanwhile, we know that it will be Lewis Oak and Tracy Matthews taking on Nick Mays and dear Katecha in the gold medal match, as Wise and Mayo must contest the bronze against Jane Wallace and Tom Caulfield. And we'll be back with that final, Natasha, after a short break.
I cannot wait.
Neither can I.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
This is huge. This exchange is huge, and Jackson makes no mistake. Top spin. Great shot selection from Matthews. Exploits the gap.
Oh!
Hey.
Some great defense here from
Get
Mega
forward.
Kapoor.
Trust it. Just not trusting the quality. I think we're going to remain on air at the end of this game.
Oh, absolutely incredible.
Feel that. That's a nice speed up from Mays.
Yeah, she just seems to not be missing at all today. And also the problem is that
for the first time. Yes,
I think
they are.
Gone.
A 6-0 lead. Ernie once more defended. Why? Ball's called good by. Lovely location from Hunt. Just misses the volley dink reset. Yeah, it's interesting. Ouch, this time it's May. What resilience, what grit, what determination. Look at this. Oh, dear Katecha. Yeah,
That's a lovely shot from Megan Kapoor. She saw they need to get in there.
And that was a nice intersection by Kapoor. Welcome back to the Franklin Hampshire Open live from the Hampshire Court Hotel Basingstoke, where we've reached the final of the mixed doubles 4.5 plus. And what a final it's scheduled to be. Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak taking on Dear Katecha and Nick Mays. The best of 3 games. First to 11, win by 2. Ball's called good on the baseline, so quick turnover for Oak and Matthews. And a nice solid start for Oak and Matthews, who win the first 2 exchanges of this final. Once again, the game plan there for all to see. Try and engage Dear Katecha in some kitchen exchanges. And there's no drive in here for Matthews and Oak. It's all about precision play and control at the kitchen. And once more, for the 3rd time in a row, Oak and Matthews execute their game plan and strategy perfectly. Rejoining me in the commentary box for the final, as she has done all day, is Natasha Hood. Natasha, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. I was just dealing with the big boss, Steve Beale, asking some questions about the lineup. And I've missed quite a few points, it seems.
I have indeed, because Oak and Matthews are completely dialed in to a strategy that is working wonders for them.
And is that one that their Pickleball Stingers manager has put together for them?
We had a small chat, but this is all about Oak and Matthews. What a rescue. Oh, my word. Oh, such a shame.
Do you know what
impressive.
I love, though, is that I love the way that they both covered the court and moved so brilliantly around. And I know that last ball didn't come off, but that was fabulous play from the pair, and really, really impressed at the athleticism from both of them.
Great rescue once more. Great location from Katecha. And Katecha going back in behind Oak is the orchestra and the music that Mays wants playing here on that side of the court, because that manages to turn the tide slightly. And Katecha's conducting now.
They've been a really supportive partnership all day, Mays and Katecha. Really bringing each other up and celebrating each other. Love to see it.
This time it's Mays with
rescue.
unbelievable defence.
Great drop again. She handled the first few balls really well from Lewis Oak, but dear Katecha just fell at the last one. Great aggression from Lewis Oak. Picking on a target and sticking with it. As you say, they've got their game plan sorted, don't they?
They do indeed, and they're finding all the right locations on their soft game, their dinking strategy on point. Oak and Matthews. Lewis Oak could set up the winning opportunity. Matthews gives him a kick on the backside, as if to say, move out the way if you're going to miss them and I'll play the winning shots.
Tim Spurway is next to us, and he's played with Tracy Matthews before. Has she ever done that to you in a tournament, just given you a swift kick when she's not happy with your performance?
Yes. She makes herself known on court. If you've done something wrong, you'll know about it. But a fantastic partner, definitely. Tash.
That
Lewis, yeah, lucky to partner up with her. She always gives 100%, and she has this raw power, and we've been seeing that throughout the course of today.
Well, that drive just going long from Katecha. Lovely drop. Matthews and Oak look strong, look dominant when they're established at the kitchen. And Mays and Katecha are going to have to find a way of nullifying that strength.
Great pickup from Tracy Matthews. Dio the wall Katecha, though. Incredible play. Love the angle. She didn't go for pure power there. She found the angle and just placed it beautifully. And I love that from Tracy Matthews. She just came in so aggressively, crept up to the kitchen line, and boom.
Tracy Matthews too far back in the court to execute. She recognises that and slightly frustrated with herself, but opportunity for Katecha and Mays.
I know she didn't give herself a kick. That's really stunning from Lewis Oak.
Valuable asset for Oak is his athleticism, pace, speed and acceleration around this court. Very much alert at every opportunity.
That's something I really dislike about playing Lewis Oak, is that he covers the court so well and he's so athletic. And it just, you think, oh, maybe he'll pop this up. And he never does.
Matthews and Oak just not scoring as freely as they were in the opening stages of this final, though. The first game of our mixed doubles final. Lewis Oak just tries to change the direction of attack. Just trying to influence the mindset of Mays. And even though that ball didn't come over the net, that'll be something that Mays will remember, Natasha.
Yeah, it's when someone makes a mistake once or twice, you immediately go back to kind of start picking on that again. Because generally, as much as people would like to reset the points and kind of forget what's happened, that mistake will stick in their memory, and if you can go right back and play on the same ball again, you might find you get lucky. I think it touched the paddle of Mays there. I heard a little clip.
Did indeed, and Mays was the first to indicate that.
Winner.
Ball just bounces wide, crawls across the top of the net and goes agonisingly wide for Dear Katecha. No.
Slight confusion there about the score and the sides. I think Mays and Katecha were on the wrong side, which can happen when you're switching. Just sometimes get a little confused about where you're supposed to be.
Lewis Oak pinpoint with his accuracy.
That is something that Roger Oliver calls the Lewis Oak forehand drop. It's a nasty one.
Just hits the sideline and races away with the amount of topspin he's able to generate on the ball.
That is a lovely change of direction by Dear Katecha.
She read the play by Matthews.
That is stunning.
Leaps across the non-volley zone for an Ernie of her own. Very much reading the play here on the show court. Great anticipation, great footwork, and great execution.
I know we don't have star players at Pickleball tournaments, but I think if I were to pick one, Dear Katecha would be my star player for the day. She's really, really surprised me, and I'm really proud of her for just... She looks so comfortable now playing at this level.
That ball just goes long from Matthews, speeding up off the bounce. We don't have star players, or we didn't. We do now. Katecha receiving the Star Player Award from Natasha Hood. No greater accolade. And on the back of that accolade, she just puts that ball wide.
Jinxed her. Sorry, dear. Quite a high serve from Nick there, I would say. Lewis Oak handling those drops with ease.
He'll want that back. He didn't get the paddle low enough to begin with. The paddle started at the maximum height of the ball, and as a result, he just penetrated it into the top of the net.
Starting to sense a bit of frustration on the side of Matthews and Oak there. As you said, those points aren't coming quite as freely as they were.
Wow. That ball goes in. What a response. Oh, great action here in the mixed doubles final as Nick Mays lies all across the non-volley zone. And if nothing else, it would have been a fault for that very reason. But sublime defences from Katecha and Mays. Matthews with a great response for an aerial ball that bounced just in front of the baseline. Oak alert to counter also. And Natasha Hood, does it get any better?
I mean, I'm slightly offended because I'm not on the court. So I'm hearing you say that it's worse when I'm on court. But no, I'm absolutely loving this. And I've got to say, all the players out here, just, you can tell they want it. And look at what they're giving us. Look at that. Nick Mays is fired up. Lewis Oak is looking like that should have been a winner. Nick Mays.
Octane action all the way in the mixed doubles final. It's some unbelievable stuff. And after the firefight, just when you require a soft touch, becomes the most difficult shot to play when you're used to powering volleys, defending power, resetting and composing yourself when the adrenaline is high, Natasha. Not always easy.
No, not at all. Something I definitely struggle with sometimes, and it's helpful when you've got a partner that you know well who can kind of just calm things down a bit and help you feel a bit more at ease.
And Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak have moved away from the strategy that served them so well in the opening stages of this final. And as a result, Mays and Katecha are making inroads into their lead. In fact, they're just 1 point away. The ball's bouncing for Oak and Matthews again, Natasha. And that's why they were successful in that exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was going to say just before that, we haven't seen a dink in a while. And that they need to be coming in and playing those types of points. Especially with Lewis Oak's backhand dink. When he's able to put that out wide and with the spin, it just is very difficult to get back. The bounce is very challenging.
Ooh. And the great thing about the technical abilities of Katecha is she gets so low in that transition zone, Natasha. Her paddle so close to the floor, she's able to anticipate where that ball's going. Game point, Oak, Matthews. And Oak and Matthews get the job done at the very first time of asking. Impressive at the start and end of that game, but the middle will give hope for Nick Mays and Dear Katecha that they can make a bigger imprint on this final in what will become a must-win second game if they're to continue in their quest for gold. Meanwhile, the equation's simple for Matthews and Oak. Win the second game, take away the gold medal. Natasha Hood.
Oh, I mean, what a first set. That was incredibly fun to watch. And I believe Nick Hobbs is giving a bit of advice to his Pickleball Stingers players. And we've got the bronze medal match heading on the other court there on court 1, which is just out of view, or court 2, I should say. And we've got Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo playing against Tom Caulfield and Jane Wallace. So it's the Pickleball Stingers versus North London Smash. A combination of Surrey Smash and North London Storm. But we are here on show court with Lewis Oak and Tracy Matthews from the Pickleball Stingers and Nick Mays and Dear Katecha. who maybe weren't the favourites to be in this final, but have really come out and earned their spot. And they will be hoping to win this next set.
Definitely not the favourites, but most deservedly have their position in the final and have showcased already in game one their fortitude and abilities. They will need a better start than they had in game one, though. The strategy's back for Oak and Matthews and on display from the off in game two. They want that ball bouncing in front of Katecha.
They are winning those longer points, and they've been really successful when, as you say, they've just placed the ball at Katecha's feet.
And it's forcing Mays to do things like that. Try and be creative, try and be expansive, and that's where you draw errors. Mays and Katecha will need to stick to a game plan if they're to be successful always. Not just looking to nullify and defend, but looking to create a strategy where they can counter.
Lovely shot from Tracy Matthews, right through the feet of Dia Katecha, I believe.
And just the one thing that stands out to me, Natasha, I don't know if it does to you, but for all of Katecha's success, if she really is to move on to even the next level, and that was beautiful from Katecha, just going back in behind Oak not able to rescue. If Katecha's to move even further in her career, she needs to develop an attacking dink rather than a dead dink.
Yeah, absolutely. The dead dink does definitely have its place, and it is useful, especially when you're a bit nervous and trying to kind of settle into the game. But especially at this level, against players like Lewis Oak and Tracy Matthews, you need an aggressive dink.
Nick Mays doing a great job of just supporting Katecha in between points. You referenced it earlier, Natasha. It's such a crucial part of a partnership, a successful partnership, that teamwork.
Yeah, hugely. I mean, you're both going to have points where you're not playing your best, or you're feeling a bit off and you're just feeling a bit under pressure and not playing well. And you just need someone in those moments just to keep you there, keep you steady, tell you it's all going to be okay. And Nick Mays has done a great job of doing that.
Katecha looking much more comfortable in the backhand exchange and managing to apply some spin to her dinks and consider her locations a little bit more fluently on that backhand side, which is really interesting.
I think part of it is it's very difficult as the women in mixed doubles. You're so used to playing on the right and having a woman cross court from you, whereas when you're playing against Lewis Oak as a lefty, you've got him, and that's quite challenging. She's just looking a little bit more comfortable on the left, I think maybe because she's dinking with Tracy Matthews. But that does mean that Nick Mays is going to be covering the middle with his backhand, which we have seen a couple of errors from that today.
I have indeed. I think I'd like to see Katecha when she's in that cross-court exchange with Tracy Matthews. Just straight dinking Lewis Oak, keep him out of the middle. Here now, straight dink. There we go, what a shot. Perfect play. Changes the pattern, and that's great for Mays also. High quality pickleball from all four players. Eventually won by Lewis Oak. But the strategic understanding and court awareness from all four players of high quality, Natasha Hood.
No, absolutely. It's been a great final so far. And even though the score doesn't quite reflect it, some of the exchanges we've had have just been so fun to watch.
Oak and Matthews have this innate ability to stick to a strategy and make it work, and it's working in abundance for the duo as they take an 8-1 lead and Is that lead unassailable? They're not moving away from it, and Mays and Katecha have got to do something different. They're unwinding the stack and putting Katecha on the forehand where she's having so much difficulty at the non-volley zone, and it's been exploited by Matthews and Oak. Great defense by Mays. Oak tries to find the ATP, but Mays defending nicely and countering with an attacking shot of his own. Nick Mays really is a player on an upward trajectory in the sport of pickleball. And Matthews and Oak regain the serve at 9-1. They're 2 points away from victory. And will it be now that we crown our gold medalists back onto that strategy? And once
Lovely
again,
finish from Lewis Oak.
it works a treat. And when Mays and Katecha look back at this, they will learn a whole lot, I'm sure. But in the meantime, Tracy Matthews, Lewis Oak, championship points, gold medal points.
Great reset from Tracy Matthews there. Unlucky from Lewis Oak. They did everything right there, I think.
They did indeed. Second opportunity, the Franklin Hampshire Open at mixed doubles levels coming to a close. And victory for Lewis Oak and Tracy Matthews, who are your gold medalists in the 4.5 plus mixed doubles category. A superb performance by Matthews and Oak, who execute their strategy with precision, with ease, and with absolute quality. Natasha Hood.
Hats off to Coach Hobbs there for his wise words of wisdom to the pair.
Yeah, I think being able to execute slightly more impressive. We referenced it earlier about being coachable, but Oak and Matthews absolutely superb in their application. And what a great experience for Katecha and Mays, who impressed. Nick Mays impressed all weekend. Katecha impressed today. She's your star player of the day, and it's easy to see why, because this will be a valuable experience for them that they can look back upon and just consider their tactical awareness perhaps a little bit more.
I mean, that's the great thing about these matches that you get on show court at this level, when you're able to kind of go back and watch and do a bit of match analysis. I know, for example, Tom Caulfield invited friends around to his house last night and made them watch his men's matches and did match analysis. But it's so useful. So we're so lucky to have this at these Pickleball events. And I think we might even be lucky enough to potentially get an interview with the champions themselves. Nick Hobbs is currently on court, ready to do the post-match interview. Oh, silver medalists first. Dia Katecha and Nick Hobbis, with also Nick Mays.
And we're back live at the Franklin Hampshire Open. I'm joined by our silver medalists, Dia Katecha and Nick Mays, who were absolutely fantastic all day here in the mixed doubles competition. Just one step too far maybe in the final.
Yeah, it was an excellent final. I think Tracy and Lewis did so well at sticking to their game plan. Probably was a battle of endurance sometimes as well at the end of it. I think they stuck to the dinking really well. I think the first game we did quite well. We were like initiating kind of wisely, but then the second game maybe lacked that a little bit. They were not giving us opportunity to speed up, out dinking, and really well done to them. They've played really well.
Yeah, as did you. And Nick, there were some great exchanges in that final. Did the physicalities of this tournament show in the end, do you think?
Yeah, I think the number of games that we had to scrap through to get to this final has probably taken its toll, and so where you needed to just be that little bit step quicker, I think we were probably feeling it in the end. But it was great to be part of so many good exchanges. Dia's been an absolute warrior today, and I've just been kind of watching and supporting from the sidelines and then picking up where I can, so very pleased with this result. Yeah.
And this is very much a significant achievement for you both. Nick, you impressed us yesterday in the men's doubles too, and Dia, you were Natasha Hood, star of the day on commentary. Do you feel like there's more room for progress, and are you happy with your output today?
Yeah, so happy. I found today mindset was everything. I think if you're in a good mindset, you can then bring out your performance. Nick was a superstar. He's being very humble. He played so well. But no, always room for progress, always wanting to learn and improve, 100%.
Yeah, and so you should be. And Nick, what's next for you? Will this team stay together? And what's coming up next?
I mean, we tried it just as, Dia made the offer, and I thought I couldn't turn that down, and we thought we'd just give it a try. It was meant to be just an enjoyable one, and it's just turned out to be a great result. So I don't know what's next. I mean, I'm a strategic player in Dia as well, and it's really paid off today. And I think to be able to have that trust with somebody to sit and talk about the execution between points and switch things up and to achieve the way we have, I think it's really positive. It's worth exploring in the future. So looking forward to lots more.
Yeah, and we hope you can bring lots more too, because you were both thoroughly entertaining, engaging, and played some fantastic pickleball. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Dia.
Nick Mays and Dia Katecha there, as I just beckon in gold medalist Lewis Oak and Tracy Matthews. As we remarked on commentary, two players who are incredibly familiar, the Pickleball Stingers duo, who are taking home gold medals. And Lewis, the strategy in the final, second to none.
Yes, absolutely solid. Tracy was so good at just doing whatever the plan was, and she hardly missed, so it went very well. And the games for the final as well, all the same. All the plans we had, Tracy was so good at just doing it perfectly and being solid all day.
And Tracy, you've gone undefeated today, not dropping a single game. You must be delighted with your individual performance, but also this team as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. I think we took a bit of time to warm up the first game, but after that we got into the groove and yeah, really good that I managed to listen to Lewis, and he was able to attack, the middle ball, just constant attacks. It was a great team.
And how important was that early game in the day where you played Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise? They were always going to be contenders for the title with a huge amount of backclass. How important was it for you as a duo to get the win on the board there in the early stages?
It was really important, but it's also very hard to play against your friends and also teammates. It's just about being focused and then who can play the right shot at the right time, you know?
And Lewis, you definitely played the right shots at the right times. In the final there were some great rallies and the silver medalists put up a great fight.
Yeah, they did. It was a really, really good final. Scoreline doesn't really represent it. We had a lot of really long rallies, competitive ones, fast, slow. It was a great final altogether.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted that you're the gold medalist. Congratulations to you both. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak are gold medalists at 4.5 plus division in the Open age bracket. But that's not the end of the action here at the Franklin Hampshire Open. We continue as we delve into over 50s men's doubles for the next hour or two. Stay with us because the action continues here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
And welcome back, everyone. Our 18 plus mixed 4.5 plus division is over. And a fantastic set of matches that we saw. We've been watching it all morning into the afternoon. And a huge variety of players and some absolutely brilliant play. I hope you enjoyed it. And now we are going to get some cracking action from the 50 plus men's 4.0 round robin. And on court at the moment and about to begin, we have Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley on the near side. And they are playing Daryl Blair and Simon Mansell. Daryl Blair in the red shirt at the top of your screen. Simon Mansell in the white shirt. So this is the opening match in this category. Other matches in this group will be playing or being played on the other courts. And I can talk you through some of the names in this group. We have 6 teams making up the group. Julian Hayes, Martin Herbert, Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley, Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson, Philip Mills and Simone Saladi, Daryl Blair and Simon Mansell currently on court, and Richard Wright and Tex So. This is just one group in the 50 plus 4.0 division. Coburg and Stanley making an impressive start, racing to a 5-0 lead. And a 6-0 lead, and we saw Elton Coburg out on court yesterday. Late on in the day, I believe Nick Hobbs was getting slightly delirious by the end of the day. A few Elton John puns, so apologies to Elton for that.
To be fair, Tim, Elton just came up to me before he started playing and said he thought we'd got his name wrong yesterday, and I explained that we were cracking jokes about Elton John's song, so pretty sure we did get his first name correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems to me that he lives his life like a candle in the wind.
Well, that was my joke, Tim. I mean, at least Elton's still standing.
But doing well, Elton John in the music career, but in the pickleball career, Elton Coburg equally impressive in this match. Him and Michael Stanley racing to a 7-0 lead. But Blair and Mansell get their first point on the board. Powerful smash there. Michael Stanley. And they are in a rush, Michael Stanley and Elton Coburg. Yeah, congratulations to Elton Coburg yesterday as well, winning the silver medal in the 50+ mixed 4.0 category. And a nice leave there. Just slightly overplayed by Darryl Blair. And that can happen when you are chasing the game sometimes. You start to try and look for winners, but a nice leave by Simon Mansell. Lovely little flip by Michael Stanley. Lovely to watch that forehand roll from him. Straight down the middle. Nice indeed. Oh, and a nice angle found as well. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Michael Stanley. Racing to a 10-1 lead, and this match could be over before we know it. And over hit, and there it is, folks. 11-1, Coburg and Stanley. That is a statement win for them. The first match in this division, laying down the marker. They will be absolutely delighted. Blair and Mansell will have to look to the next match, where they will hope to work their way into the game, because Coburg and Stanley didn't give them a chance. They were all over the court, playing some lovely shots, and very impressive win for them. We'll be seeing them a bit later on as well. We're seeing them a couple of times. Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley. Make that 3 more times. Coburg and Michael Stanley clearly liking the opportunity of playing here on the show court. If they can keep up those kind of performances, they will be certainly one of the teams to beat in this division. We are switching to a different group here in the men's 50+ 4.0 division. And out on court, Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson are playing Philip Mills and Simone Salardi. This is another match actually in the group, the first group of this 50+ men's 4.0 division. So this will be their first match. So just warming up, Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson. Stephen Richardson in the blue, nearest to your screen. So a reminder of the teams in this group. We have Julian Hayes, Martin Herbert, Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley. Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson, who we will be watching shortly. As will Philip Mills and Simone Salardi. Daryl Blair, Simon Mansell, and Richard Wright and Tex So. So we will be taking a short break as we wait for the full set of players to get us going in this match. So we'll be back very shortly.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back, everyone. Second match here at the Franklin Hampshire Open. And delighted to bring you some more matches from the 50+ men's 4.0 category. Out on court currently. We'll be watching this match. Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson. They will be playing Philip Mills and Simone Salade. So Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson on the right-hand side of your screen, currently warming up. Peter Diffie in the black. And Stephen Richardson in the blue. Simone Saladi at the top left-hand side of your screen. And Philip Mills at the bottom right in the black. So, first match for all 4 players. And this is from the same group as the first match that we watched. I can tell you it's 2 groups in this division. We will be watching some action from the second group later on. And in the second group, we have Anthony Devereaux and Phil Nash from the Pickleball team, who we did see a little bit of yesterday. Paul Homisham and Steve Reynolds. Phil Hode and Mark Powell. Tim Goodhand and Bruce Rigg. Andy Orge and Philip O'Hara making up the last team in that group. So the players about ready to begin. And both will be hoping for a quick start. And it was a dream start indeed for Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley in the last match, winning that encounter 11-1. Both teams on court currently will be hoping for that kind of result. The game is underway. So side out to start us off. Mills and Saladi serving. That one just going long. And opening up the opportunity nicely there. Moving forward through the court, but Saladi unable to capitalise. Oh, he rescued the first. He reacted to the second, but the third got the better of him, Saladi. And that's the first point on the board. Diffie and Richardson. A good leave there from Mills. Demonstrating some nice play early on. Diffie and Richardson. Opening up a 3-point gap. Looking assured. I believe I've seen these two play before. On a show court here a few tournaments ago now. Oh, and a lovely half drop, half drive from Diffie, but just couldn't execute the follow-up. Oh, and that is a tag. It's an accidental tag, I believe. But a painful one, no doubt, for Saladi. Especially painful given the scoreline. And some slight frustration there from Diffie. But winning a serve back. The point on the board for Mills and Saladi. That will settle them a little bit. Not easy. We always comment, not easy playing on the show court, particularly in the first game, where you haven't got a feel, perhaps, for the courts. Unable to execute that roll volley. And another point goes to Diffie and Richardson. Oh, and they're getting the luck as well. And a second tag for Saladi. He's taken them well, but it's not going to help his mood. 6-1. Great reset. Oh, that's some quality play, and Saladi and Mills are going to have to play like that, I think, if they're going to forge a way back into this match. Brilliant. Brilliant play, brilliant drops. So 1-7-1. Yep. Oh, and that is such brilliant reactions there from Stephen Richardson. Managing to steer that ball back in after being driven at with ferocity. Fantastic play. So a non-scoring side out. And Diffie and Richardson really playing some quality stuff here, both on the attack and defense. That one just dropped short. Take it over the net. We're at 7-1-2. And a bit of a fake out there from Peter Diffie. Thought he was going to swing at that. All going out. But a 7-point lead opened up. And this is looking as one-sided as the first match so far. Saladi and Mills need to do something special. And they need to do it fast. And a missed serve is not what the doctor ordered. Fantastic play. An angle found down the line. Again by Peter Diffie. And they are really showing their class here, Diffie and Richardson. Haven't put much of a foot wrong in this match. And they are greedy. They are wanting every single point and showing their frustration when they do let one get away from them. Oh. And Stephen Richardson and Peter Diffie get another point on the board. Peter Diffie moving forward into that ball. Ball probably going out. An 8-point gap now. What a drop. Oh, and it was one shot too far for Peter Diffie after rescuing 2 or 3 balls he had no right to. But the serve will go back to Mills and Saladi, and a point on the board for them. And they will need all the luck they can muster, Mills and Saladi. Net coming to their aid there. And another point. But it's a long way back still. And it's an even longer way back. Saladi flying across on the backhand side, but unable to keep that ball down. But a good leave there. Not always easy to leave those ones. Drive down the middle. Pinned at the back of the court here. Oh, and would you believe it? Would you believe it? Said Mills and Saladi needed some luck. Well, Diffie and Richardson got it in that point. And unfortunately for Mills and Saladi, that does bring up a game point. But successful in keeping them back in that rally. So they will have an opportunity to get some points on the board. This is the first game, as we were saying, for these 4 players. And so wanting to get as many points as they can. Points could be crucial for qualification. That ball just going out. So another opportunity for Diffie and Richardson to put this one to bed. And what has been a pretty impressive display from them. And that one does go long. The slice return from Saladi. Just dropping long. And a very, very impressive display from Diffie and Richardson. They are going to be tough to beat, I think. They can play like that. Successful in attack and defense. They had no right to win some of those points, but they did, and smiles on their faces as they leave the court. I'm looking forward to seeing more from them. And as we can see in the background here, the podium is full of players. They are just doing the ceremony. They are just doing the ceremony for the mixed 18 plus, 4.5 plus division. And we can see the medalists up on the podium. And congratulations to Tracy Matthews and Lewis Oak. Earned their medals. Nick Mays and Dia Katecha, and Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo getting the bronze there in that bronze playoff. Many congratulations to them. And that's 2 medals for the Pickleball Stingers, bronze and gold. So a very strong performance for the PPL Championship or Challengers team. But we will be coming back after this short break for some more action from the 50 plus 4.0 men's division. And some recognisable faces out on court just warming up. We'll be watching Elton Coburg, the great Elton Coburg, and Michael Stanley. And they'll be playing Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert. So we'll be back to watch that one very shortly indeed.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Nick Hobbs says I'm a superstar of the game.
Lovely drop. Lovely drop. Oh, the third on this game. That's powerful from where side of the court because that manages to turn the tide slightly. And Mayo and Wise have got the lead for the first time in this semi-final. Oh, and Wise came.
Here we go. Second match point. I'm so busy watching. Oh!
Feel that. That's a nice speed up from Mays. Big deep serve. It's a big deep serve.
We see her today. She really truly belongs in this category, fighting it out with the best.
Nick Mays of Oak and Matthews.
And for those of you with very eager...
Lovely location from Hunt. Just misses the volley dink reset.
You can tell they want it. And look at what they're giving us. Look at that.
That goes in off the speed up. Nice defences from Matthews because Reynoso and Basford are running away with this. What a slice drop. What a slice.
Yeah, well done, Maisie Wise. Jane, his partner, was saying that she might pull a muscle. And I did say I would come in my... Yeah, she just seems to not be missing at all today. And also the problem is that...
Incoming and out go for the first time. Yes,
I think
they are.
Gone.
Wes Jackson tries the Ernie, but pace. What a reset. Sisson, who comes back firing. Great defense. And the top spin. Great shot selection from Matthews. Exploits the gap.
Oh.
That's a nice read.
Some great defense here from
Get
Mega
forward.
Kapoor.
Trust it. just not trusting the quality.
Against certain players and choose not to.
Miss volleys from...
Welcome back, everyone. Another 50 plus 4.0 encounter here. And watching some familiar faces and a couple of new faces. So, Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley playing Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert. So, Martin Herbert at the top right of your screen. Julian Hayes in the blue at the bottom left. And Elton Coburg top left and Michael Stanley bottom right. So they are just practicing their serves before we will get going on the action here. And I am delighted to get a new voice that we haven't heard this weekend. But we are looking forward to it. And he's bringing silverware with him as well. It is Scott Mayo. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you very much, Tim. A net cord to start. Ooh, just what we like to see. I've seen a couple of the people in the comms, and it's lovely to see some expert players, some great top-level players, I'm sure giving some fantastic insights. So, see if I can do just even 20% of what they can. I saw people like Tash Hood, etc. in the box. What was it like with them?
Well, I was largely doing the buttons. It's relegated to the buttons. But Tash Hood, sorry, I've deeply offended Neil there. The buttons is a fantastic job. It's actually my favourite job, and it's a skilled job. But no, Natasha Hood did a fantastic job and provides some great insight into high-level play that she plays at, as no doubt you will as well, Scott.
Yeah, and no doubt to see just in a few of these early exchanges that there's some high-level players in this court too, showing their touch there in mid-court. Just a little bit unfortunate though. So 1-1-2. Has it already?
So we saw Elton Coburg and Mike Stanley in the first match on the show court in this division, and they put on an impressive performance, winning 11-1. So this is I believe, their second match, so they'll be wanting to replicate that performance in this one. But impressive play. As we mentioned, Elton Coburg getting a silver medal yesterday in the 50-plus mixed division, 4.0. So can he go one better today? We shall find out.
Yeah, Elton Coburg there, just dropping that one into the net. But what I do like about Elton's play is he does seem to move very, very well. And if you see him operating at the kitchen, he uses his knees and legs so well to get low and soften those balls just to sort of drop them into the kitchen. So that's just something just to keep an eye on if you're looking to learn the game a bit.
There you go. Let's watch Elton's legs intently, says Scott Mayo. No, you're absolutely right, Scott. He's got great natural movement. Moving up the court nicely there. And such an important area of pickleball is movement. And it does vary a lot from player to player.
Just a double bounce, I do believe, before that ball did end up eventually going into the net. So there was a double bounce prior to that.
And Elton Coburg just thinking that ball was going out. And it did just catch the line.
This time he was right to let that one leave. But again, I really do like his movement at the kitchen. The way he's able to move his body out of the way to then play a shot. Great anticipation, great read. And that's one of the best rallies we've seen in this match so far. Good hands, good resetting ability.
Yeah, I liked that from Michael Stanley, that contact point for that backhand shot right out in front of his body, able to anticipate where that ball was going. A lovely put away there from Julian Hayes.
Yeah, another point I'm just noticing here as well is Stanley is very much trusting Coburg's ability to reset, to drop it into the kitchen. Just like that. And he does seem to have a lot of faith and trust in his partner, so he's able to take a couple of yards up. Might not always be beneficial. It might mean that there is quite a lot of pressure on Coburg to hit some good drops, but great to see that he does have trust in his partner to play those shots.
Just a misfire from Coburg there, and they fall 3 points down. Finding the gap in the court nicely there, though, with the slice half drop in the previous shot. Just loaded up with backspin, made it very, very difficult for Julian Hayes to get to it. And a great reset there from Martin Herbert. And the put away by Julian Hayes. And they take a 6-2 advantage into the change of ends. So, unfamiliar territory for Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley. Cruising through the first game. They've got work on their hands to try and get back into this one.
Also, it's always great actually from this commentator's perspective where we can see really side on to the court. The way that Herbert takes the ball out in front of him when playing a drop is, I'd say for a better word, textbook, but talking of textbook, that's a textbook drop shot there from Coburg. Excellent ability, excellent touch. Lovely shot.
Yeah, really nice, delicate hands there. You've got to be so accurate when you're hitting drops like that. One just misfired. Julian Hayes, the shot was there, but top of the paddle it was. So a reprieve for Coburg and Stanley and an opportunity to start racking up some points of their own, because they've got it all to do. And the miss serve isn't going to help matters.
Yeah, I think when it scores along the lines of 2-7, it's serve return thirds. Going back to basics, because from 7-2 the game could easily slip away.
But he's slipping away, and it's so difficult chasing the game, Scott, and maintaining discipline in your shot selection as well. I do find when playing, you're trying too much to try and get back in the game. He tried another, and that is a successful drop again. And Elton Coburg has hit some lovely drops. We've seen some lovely touch and feel from him. Oh. And a close call. Martin Herbert just saying it was too close to call out. That one, however, not too close, and another point on the board for Coburg and Stanley. So, can they make a late run here? And it's that fifth there. And just stretching across, Michael Stanley taking the forehand off Elton Coburg.
Yeah, that just goes back to that point you said when you're chasing the game and trying to overplay, and right side player really shouldn't be taking that ball. Elton Coburg was in a position to take it on his forehand, so just the clarity of shot selection is so important in this sport, and so much easier said than done.
It's the kind of clarity you need in order to win a bronze medal in the 18 plus, 4.5 plus division.
All Maisie.
She took every shot, did she?
Yeah. I don't want to talk about today, Tim, thank you, but I appreciate it.
Blimey. I've never seen someone so depressed to win a bronze medal in a stacked field like it has been at the Hampshire
Tell you what.
Open.
What a perfect rally to get off the topic and into the game right in front of us, Tim.
Do you want me to take your bronze medal? I don't mind having it. But we are watching some great play, and that previous point of the game so far.
And this is nice. It really does show the power of dinking, the power of such a soft shot, the ability to be comfortable in those cross-court exchanges. At these levels, in these tournaments, the ability to sit and hit 3, 4, 5 dinks, I'd usually say within that period of time, you're going to be receiving a pop-up, and then it's having the confidence and composure to make the decision to put that one away.
And a late run from Coburg and Stanley, finding their feet. The latter stages of this game, just at the right time. It's Martin Herbert finding the line. The door slam shut for now.
Great patience. Patience, patience, patience. You can tell on Stanley's face. Coburg was, I think, happy in that cross-court exchange.
Trying the element of surprise, Michael Stanley, and missing that follow-up, and perhaps he thought it was in. He gave a look afterwards, but close enough to be called out. And Hayes and Herbert now with game point, and this would be a good win for them. Michael Stanley, beautiful hands at the net. And that is just what they needed, because that was miss and the match is over. Blimey. And things could be heating up here, folks. Hold on to your seats, because Elton Coburg is in the recording studio and he's wanting to pull together another record to play. And this is good play indeed.
Needed that respite, I think. Hayes and Herbert, lovely put away in behind Stanley. Just to stop the flow, stop the rhythm. Just for a little bit. Observe.
Critical point. And top of the tape. It doesn't go over. A look up to the sky from Julian Hayes. He'll find no help there. Oh, maybe he did find some help. The net coming to the rescue. Blimey, his prayers are answered. 10-9. Match point, Hayes and Herbert.
Oh, that's a great leave as well, I have to say. Great match in the end. 11-9. Great encounter. Great first match to watch with you, Mr. Spurway. And hope to watch a couple more with you in the foreseeable. When I say foreseeable, the next couple of minutes.
Yes, indeed. Delighted to have you back in the comms booth, Scott. But I'm afraid if you are in the comms booth with me, I am going to have to ask you questions about your weekend and how you have been playing. I'm afraid, despite your reluctance. The bronze medal, though, beating Tom Caulfield and his partner in the final. That's a pretty in the bronze final. That's a pretty good result.
Yeah, it was a solid result. I think Tom just a little bit slow getting started. And then started to turn it on in the coming games. He played absolutely outstanding. I have to say, the hands battles between Tom Caulfield and Maisie Wise, I was merely a spectator for so much of that game, and it was an absolute joy to watch them exchange in hands battles. Honestly, it was some of the best hands battles between those two. I mean, we saw Caulfield yesterday on show court, and he's like a spider on the court. His reach from both sides and his anticipation to keep collecting balls and keep retrieving balls, and they just kept coming back. But Maisie Wise, my lovely doubles partner, was as much as equal to the excellent Caulfield. So I have to say, some of those exchanges were excellent. And then, classically, when the ball would come to myself, I would be the one in those exchanges that tend to ruin such great rallies in those instances. But yeah, it was a great bronze final. Went to 3, and it was 11-9 in the third as well. So, credit to all players on court, but especially credit to Maisie Wise having to put up with playing with me today. Not playing at my best. And Maisie's, I have to say, since PPL last weekend, has been absolutely solid and has really, really upped her game in the recent weeks. And so it's making my job a lot easier at this time. Thank you very much, Maisie Wise. Shout out to you.
There you go. Ooh, the credit apparently going to Maisie Wise. And we did notice on court yesterday and today actually commented on how much we feel Maisie has been improving In the last few tournaments in particular, really, really ridiculous hand speed she's developing. And not just the hand speed, but the ability to redirect those balls low rather than popping them up, which is such an important skill in pickleball, that assurance at the net.
Yeah, also the ability of the right side player to pick up balls at their feet. But enough of the waffle from a bronze medal match, because again, Tim, we've got the lovely distraction of what's in front of us right now.
Yes, indeed, we have. And Hayes and Herbert straight back to action here on the show court after an impressive win for them. And they will be playing two other giants in this division who we saw earlier on play on the show court and got an 11-1 win their own. So Hayes and Herbert will be looking to chop down another pair of impressive performers in Richardson and Diffie. So Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson beating Philip Mills and Simone Solari 11-1 in their opening encounter. And they will be looking again to put on a performance for us on the show court here. The grandest stage at the wonderful Hampshire Court Hotel. And we'll be getting used to seeing the Hampshire Court Hotel at Picklebee events. Pretty much every Picklebee event next year scheduled to be at this venue. The players love it. We love it.
Yeah, it's a great venue. Great courts. Really going to have to try the spa after one of the days playing. I haven't decided, I haven't had an opportunity to do so yet, but it doesn't seem like a bad idea to put the feet up, get the jets on the back, sit in the sauna, sit in the steam. Maybe that's the secret, Tim.
Might give you a slightly different perspective about your game, Scott. A bit more optimistic, perhaps.
Maybe you're right, Tim. Great defense. Great. Oh!
Now that is quality defense there from Hayes and Herbert, showing the kind of form that took them to victory in their previous game. Diffie and Richardson finding the angles with the overheads, but Hayes and Herbert stretching like Stretch Armstrong, both of them.
Incredible defense, and I think highlight of the weekend for me was Herbert's face after winning that point. Looked over to the commentary box and really sort of had a face of, that was good, I enjoyed that one. And that's why we love this sport.
And they have raced, Scott, to a 7-1 lead. And perhaps now putting down the marker, saying we are the team to beat here in this 4.0 50-plus division.
That was great from Herbert. Herbert's return of serve there meant that there was constant pressure with the necks, unable to get up to the kitchen as quickly as they'd like, meaning 3, 4, 5 shots in a row to that right-hand side. And then eventually when they did get to the kitchen, that pressure then was a little bit too much.
Finding a good return there, Richardson, and trying to G up his partner, Peter Diffie here, just saying don't worry about a couple of wayward shots.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. A low drive there doing the damage.
I have to say, it's makes a huge difference to have a partner such as Richardson in your corner, G'ing yourself up, G'ing your playing partner up. It can be quite a lonely place, even in doubles. And so having a partner that's able to make you feel a bit better about your game and giving you some confidence, massive part of this sport. And something we should all learn. It's more of a note to myself from today, actually, more than anything.
I feel like this is some introspection going on here from Scott Mayo in the commentary booth. I feel like he's changing as a person before our eyes.
How does he manage that? Oh,
great blimey.
Hands from Richardson. A little bit lucky with the net cord at the end, but make your own luck in this sport by having such great hands initially.
But it was a lovely single-handed backhand by Martin Herbert. Driven with power and precision. And I'm sure 99% of the time that would have won him the point. Oh, he had the paddle up, rating for it. And that is a classic display there of understanding and anticipating the most likely shot your opponent's going to hit. And we've seen it in perfect display there from Julian Hayes, steering that ball on the forehand past his opponents.
Just a note here. I think Richardson maybe just needs to trust his drops a little bit more. He's hitting some excellent drops, but just staying back.
Match point here, Hayes and Herbert. Steadying the ship there. Stephen Richardson on the backhand side. Ball just a bit too high. Yes, well done, Julian Hayes, and a deserved victory there for Hayes and Herbert. Another impressive performance, and they have laid down the marker. Another great win for them. And a great one to watch, but we will be taking a short break and we'll be back with more action after we just hear from our sponsors. So join us then.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
That is a lovely change of direction.
Great rescue once more. Great location from Katecha. And Katecha going back in. That's powerful from Wes Jackson and Dominic. Oh.
Oh, absolutely incredible.
Top spin. Great shot selection from Matthews. Exploits the gap.
Oh.
Berg's ability to reset, to drop it into the kitchen.
What a reset. Sisson, who comes back firing. Great defense. And
Yeah, well done, Maisie Wise.
Mayo and Wise have got the lead for the first time in this semi-final. Oh, and Wise came.
He is locked in, dialed in.
That ball and feel that. That's a nice speed up from Mays.
It goes to Diffie and Richardson. Oh, and they're getting the
changes now. And again, that speed up from Wise. Just 40 made it difficult for Jackson to play. Pace on this time. And Fortune once more.
What a drop. A bronze medal in a stacked field like it has been at the Hampshire.
Tell you what.
really stunning from Lewis Oak.
Unlucky from Oak.
Thinking about the first 3 balls.
Ball front of him when playing a drop is, I'd say for a better word, textbook, but
She's just looking a little bit more comfortable on the left. I think maybe because she's dinking with Tracy Matthews.
Big deep serve. It's a big deep serve. That side of the court, because that manages to turn the tide slightly. And
It's a dink. And I love that from Tracy Matthews.
What a speed
lovely
up.
shot.
Lovely drop. Lovely drop. Oh, the third and to respond with. That's a big drive by Matt.
Lot from player to player.
Jane, his partner, was saying that she might pull a muscle. And I did say I would come in my jaw now playing at this level.
That ball just goes long from Matthew.
Lewis Oak. This feels like a very strong pairing. We've got
Balls.
power from Tracy Matthews. And Dia Katecha again with some absolutely incredible resets. She should be really proud of herself for the way she... Lovely shot from Tracy Matthews.
What's that go? That's a nice read. There we go. And this time Kapoor can...
Against certain players and choose not to.
Miss volleys from...
Welcome back, everyone. And we have on court at the moment, warming up, Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson. And they'll be shortly joined by Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley. But they'll want to improve on their last performance. A defeat to the impressive Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert. Back with me again is Scott Mayo. Welcome back, Scott. And hopefully you'll be joining me for a few more matches.
I can do that, Tim. Of course.
Very kind of you. Very kind of you. So, how was your day's play yesterday? Tell us about that, Scott.
It was lovely to play with the delightful Dan O'Brien. First time getting a chance to play with Dan. Although I seem to have a thing for lefties, so more lefties, which means more left side play for me. Great opportunity. I think we just missed out on the quarters by a few points, but then won the remainder of our matches in the best of the rest. So it was a nice way to finish the day. That's what's nice about these tournaments, is you get to have that continuation throughout the day. And the only problem with it is that you just want to play more pickleball, and you want to play more pickleball on this #1 court. So it's a great incentive to continue to play and get opportunity to play on this court that we see right in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a lovely guy, Dan O'Brien. I've not yet played with him. but I will be playing with him in the Nationals, in the 35 plus division, 4.5. So that should be fun. Yeah, how did you find him as a partner, actually?
A little bit of some insight, maybe, Tim. Yeah, I think the great thing about playing with Dan is you can have so much trust that that ball will go back over that net, because even if I put a few a little bit high, Dan's ability to reset from the midcourt and his defensive abilities are, I say, some of the best. For those that are familiar with the stream, watching Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe together are, I think, some of the best defensive players out there, and also now creating a more attacking game too. Dan's serve definitely come a long way as well. So I think I'd put a bit of a wager on you two to do all right in the Nationals at that level at 35 plus. It still surprises me every day I see you, Tim, that you're able to enter 35 plus categories. So kudos to you.
Thank you, Scott. I'm not sure there's many bookies that actually offer bets on doing all right in a tournament.
I don't think there's any bookies quite yet that are for pickleball.
No.
But there's definitely a market there, Tim. The way that this sport's growing, not to say that we should be promoting such things necessarily, but...
No, Nick was talking earlier, actually, about the growth in betting in pickleball in America, particularly since they introduced expected results in DUPA. Apparently the betting market's grown. There you go. The perhaps unexpected outcomes of changes in the DUPA system as we get the action underway here in another 50 plus 4.0 encounter, and another enthralling one. Coburg, Stanley versus Diffie and Richardson.
That's how you hit a forehand drive, people.
Yeah, absolutely stunning stuff. So 2 groups in this 50 plus men's 4.0 division. I can tell you in Group 1, which is the group we have been following all day, Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert have taken 3 wins from 3. And it's all about second place at the moment, because we have a number of teams that have 1 and 2 wins to their name.
Off the cheeks there from Stanley, knowing that maybe got away with one there, but sometimes that is what you need. Pickleball gods very quick to act. Coburg sending that serve wide.
And he realised, and that's unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed for Peter Diffie. He said, "Oh no," even as the ball was still in the air. Well, I can tell you that Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson have won 2 out of 3. Michael Stanley and Elton Coburg have won 1 out of 2. So it's tight. Every match critical, particularly as you have another team that are performing really, really well in Hayes and Herbert. So top 2 to qualify. You would have to think if Michael Stanley and Elton Coburg lose this one, it's a long way back for them if they're going to get one of those top 2 positions. And a tag from somebody outside the court, not even reacting to that ball. Really used to getting tagged.
Excellent initial drop there from Diffie. As we say, those thirds and fifths. Thirds and fifths is what I'm going to be saying in my sleep tonight, because that is all I was repeating to myself all day. How important the third shot is and the fifth shot is in this sport. Fundamentals.
Good start, though, from Diffie and Richardson as they chase down one of those qualification positions. 3 wins will sit them very nicely with 1 game to play after this match. Michael Stanley and Elton Coburg, 2 to play after this match, so this division heating up. We're midway through, but Diffie and Richardson just stretching Elton Coburg beyond his capacity and taking a 6-2 lead into the change of ends.
Yeah, excellent play there from Diffie to get the change of end there. He was able to drive 2 balls, but then the change of pace on the third is what made Coburg be a little bit off balance. Very, very well done. Very well played. Very aware of the court position. We've all been there. That hop, skip and a jump.
Some of us more than others, Scott. Diffie and Richardson playing some assured stuff after showing a bit of frustration in their previous match that we watched on the show court. Steadying the ship here.
Yeah, that shot to Diffie, whilst Diffie is playing on the right, he's absolutely loving, because being a left-handed player means that it sits really nicely onto his forehand, and he's able to just pull that back in behind Stanley. It makes it really, really difficult to return. And that right there is great anticipation of his own third shot. He realised how good it was, knew that ball could only ever come up, and then had composure to put it away very, very astutely.
And Diffie skipping up the court very nicely indeed, able to control that shot very nicely, but Richardson driving it into the net. Again, good anticipation there from Stanley, getting over that ball nicely. Contact point out in front, on the backhand side, right down to the ground.
Yeah, Richardson and Diffie speeding up off the bounces, speeding up the ball under the net, but you've got a lead like they have. You don't need to do that. And it is.
And it's called in. Richardson. Oh, and he's looking furious. And he's sounding furious as well. And this game has got very, very tight. Coburg, Stanley. Oh, and what a time to do it. To throw in a miss serve.
Just like that in pickleball, that momentum may now shift back over to Diffie and Richardson.
Great serve. And the drive. Richardson. Power, power, power. The serve, then the third. You said it was important, Scott. Well, it was important for Richardson and Diffie there. Oh, Richardson, a rush of blood. He felt the previous point.
Yeah, it's that fine balance at this point of having your tail up, wanting the momentum.
Now, can they get forward, though? They didn't need to get forward. The missed volley, Elton Coburg. And after working so hard to get back in this game, they're at game point down. But the net coming to the rescue. And might we have a 1-point game? They need to do it now. 2 points behind. Need to win the next 3. But the drop. Stanley. And this point, utterly, utterly critical. Don't miss the serve, don't miss the third. Well, they didn't miss the third, but the return was good. Catching the back of the line, and Stanley, nothing more he could do than pop that ball up nice and high for the put away. And Richardson to serve now. Just telling his partner the pressure's on them. They're the ones that are trailing. And another game point. Now moving up the court nicely there, Diffie. But
Yeah.
Richardson almost giving his partner space. Staying slightly behind. And a non-scoring side out. And that is partially down to the reactions of Stanley in that previous point. They get another chance here. 8-10. And Elton Coburg, the forehand down the middle. He's coming to life, skipping across the court, putting the ball away at just the time that they need. Handled the ball nicely there. Diffie keeping it low over the net. Stanley unable to steer it back over. Oh, and Richardson, he wheels away and he's got the look on his face like, yeah, that was a good shot.
Lovely shot that, the little inside out. Very difficult to execute, so have the composure to play it. Confusion in the middle. Alton with a drop shot. Great recovery.
And that one does go out, and Diffie and Richardson get the job done. And that's 3 wins out of 4 for them. They will be delighted to get over the line after a spirited fight back from Coburg and Stanley. Good game, that one, Scott.
Yeah, excellent game. And really does show when it was closer then towards the end, the importance of the scoring, the importance of the composure, the shot selection, the side outs in those final moments of a game. That really could have gone both ways. But ultimately it was Diffie and Richardson had the composure, had the clarity of thought to eventually come out on top after a very spirited fight back from Coburg and Stanley. But Diffie and Richardson showing their ability. And I have to say, Diffie in particular, showing great speed on the court, Tim, and the ability to gather some of Coburg's drop shots as well. Not only gather them, but drop them back into the kitchen too. So excellent performance. See if that is enough to get them through into the knockouts.
Yeah, Diffie, there were a few times in that match where he stepped up when he needed to, and he wasn't hesitant in moving up the court as well. So when he got ahead in those rallies, such an important part of pickleball is being able to move up through the court and put more pressure on your opponent. When you've hit a good shot, you don't want to be hanging back, giving your opponent more time to keep you further back. So Diffie doing well there, and they're looking good for qualification. They'll have one more game. And so we'll be back shortly as we have our next game ready. Elton Coburg again. He just loves the show court, as does Michael Stanley. We've been tracking their progress throughout the day and just getting pipped out in that last game. So we'll go to a short break and then we'll be back as Elton Coburg and Michael Stanley will play Philip Mills and Simone Salardi. So we'll be back soon.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Diadem.
Welcome back, everyone. As we bring you more play from this fascinating and enthralling 50-plus men's 4.0 division here. We've been following one group. But we're going to give you some results on how the other group are doing. So in that group, we have Anthony Devereaux and Phil Nash, a fan favourite, and they have 2 wins out of 3 so far. So just a single loss for them. They will be playing one more match. And so qualification potentially on the cards if they can do well in that last match. We have Paul Homisham and Steve Reynolds. 1 win out of 3. Mark Powell and Phil Hode have 2 wins out of 4. So their group stage is over. And they will have to wait and find out if 2 wins is good enough, because it's a very close group indeed. No single team winning all of their matches, so it's going to be a tight top 2. Just 5 teams in the end. So we have Andy Org and Philip O'Hara. They have 1 win out of 3. And Tim Goodhand and Bruce Rigg with 2 wins out of 3. So just 2 teams. Phil Nash and Anthony Devereaux and Tim Goodhand and Bruce Rigg currently the top 2 in that group. If they both win their last game, well, they won't be able to both win their last game because they are playing each other. So second place will definitely be somebody that only wins 2 matches out of 4. Which is unusual. So a chance for Mark Powell and Phil Hode still. They got 8 and 5 in their losing matches. So time will tell as we switch our action back here to Group 1. And Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert topping the table comfortably with 4 wins out of 4. So they will be qualifying, and it's all about who can qualify with them. And I have to say I don't think it's going to be either of the teams we are watching now. Both just 1 win each to their name. Oh, apologies. Sorry. Michael Stanley and Elton Coburg have 2 wins. So they have an opportunity. 2 wins out of 4. If they can win this game here with 3 wins out of 5, they stand a chance. So critical for Coburg and Stanley. in their journey, which we have been watching very closely here on the show court. But Scott Mayo, back with me. And this will be a good one, Scott.
For sure. And I think for Coburg and Stanley do look like they're both dropping the ball a little bit short. You wanting to bring players in potentially, or you're just using it as a drop shot to then pop the ball up for the next. Definitely is a shot that can be used to great effect if used well. Great reactions there from Saladi. Puff of the cheeks. An onslaught there. Onslaught followed by a great bit of touch, though, from Saladi. Showing the pickleball guile. And a Mills and Saladi taking a very, very quick lead. Saladi been driving the ball very, very nicely. Also had great touch up at the kitchen too. There is also a side out here. So 1-5. Hoiberg and Stanley, as Mr. Spurway did mention, still do have a chance to get through in this group with 3 from 5, but to get there, they need to overcome this current deficit that they're in.
As we just see on the sidelines here, Tom Caulfield with a certain Gail Ems. I'm not sure Tom Caulfield's... he's giving her some coaching advice. Gail Ems, Olympic silver medalist in badminton. And one of the stars... and putting together some kind of device. Lord knows what that is. If you're watching in the stream, if you could tell us. It looks like some kind of... I can't even guess. But nevertheless... she's got it in hand, and we'll track her progress as we switch back to the action here on the show court, and we've had a change of ends here. Mills and Saladi looking impressive. Taking an advantage, a 6-2 advantage. In what is really, you would have to say, a must-win for Coburg and Stanley if they are hoping to progress.
And that one just clipping the top of the net, and as a result, sending it long. So Coburg and Stanley with a lot to do at 2-7. And that's a good leave. I think nothing wrong with hitting a few drives, but a few third shots, fifth shot drops potentially, just to mix up the pattern of the play. But then again, Mr. Spurway, what do I know if you can drive a ball down the line like that? And why not?
Well, indeed. There's some shots that are just always going to win the point, and if you can hit with pure accuracy like that, then ooh, good to you.
And that's great use, great movement of the body from Saladi to get himself out of the way. Lob. Coburg constructed that point very, very nicely. But the final shot just sailing long. So Mills and Saladi with a 9-3 lead and looking fairly comfortable with it as well. I have to say, I've been impressed with Mills and Saladi. So, not that we've had a chance to see some of their matches, but it's been very impressive play from what we've seen them with this opportunity on the show court, and that was, in the end, a convincing win from Mills and Saladi, Tim. And the way that they were playing them, interesting to see actually how they would have been playing in their previous matches in the group, because they were very solid then.
They were very solid indeed, Scott. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late for them, and they will be exiting in the group stage. Although we'll have more games to come, but as you can see now, Gail Ems and Tom Caulfield. Now, we have gone away and figured out what that device is. It is a hedgehog dryer, apparently. And you stand it up, and it's heated, and you hang things on it. So you hang small items like shoes and towels, and they dry very quickly indeed. It's part of the Surrey Smash, who both players are part of. Tom Caulfield, the owner and director of Surrey Smash, part of their sponsorship. So they are obviously recording some promo material for the Hedgehog Dryer. So a free shout out for the Hedgehog Dryer at home. And some very imaginative material, no doubt, that will be going out on the Surrey Smash page at some point. So look out for that. And thank you, Gail Ems, for showing it. Here you go, Scott. Are you going to go out and get one?
As long as I've got a M's 10 discount code, maybe, then I might have a go. If that is such a thing, we'll have to keep an eye on the socials. And also maybe keep an eye on the Pickle B socials as well, Tim. There's been some new posts on there today.
Very smooth transition, Scott, to your own role as the social media manager of Pickle B. Yes, yeah, I've been seeing, for those that haven't seen, Scott Mayo has been busy, hard at work, in between playing to post some stuff. I believe reposting one of my Insta posts earlier today before the final of the 18 plus mixed 4.5 division.
Okay.
But tell us a little bit about your social media role, Scott.
Yeah, it was something that came to me at the start of the year, and Mr. Beale asked if I would be interested in running the socials for these wonderful events that the amazing team Pickle B have. And Mr. Beale and Simon Farr, as they always do, let us have a little bit of freedom to express ourselves in what we do. So it's been a work in progress. I've learnt a lot of skills along the way, but it is great to be a part of the Picklebee team. The socials, I think, is just a very, very small, fun part that I'm very, very grateful for. But it's the rest of the team that I'm sat next to right now in Neil, the amazing Lewis Oak, who got his goal today. He's on the scoring. Congratulations, Lewis. Gold today. Silver yesterday with one of the greatest comebacks, or attempts of a comeback I've seen. It was nail-biting stuff. And then we've got Simon Farr, Steve Beale. I could keep listing them all. They're the true heroes behind all of what we see, what we do at Picklebee events. And it's just my job, and maybe to ensure that I do it as much as possible, to show all of the hard work they do on the socials really doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you very much to all you guys at Picklebee. And now we do have Olu Falola, Darren Cornish versus Karen Evans and Dale Johnson in front of us. We've got Darren Cornish in the top left. We've got Olu Falola in the bottom right. And we got Karen Evans in the top right of your screen, and then Dale Johnson in the bottom left. And they're just practicing a few of their serves before they get their match underway. And it looks like we've got a bit of a streaker on the pitch, Mr. Spurway, wanting to get into the limelight. The closest thing that Mr. Spurway's got to centre court this weekend. Although not playing, so...
And action is underway here. And this is a new division that we are watching. This is the 18 plus mixed 4.0. And wow, what a point to start with fast hands and power. Scott Mayo beside me again. And familiar faces on court here, Scott.
Yes, Darren Cornish from the Bristol surrounding area. He plays in a few tournaments around myself, the Dragon Ladder League, etc. So get a chance to play and practice a little bit with Darren Cornish. He's sporting a new paddle, actually, from the last time I saw him. He's sporting also some very casual-looking shorts. And I'm all for it. I'm all for that casual look because, yes, his look may be quite casual, but his play, very, very, very astute.
And Darren Cornish partnering Olu Falula. Apologies, Olu, if I mispronounce your name. Olu Falola. And they are playing the partnership of Karen Evans and Dale Johnson. Now, Dale Johnson is a good friend of mine. Plays at Torquay Pickleball Club at the Torquay Tennis Club, where they have a lovely indoor dome that they play on, a nice indoor acrylic surface that has the capacity, I think, for 16 courts. No, 12 courts. Well, I've just set up Devon County Pickleball, and that is being held at Torquay Tennis Centre. And with the help of Dale, that is starting this Tuesday, the first meeting of the Devon County team. Thank you, Scott.
By saying facetious, I don't mean that. It's not even on.
So, this is the first match in this 18 plus 4.0 division. And Dale Johnson partnering Karen Evans, who I confess I don't know too much about. So it'd be interesting to see how she plays in this one. With a Kappas on tour top, Karen Evans. So if there are any Kappas out there that are watching, give us a shout out on the stream. Some support for Karen. Now her top has a Scottish and English flag on there. It's almost like I'm trying to be Sherlock Holmes here. This Olu Falula overhits this forehand shot. But Cornish and Falola, a good start for them. Already at the change of ends. 6-1 up, and the power from Cornish as well on display. Cornish, a regular, of course, at these Pickleball events. Drives his camper van around, camps out nearby in his van. which is a proper pickleball tour player's lifestyle, that. A camper van touring around the country. That's dedication to the sport, Scott. Shall we buy a camper van?
If that means I get to spend my days in a proximity less than 2 meters than on average with next to you, then I think then I think we need to get on Gumtree and we need to find a lovely camper van for us to share and tour all of these tournaments. Although next year it is going to be at majority Basingstoke, but that's not to say that it won't stop us having a good time, Tim.
No, very true. Very true indeed. But Johnson and Evans work to do. They do win back the serve, and Johnson does have a nice serve. Played with him just on Thursday, actually. And he loves a whippy forehand. Just a miss from Evans there. Now, I'm not sure. I don't think they will have played together before, Johnson and Evans. I'm not sure how this partnership came about. It might have been one of the random partnerships that you do get. But a non-scoring side out, and frustration from Johnson.
Yeah.
When that's a bad miss, really, you have to say. An unfortunate 10-1 for the experienced partnership of Cornish and Bilolu, who I believe have played together a few times before. Maybe that was the difference in that match. They were consistent, and that was enough, I think, really, to get a pretty convincing win on the board in their first match, Scott.
Yeah, Lola and Cornish did look more solid. I think that they were able to reset well from the middle of the court, and Cornish also hitting some great forehand drives. And just seeing it live, you can really see the top spin that he's also able to generate on those shots. So as they're coming over the net, you're able to be lower than that white tape, which makes that return even more difficult.
So thank you to Tracy Taylor, who has provided some information about Karen Evans there. Now, Kappa's is CAP, which is the Canterbury Area Pickleball. And they went on tour for the Scottish Open, so they put their flag alongside theirs. And Karen, Lisa Evans' wife, who actually runs the Canterbury Area Pickleball. So Karen runs the Canterbury Area Pickleball, and we've seen a lot of players from the Canterbury Area Pickleball Club throughout the course of the weekend, and a lot of players doing well. So Nick Mays and Dan Parrott, who we were watching in the men's and the mixed 18 plus 4.5 division. So some good players coming out of the Canterbury area. So thanks for that information, Tracy. Sorry, Lisa runs it. So Lisa runs the club.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those tops now that you've brought it to my attention here this weekend. So It's always great to see clubs growing, getting bigger, and as you mentioned, also finding players, developing and improving those players. And Dan Parrott, just see him actually up on the steps, has really developed his game. And that's what is fantastic about these events, is that there's opportunity for these players at these clubs to show off their skills, show how much they have developed. And Dan Parrott is one of those.
Guys, 2 minutes.
And yeah, I'd just like to, I suppose, add on to what I said further, is that it is fantastic to get new faces at these tournaments, and new faces that also have the ability to play this very challenging sport. Always great to see new people on the opposite side of the net, giving you new challenges, new puzzles to solve, which means that we all get to develop and improve together. And so thank you very much to all of those that do make the effort and journey to come down and play in these tournaments. And if you haven't already, please do come and have a watch, have a play. It's a great way to develop your skills. Don't worry if you're a little bit nervous. Come say hello to us guys, to the people on the stands. Have a chat to anyone walking around. The pickleball community is fantastic. It's one of the best sporting communities that I've personally been a part of, Tim. I don't know what your thoughts are in terms of other sports that you've played, and the camaraderie, togetherness, and the friendships developed from pickleball are second to none.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott. Well said. And it is a life changer, pickleball, when you get into it. I can't believe what my life was 3 years ago, and the difference now is quite incredible. And that is a lot down to the community and the people that you meet playing this wonderful, wonderful sport. It's a new sport, of course, so you're getting people come on all the time, and you haven't got these, in my view, you don't have the same level of clickiness as some other sports. It's open to new people coming in, and yeah, it's a funny thing, is pickleball, and a wonderful thing. I think as well, it's a kind of the contribution to that is the fact that it is a smaller court, and these tournaments, you know, we're in a hall here. How many tennis courts is this? 5, 6 tennis courts? So you can get so many more people on a court than you can. And so, you know, you've got 6 courts here transformed into however many have we got here today? 19 pickleball courts. 4 players per court. Suddenly you've got a venue that potentially you'd only have 12 people playing on, almost 100 people. I'm getting told here to speed up, speed things along. The nerve of some of these players, Scott.
I would never dare speak to you like that, Mr. Spurway. Never dare. Not someone of your stature, your presence.
So, our semi-final here about to get underway. And we have Paul Homisham and Steve Reynolds on the far side. Paul Homisham on the top left, Steve Reynolds on the top right. And they are playing the impressive partnership of Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert, who we've watched a few times on this show court. And they swept through their group. So a first look at Homisham and Reynolds. Homisham from Swindon Pickleball Club, and I've been told under good authority by Neil Lawson-Smith that he has a killer forehand. So that's something to look out for throughout the course of this match. This semi-final, first to 11, one ahead. Steve Reynolds. A real pickleball enthusiast. He quite often comments on the Picklebee streams. Watches them quite intently when he's not down here. So many thanks for that, Steve. All comments on the stream are greatly appreciated. And the speed up. Not executed on that occasion. We'd just also like to say thank you as well, of course, to Nick Hobbis, who has left the arena now on his way back home. He's been at the commentary booth throughout the entire event, but heading back to get some well-earned family time. Many thanks to him. So, a small lead opening up for Hayes and Herbert, 2-0.
Yes. At the moment, it's just a case of Homisham and Reynolds having to go back to the basics. Just a few shots that maybe they would normally expect to make. That one was a sailing long, but Herbert with a bit of an instinctive movement of the paddle towards the ball. Sometimes that's what you need in these semi-finals. Just need to get off that 0. Start a little bit of momentum at the beginning of this game for Homisham and Reynolds.
Not a particularly flowing start to this semi-final yet. And Homisham, the slice dink, just over-sliced. Not coming off with the power he intended it to. So Hayes and Herbert, opportunities, but short rallies so far.
great hands.
Steve Reynolds with the pass down the middle, splitting the partnership. And that will help matters for them, evening things up. Homersham and Reynolds.
Yeah, Hayes and Herbert in that instance not deciding to unwind the stack, and instead the lefties and the righty together, causing a bit of confusion through the middle. That's a nice drive from Herbert. Again, that ability to generate the top spin so that it is dipping over the net as they are playing the shot.
Finding a lovely angle there. Philip Mill, excuse me. Martin Herbert. Oh, Paul Homersham there. Just overstretching. Apologies earlier introducing Paul Homersham as Steve Reynolds. That's my mistake.
We don't make mistakes, Tim. Just happy little accidents. Just happy little accidents. But Homersham and Reynolds, what I just gathered, they do have some fans in the crowd, so hopefully they can cheer them up in this semi-final. But Herbert with a lovely shot to the feet. One of the hardest shots to return. That drip shot there. Really well played from Herbert as Reynolds was trying to come in. And I think that is an example of why Hayes and Herbert do definitely play best when Hayes is on the right, as he does sit on that forehand through the middle really, really well, as we've seen in previous matches too. He's able to put those shots away through the middle very well. Always difficult to play against a left-handed player, not always used to it. The way you have to place the ball is just another thing to consider. That's why a lot of the time I do play with a left-hander myself, because then I have one less thing for my little brain to think about.
Oh, a reprieve for Homersham and Reynolds. Can they make a fight back in this semi-final? Yeah, good play, good hands from both players there. And they get a point back on the board. And watch out for the Homersham forehand. He's got a nice serve, and that serve does get him another point. Good drop. And Steve Reynolds with the put away down the middle. Doing Swindon Pickleball Club proud there with that shot. And 2 points now the deficit. Are we seeing something special? And this time, Paul Homersham with a slice forehand serve, mixing it up. But another opportunity. And a good run of points for the Reynolds-Homersham combo. And Homersham there did well to get the first one. but was turned completely the wrong way when the ball came back at him. Unable to get that one back. So, steadying the boat. Hayes and Herbert. Oh, and that is a slice return that he will want to forget about, Paul Homersham. Oh, and what a leave at a critical moment. Stunning, stunning leave from Martin Herbert. And it brings up a 2-point lead and 3-point lead, sorry, a match point here for a place in this final. But Paul Homersham leaping up, finding airtime there and finding an angle that Paul Herbert could not, sorry, Martin Herbert couldn't get back, and he'll have to defend off another match point here. Martin Herbert with the speed up to the body of Steve Reynolds. And they are continuing their march here. Hayes and Herbert. Another impressive performance despite a comeback from Homersham and Reynolds. Not enough. Hayes and Herbert, many congratulations. A minimum silver medal for them in this 4.0 50 plus men's division. A good watch. And that was a good game indeed. We will have to try and figure out who they will be playing in the final, which will be in 2 games' time here, scheduled for 4:35. So the final best of 3. But now, Scott, we're mixing things up, quite literally, because we are going to our 18-plus mixed division again. We watched a game earlier, Karen Evans and Dale Johnson, Olu Falola and Darren Cornish. We are getting another look at this division. And we are going to be watching Sheetal Jangid and Deepin Debath. And they'll be playing Heidi Gerard and Floresti Kakula. Blimey. This is going to be a cracker. And we will get back to this game. We will take a short break, a couple of minutes, and then we'll be bringing you action from this match. Join us then.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
And welcome back, everyone. We are back to the 18 plus mixed 4.0 division here. And it is Deepinder Bhatt and Sheetal Jangid nearest to your screen, playing Heidi Gerard and Floresti Kokula. Floresti Kokula top right, Heidi Gerard top left. And Floresti Kokula straight away on the show court with an ATP. Clip that up, Floresti. Stick it on your Insta. A lovely play from him. Oh boy, Floresti. What a dream start.
Floresti's cooking. Floresti is cooking. Keep it there, Floresti. Keep it there.
This boy can play. And a really strong start from Kokula and Gerard. 3 unanswered points. Make that 4 unanswered points. Blimey. This might be going for a record here.
He is human, Tim. He is human.
He is human. So, Sheetal Jangid. But they are here to play. And they are taking no prisoners. Heidi Gerard with a powerful smash down. Nothing Sheetal Jangid could do about that. Oh boy, this is great pickleball from Kokula and Gerard. I mean, they have barely put a foot wrong. Kokula not only with the power, but the ability to move around that court. Some get from him, and then Gerard, the flick away, finding the empty space on the court. They are looking strong. And they are looking like they are taking a 6-0 lead into this change of ends. Now, what on earth can Jangid and Bhatt do, Scott? Let's try and get back in this one.
Put me on the spot, Tim.
Absolutely, I have.
Bhatt just missing a few drives, maybe. He has great power. And so to try and use that would be good, but for the moment, the way that Kokula's hitting it, if they can keep it away from him, and that's no disrespect to Gerard at all, it's just the fact that Kokula is doing things like that, but the thing with that is that Gerard was the one that set that up, so, and a pickleball court isn't the biggest place, so...
It isn't, and this shake and bake strategy is working like a dream. You can see Kokula priming himself as soon as Gerard's preparing that drive. He's ready to move forward to put away, and it's textbook shake and bake.
Great pickup. Wow.
Blimey, this is a real impressive performance. And that's frustration perhaps from Bhatt, because that return goes long and we're at 10-0-1. Neil barely able to keep up with the scoring of this match because of how quickly it's gone. And that is all she wrote, folks. That is all Gerard needed. The pop-up and the put-away does the job. And 11-0. We have, I believe, our first pickle of the day. And commiserations to Bart and Jangid. But double speed, triple speed, actually. Maybe even quadruple speed, Gerard and Cockula. They weren't hanging around. Maybe they've got something to get back to this evening because, blimey, they had their rocket shoes on. Now, I did happen to go away before this match and get some results for you in this 18 plus mixed 4-0 division. The one we just watched there. So that game was so quick. We've got a bit of time to talk you through some of the results and talk you through some of the teams in that division. So we've got two groups in that 18 plus mixed 4-0 category. Deep into Bart, Sheetal Jangid, who we just saw. And they took a loss into that first game. Floresti Cockula and Heidi Gerard. Impressive from them. They won their first game 11-3. So 2 wins for them. Olu Falula and Darren Cornish. We saw them play Karen Evans and Dale Johnson and getting the win there. And then you have Lisa Evans and Luke Robertson. So losing their first game. And Kat Jelly and Chris Wilson rounding up that group. And in group number 2, we have Anne Farmer and Brian Potter. Warren Gilmore and Michael Vitkova. So Anne Farmer and Brian Potter losing the first game. Gilmore and Vitkova winning that first game. Ruby Kaur and Abhishek Mohal winning 1 and losing 1. Jennifer Hansen and Jason Miles from the Torquay area. Players I know very well indeed. They won their first match. Jake Matthews and Claudia Cronin. Jake Matthews part of the Pickleball team here. But losing their first 2 games. Noah Gregory and Millie Hill winning 1 match. So this division, the 18 plus mix 4.0, will be carrying on throughout the course of the day, and it will be our final division that will be bringing you action from later on this evening. The final of that division scheduled for 6:40. I'm hoping perhaps to get it on a little bit sooner than that. We'll see how things go. For the 50 plus men's final, will be coming up after, well, straight away. But we will be going to a short break before we bring you action from that one. So it will be a cracker. I am sure the 2 best teams in the 50 plus 4.0 men's division, so don't go away. We will be back.
Tyson McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for Carbon Abrasion Surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is gonna take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
So here we have it, the final of the 50-plus men's 4.0 division, and it is a rematch, folks, of one of our group matches. Oh, and I know the ball. You wouldn't have seen that on the camera. I did drop it, sadly. The ball came across. It's not the first time I've dropped the ball, Neil. But we are, as I was saying before, that unfortunate incident. We have a rematch of the group match, or one of the group matches here. So Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert, who have looked in impressive form. They will be playing Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson. Now, in the group match, Scott, it was 11-3 to Hayes and Herbert. It was a good match, but Diffie and Richardson struggled to get going.
Yeah, I think if he struggled a little bit in that match, Richardson was trying to gee him up, give him some confidence, and his sport is all about confidence play. But we've got Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert. If they are deciding to stack as much as they can with Hayes, that left-handed forehand that he does have down the middle, and Herbert also very attacking forehand as well. I think that is where they're going to get most success in this match. But Richardson, and Diffie will want a bit of redemption. We always do seem to see this in these matches, the way that it pans out in the knockouts, in the finals. Never quite the same as what it looks like in the group stages.
Yeah, and sometimes actually, if you lose the group match, Scott, maybe it takes the pressure off a little bit, because I always find if you've beaten the team in the group stages, you kind of get it in your head, oh, well, we're going to win again. You know, the pressure's on us to win again. Whereas if you take a loss, and maybe a heavier loss than they would have hoped, Richardson and Diffie, they're playing maybe with a mindset of let's go out there and see what we can do, which sometimes is helpful for pickleball.
100%. My most recent experience of that was at the Welsh Open, playing Harry Feast and Nathan Parker in the final of that. So shout out to them and congratulations to them. But we beat those in the group stage. I think it was 11-5 or 11-6, but I might make a mistake with that score, but maybe a little bit of that sports psychology, a little bit of complacency leading into that, and they ended up beating us in the final in 2 games. So we didn't even go to a third. Not discrediting the way they played at all. They were absolutely incredible, both Nathan Parker and Harry Feast, but there is definitely something to be said for that. So let's see what this final now looks like, how it plays out. Excited to watch this one alongside yourself.
And setting up the opportunity with a beautiful forehand return, unable to convert the overhead. And Herbert and Hayes are back to business. But that is a lovely touch from Peter Diffie. And they'll need more of that, Scott.
No mistake from Richardson this time. Hayes able to return that ball, but the pressure that was created did result in a nice put away. Richardson has just missed 2, well, I would say, a fairly comfortable overhead smashes, so he'll have to get those out of his mind and trust in his ability. I'm sure he knows he is a better player than that.
And that is a really good example there. Defense to attack, a great reset there played, and the ability to get the ball back in play. And that has been the main reason why Herbert and Hayes have this 5-point lead early stages. And that is probably one of the first misses we've seen from them in the course of this match so far.
Yeah, both Herbert and Hayes have been driving the ball well from the back of the court, and Diffie and Richardson just made a few mistakes whilst they've been at the kitchen. So I don't know whether it's worth just maybe dropping a few balls in shorter rather than having that constant pressure, the constant drives from the back of the court, and instead mixing it up a little bit, giving them something else to look at, a little block volley, something along those lines. No mercy there, though, from Herbert. Right in the Herbert.
Yeah, good finish from Richardson there. And we've seen a few of those kind of shots go wayward in this game so far. And he'll need to start consistently getting those ones in. So that's a good start. Yeah, and good pressure from Diffie as well, down at the feet of Herbert, sorry.
Yeah, that sort of rally there really epitomizes... Well, that's a great serve. Really caught the back line there, but the rally before really epitomizes how that pressure and relentless pressure will lead to mistakes. And it doesn't have to be full power. It doesn't have to be... Hang on a minute. Yep, that's well put. But yeah, that constant pressure, it doesn't have to be sort of perfect every time. It can be at the feet. It can vary in speed. It doesn't have to be drive, drive, drive.
Just wide. The ATP was there, and on the show court, you've got to go for it. I don't blame you at all for doing that, Martin.
We all want the Ernies and ATPs, Mr. Spurway.
We do. Maybe a little bit too much sometimes. Incredible get. Diffie. Beautiful play, Peter Diffie. And that is one for the archives. A brilliant get from him on the forehand side. This drop, and you feel it's so frustrating after you play such a brilliant point to then miss one into the net, handing the chance back to Hayes and Herbert. The speed up. Speedy. Very speedy. Too speedy for Julian Hayes. Probably going out, but when it's coming at you that quick, hard to judge. But they're throwing in errors at critical moments after they win a point. Yeah, good finish there. Coming across, Stephen Richardson cutting off the space and putting a powerful overhead down at the feet of Julian Hayes. So this game still has some life in it, Scott.
Yeah, I think Richardson is finding... That's a great smash there from Diffie. The ability to create and use angles on these courts. At these levels, a lot of the players are able to return smashes, even if they're hard, that come straight. So that ability to change that paddle face angle, create those angles that come towards the commentary box. But I was just going to say before that point that Richardson has found a decent amount of success when he has been driving the ball and being quite dominant through the middle. And so, although they are not stacking, which is slightly unusual for a left-handed player in your team, Yeah, when Richardson is on the left, I think to capitalise on him and his excellent power and forehand drive through the middle. Very similar to the way that Mr. Oak next to us doing the scores does maybe one of the best in the UK, I would argue. That ability to drive the ball through the middle and then crash the next ball.
Yeah. I played with him a few weeks ago, Lewis Oak and I. And that was one of our strong points. I'm sure Lewis would agree. I was driving it and Lewis Oak was cutting off the space and crushing it. And we had some success. But as we've been speaking, Scott, Diffie and Richardson have applied themselves incredibly well indeed, and they have wrestled the lead from Hayes and Herbert.
And I think that actually has come from very quick points from them deciding to drive and crash a little bit more. It's not always necessarily the most conventional, and some people might not say that it's sort of pure pickleball as such. But in this day and age, if you have the ability to drive and crash with the pace of the paddles and the ball and the skills that the players have these days, it gives your opponent something different to look at.
It upsets the purists, though, doesn't it, Scott? Boy, does it upset the purists. You get some players that love to play the dinking game, don't they? And sometimes they come across a team of former tennis pros. They come in and they power forehand after forehand, and you've almost come away kind of feeling you've been mugged. Or you've been beaten up because of the style of play. But as we see here, though, finding a lovely angle again, Peter Diffie.
His reaction there, I think he meant it, but I'm not sure if he fully did after looking at the reaction. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm pretty sure he did. It was a lovely angle. Great shot. Compliments to you, Mr. Diffie.
And that one goes out, and that miss there brings up a game point for Diffie and Richardson in quite surprising circumstances, given the scoreline earlier. Peter Diffie, the backhand side, the drop into the net, the slice drop. Oh, and the forehand. He didn't get the backhand. He tried the forehand, but he didn't get the forehand either. Miss hit there. And the chance goes back to Hayes and Herbert. They've been struggling. But can they take... And they do take the advantage. Herbert moving forward and getting a big round of applause from that movement. Pounding that forehand down the centre. Reducing the deficit to 1. It's close. Julian Hayes this time coming across. Pounding that forehand down. It's 1 for Herbert, 1 for Hayes. And now it's 1 for the first game. Not this time. Richardson. And they have, Scott, you just said it there, the angle found. They've found some lovely angles with their overheads, Richardson and Diffie, but they've got one more to fend off here. The miss-hit return. The overhead called out by Diffie and Richardson, called in by Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert. And it goes Oh, and this is tense stuff. It's first game points going awry for both teams. 10-10-2 now. The drop, the net. The speed up, red. But the backhand goes in the net. Richardson and Diffie take that first game. 11-10. And a turnaround there. Blimey, it could have gone either way, and breathing a sigh of relief there. Richardson, a raise of the eyebrows from Peter Diffie. Gosh.
Richardson just walked past as if he'd lost the first game then. He walked past the way that I walked around with the bronze medal around my neck today. I don't know.
Have you been talking to him, Scott? Giving him some advice?
But he should be so happy with how he played. I think he, as you saw in that last point there at 10-10, the ability for Richardson to speed up that forehand was ultimately the decider there in that final game.
So, we're getting the second game underway after a short discussion with Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson, but game is back underway. Unbelievable stuff. One of the points of the day there. Neither team deserving to lose that one. Absolutely fantastic attack and defense from both teams. Some of those balls, neither team had the right to get back, but they did. And what a point to win for the first one, Diffie and Richardson.
Inject it into my veins, Tim. That is... If you don't love that, you don't love sport. Quality stuff. Thank you, Pickleball.
You almost pushed me off the seat. Such was your feelings towards that last point. And we've got another one here.
Oh.
Brilliant finish. And this final is heating up.
They all seem up for it, Tim. I think after a 11-10 first game, I think Diffie and Richardson don't want to lose it. Oh, my word.
He's got it back.
Oh.
Herbert there. Martin Herbert. Such a shame. Did so well with the reactive movement of the paddle. Probably surprised that he managed to get it back himself. Wasn't ready for the next shot. Unbelievable. And these guys are playing with their hearts. They are playing with everything they have, throwing everything into the ball. I won't repeat what Peter Diffie just said. But missing the drop in the previous point, I don't think he was particularly happy about that. I feel like we've been through the ringer in this match. So read it nicely. Julian Hayes, but unable to keep it down. And that was a very last-minute leave there from Peter Diffie, watching that ball glide wide with a look of relief on his face. Yeah, good getting up there to the ball, and they are reaching levels here that we hadn't seen in the group stages. Both teams really reaching high level of pickleball.
Yeah, Diffie with an excellent third in the point before. Richardson exclaiming that he absolutely loves it. He loves it from his partner again. Fantastic to see in this double sport. Relationships built on the court. And the points constructed also right in front of our eyes. We are being treated to some lovely points in this 18 plus mixed 4.0 final. 50 plus, sorry.
Yeah, that one bang on the line, skidding off that line as well, surprising Peter Diffie. And that one catches the line as well.
Great reactions there from Diffie. Again, having the confidence in his partner to make his way up. And maybe just in that moment, Richardson just have to exchange a few more shots in that cross-court dink exchange before the speed up.
Yeah. Both teams have felt really comfortable at the net and in the dinking exchanges. And it's been a real pleasure to watch as well, some of these extended rallies. Fast hands again, unable to get forward. Herbert and Hayes just a bit too much. Standing their ground nicely, Diffie and Richardson. And a missed return, a 3-point lead. Great reset. Hit a great reset in the previous shot. And maybe trying just a little bit too much in the follow-up.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things I've found since playing more in this sport and playing at these levels is the ball does come back. And yes, it was an excellent initial drop from Diffie. That ball still does come back. And then it is just a case of consistency at this level.
Having said that, Scott, Richardson has gotten that forehand going and is able to bring up a few quick, easy points, giving him a 5-point advantage in the second game. Make that 6 points. Diffie firing that pop-up away. His eyes opened up wide. His paddle came back and exploded into that ball.
And right now, Tim is making it look like we do know what we're talking about, with the difference with how the matches can look between the group stages and the final. But this match is also far from over at this point.
Heaven forbid we look like we know what we're talking about, Scott. There is a first time for everything.
I think you do yourself disservice sometimes, Mr. Spurway. I think you know exactly what you're talking about.
You're the one that got the bronze medal this weekend. (7-1) now, serving. Great reset. Diffie, another one.
Go.
Want to see him move forward. Get up that court.
Have to take a chance.
And did that one go out? Or was it in? Oh no, it's a thumbs up. So that one was good. But Diffie has the ability to hit those lovely resets and is content to stay at the back of the court sometimes. Coming forward there. That shot. He'll want back, but he won't have it back. And Hayes and Herbert have all the work to do. A game down, 8-1 down. Read it. Herbert, but couldn't handle the power, and we've seen that power on display, particularly in this game from Richardson. He's let his hands go. And unfortunately, there for Diffie, he let his hands go. But not the way he wanted.
Oh, it was good communication from Diffie and Richardson initially. But I think that ball maybe would have been best to have been dropped into the kitchen just so that you had a bit of composure and time to reset, understand where they were. Instead, it's now 3-8. But side out there.
You have to feel that these next couple of points are going to be crucial for Hayes and Herbert, and one goes away. They cannot afford another one to go away. If they want to keep their hopes alive in this final, they need the next 2 points as a minimum.
And that is not going to help.
Smother them, says Richardson. We'll see if they do. And they did.
Smother they did.
That was an impressive display, particularly in that second game. Once they got the first game under their belt, you felt like they were almost able to play exactly how they wanted to. And Richardson letting his hands go, the big forehand, the Diffie reactions and play, a really impressive combination performance from Richardson and Diffie, and a gold medal for their efforts as well. Brilliant play from them. Commiserations to Julian Hayes and Martin Herbert. They were almost flawless throughout the course of the day, breezing through their games in the group stages and indeed the knockouts up until the final, where they did meet and inspired absolutely inspired Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson. They overturned that loss, that heavy loss in the group stages, 11-3. And it looked like, for a second, we were going to get a repeat. Hayes and Herbert racing to an early lead in the first game, but that tight first game proving crucial in the overall complexion of the match. And that brings to a close that division. 50 plus men's 4.0. Gold medal winners. Peter Diffie and Stephen Richardson, they can go home happy. So attention now will switch solely to our 18 plus mixed 4.0 division. And we've seen a couple of matches from this division so far. And we'll be seeing some more. Next up, we've got Michaela Vitkova and Warren Gilmore. They'll be playing Jennifer Hansen and Jason Miles. Michaela Vitkova, very well-known face here across all Pickleball tournaments, part of the Pickleball operations team. Often helping set up the events, line out the courts. She'll be hoping for as much success on the court as she has setting them up. As she is so successful setting up the courts. And we'll be watching their final group match. So we will be back. That game scheduled to start at 5:20, so we'll be back around that time. We'll be going to a short break now, though, and hopefully, Scott, are you going to be sticking around? He's enthusiastically nodding. So we'll have the pleasure of Scott Mayo's commentary as well. So we will be back shortly.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Diadem began with a goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in the story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
Pro 4, I'm super excited to talk about this. This is my baby. 3S is and was a great paddle, but the 4 I think is even better. Our main focus going into the Pro 4 was fixing the overall solidity of the paddle, and so we added some supports near the throat area, and that has made the outside edge extremely consistent. Where you're going to see this really affect in real gameplay is you miss it, you don't hit it in the middle, and then it's extremely forgiving. You're really not going to make a lot of errors even when you miss hit it. It's a pleasure to play with, and I'm really excited for you guys to try this.
Tied at 5-5. Great hands by Sisson Jackson.
Jane, his partner, was saying that she might pull a muscle, and I did say I would come in my...
What a rescue. Oh, my word. Oh. Such a...
Oh, and what a leave.
Big deep serve. It's a big deep serve.
Unbelievable stuff.
Nice angle.
Insta. Lovely play from him. Oh boy, Floresti. Good drop. And Steve.
You can tell they want it. Look at what they're giving us. Look at that.
Look at this. Oh dear, Katecha. Can they cement that here?
And the net has...
Incoming and out go. Mayo and Wise have got the lead for the first time in this semi-final. Oh, and Wise came.
Scott.
In the mixed doubles final, it's some unbelievable stuff. And
what a drop.
Wes Jackson tries the Ernie, but pace.
Had a couple of those neck boards in the early stages of this game.
You have got to be kidding.
We're seeing Megha Kapoor back off the kitchen line a bit there. And I'd like to see her staying at the kitchen line. Because
there we go. And this time Kapoor can...
He's got great natural movement. Moving up the court nicely there.
And this up. This is huge. This exchange is huge, and Jackson makes no mistake.
First game, I think Diffie and Richardson don't want to lose it. Oh my!
Side of the court, because that manages to turn the tide slightly.
And 3-point lead, a match point here for a place in this final, but Paul Homish
changes now. And again, that speed up from Wise just
nice indeed. Oh, and a nice angle found as well.
Tracy Matthews too far.
How does he manage that? Oh.
And I've missed quite a few points, it seems.
I have indeed, because Oak and Matthews are
That's a lovely shot from Megha Kapoor. She saw
in front of him when playing a drop. Is, I'd say for a better word, textbook, but
welcome back, everyone, and now we will be introducing you to the final group match of our 18 plus mixed 4.0 division. And out on court now, we have Jennifer Hansen and Jason Miles. Now currently the two players nearest to your screen wearing the darker colours. So not the players in red. The players in red are Michaela Vitkova and Warren Gilmore. And Scott Mayo, a stalwart he has been in the comms booth. Absolute stalwart. And he is joining me again. And the group stage is almost complete here. We will be getting to knockout pickleball soon. Welcome back, Scott.
Thank you for having me, Tim. As we've just got underway in this 18 plus 4.0 round robin. And that one just going wide there. Great initial drop from Vikova. Hansen and Miles equal to it. Drive. Great reset. And that one just wide from Vikova, but all players on court showing they can play. And Miles there hitting a few drives in a row and then just into himself, maybe drop a few in instead. And that shot there from Hansen, a little bit slower than what they have been doing. And there's definitely a time and a place to be driving from the back of the court, but Vikova and Gilmore were able to deal with those, so that's the sort of shot that's very difficult to deal with, just clipping the net and sailing in. And Hansen and Miles find themselves 3-2 up. Maybe that's something that Vikova and Gilmore can be looking to do, because Miles has been favouring the drive. As you can see there, Vikova able to block that into the kitchen, resulting in Miles having to pop the next ball up. And Gilmore able to put the smash away. Not able to put that volley away this time. All players showing technique with their drives. I do like that idea from Hansen. I think that this game does look like it has many players opting to drive rather than drop, and so that potential shot of dropping the ball short or create angles such as that will help mitigate those drives and those onslaughts. Oh, lovely lob. Clips the back line. And Vikova and Gilmore scrambling.
And a little bit of luck there for Jennifer Hansen. Just clipping the net. Nip and tuck in this final group match. Yeah, and the luck continues with the net cord, and that's a 6-4 lead now they take into the change of ends. And I can tell you, Jennifer Hansen and Jason Miles from Torquay Pickleball Club, both tennis backgrounds. So heavy drivers and power players And when they get going, you need to have a good reset. If you don't, you're in trouble. The drive low over the net from Jason Miles, unable to get that one back. Michaela Vitkova, 7-4 now. Make that 8-4. Now, Jason Miles and Jennifer Hansen have 3 wins out of 4 going into this match. If they win this, they will qualify. And they will likely qualify with Noah Gregory and Millie Hill, who have won all 4 of their matches so far with 1 to play. However, there is no guarantee that they will go through even if they win this one, as Ruby Kaur and Abhishek Mohal also have 3 wins out of 4, so it will be depending on their result. And they both lost their one solitary loss, those 2 pairs, to 7. So it's all dependent as well on how many points. Oh. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff there. Michaela Vitkova had totally given up on that, as had Miles and Hansen. But I think probably Miles and Hansen getting the run of luck in this match so far. They won't begrudge a little bit going the way of Vitkova and Gilmore. And Gilmore just steadying himself for serving that match and just unable to keep his footing forward there. Taking a step back, making that shot slightly harder. And that is impressive play from Miles. The lob going up, perfectly placed at the back of the court, and then the drop volley. Nice indeed, and that is match point and potentially... Oh, and boy, what can you do against that? 2 drives, 2 heavy drives, low over the net. Jason Miles... crushing the ball, crushing the dreams of Vitkova and Gilmore as well. Vitkova and Gilmore. They had 2 wins and 2 losses going into that, so they needed to win that one to stand a chance of going through, although I don't think they would have gone through regardless. So, qualifying out of that group are Noah Gregory and Millie Hill, and they will be joined by Jennifer Hansen and Jason Miles. So in the other groups in this division, and we'll be bringing you quarter-final action next, and give you some updates on how the scores are going on in the other groups. So 3 groups. Now, when we've got 3 groups, Scott, it will be presumably top 2 to qualify, and then 2 of the best losing or non-qualifying teams will then qualify. So it will take some calculations to figure it out at the end of all of the matches. So it's possible that even if you don't get in the top 2, if you do well enough in your group, you may well qualify.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important in the group stages to play for every point. It's in those situations, which I think myself and you have found ourselves in, the amount of times you go home on that Saturday or Sunday and people ask how you get on, and you say, oh, I missed out by a point, didn't get through by 1 point, and you then think of all those simple shots that you miss, and you think, oh, that won't mean too much, even if you know you're winning 11-1 or sort of 10-1, 10-2. Every point matters, and I think you've really got to press on if you're winning, and if you're losing, and even if you feel like you're going to lose the match, you've still got to play it out, play for every point, fight for every point, be as competitive and as fierce as you can be on that court in every given moment. And I understand it can be difficult to do that. It can be quite deflating maybe at some time if you find yourself 10-0 down in a group stage, but keep fighting, keep battling away, people.
You've never been 10-0 down in a group stage, have you, Scott? I can't believe it.
Yeah, I have.
You're talking about other people, not yourself.
No, this is all personal experience. I'm trying to think if I've ever been. I must have been pickled at a Pickleball event. We'll have to go back through and find it.
Right, if any Pickleball enthusiasts want to trawl through the Pickleball footage,
maybe not on
of
show court,
all of the events, and tell us if Scott has ever been pickled on the show court. It will probably only take a solid 3 weeks of watching. But I'm sure there's some people enthusiastic enough as to whether you've been pickled that they're willing to do it for you, Scott. Or maybe it's so burned into their brain that they just know offhand. So if you do know if Scott has been pickled, Scott's probably wiped it from his brain using some complicated techniques that he's devised as a way of recovering from trauma. I don't remember it, personally. I don't remember watching you play and being pickled. And I think I would remember that.
Maybe if we play together, we could make it happen, Tim.
Maybe. Well, we almost played together in this tournament.
We did. But you turned me down, Tim.
I did turn you down.
Maybe you were wise to do so, but that's because you were doing such a grand job doing the commentary, and I know that I'm sure you have had some thanks and appreciation so far this weekend. I hope you have anyway. But if not,
looking forward to it when it arrives, honestly.
Well, here we go, Tim. Here we go. I would just like to say thank you to yourself, or to all of the comms team. But yeah, a special thank you to yourself. I know you put a lot into the work itself. Neil, Lewis, Nick. Am I missing anyone? You know what? Simon. Sorry, Simon. One of the big dogs, and all the other commentators. But I don't want to detract from this moment. This moment's about you, Tim. It really is about you, and I would just like to say thank you. You've done an absolutely fantastic job of taking the reins of the commentary, and on behalf of my mum, actually, she absolutely loves your voice. She loves listening to you on commentary. She thinks that you've got such a great voice for commentary. She didn't say anything about your face for commentary. But yeah, it is a genuine thank you from myself, and I'm sure lots of other people that do watch the stream. You do make the stream so much better with your lovely commentary and voice. So thank you very much, Tim, for all your hard work that you do. So if nothing else, you've left with a compliment from me this weekend, Tim.
Scott,
so
that means a heck of a lot. Thank you. And and Scott has just told me he went on a massive rant there about how amazing I was. I'm not even joking. But he hadn't turned on the mic, and so we just got probably 2 minutes of dead air whilst I was listening to Scott going on about how brilliant I was.
Tim, I'm so sorry. But the problem is, I can't repeat it again because it was so from the heart. So all I can say, Tim, now that my mic is definitely on, is Tim, thank you so much. And I think the main point I was saying was that you have the voice for commentary, and my mum adores your voice and what you do, and so do many people, I'm sure, on stream. And so it was just a big, long, convoluted thank you from myself and everyone else that is watching, I'm sure, for all the hard work that you do and the sacrifice that you put in. For example, not playing this weekend to focus on the commentary, and you do such a fantastic job of it, and you do deserve the praise. So thank you very much, Tim. In a nutshell, that is what I said, but with a tear in my eye as well at the same time.
Well, thank you, Scott. I very much appreciate it, and I enjoy everything to do with the stream, so it doesn't feel like work at all. I enjoy all the people that I work with from this rather unusual opportunity that arose close to a year ago now. So I enjoy it enormously. And it's always changing as well. Neil recently joining the team, the streaming team, and he's already brought a lot to it. Coming from a technical background, he's suggesting improvements of how we might do things better, because we do plan on improving it. This is a journey that we're on of constant improvement, much like a lot of the players are on their own journey of improving in Pickleball. We are on a journey of improving the stream, and we always appreciate feedback that we do get from listeners as to how it's all going and how we can improve.
Yes, it's a very exciting time in the pickleball world. Not only, as you mentioned there, for the players, but I think for all the opportunities surrounding pickleball as well. And the changes and the rapid advancements in every aspect. I'm sure if you look back at the first ever streams that Picklebee put on, as great as they maybe were initially, I'm sure you guys have made such improvements from then. Small iterative changes do lead to great things, and so that's a reminder to all the players out there too. One drilling session, one practice session isn't gonna change the way you play. It is doing those things over and over and over and over again, the same way as Tim has developed those skills in the commentary booth, and the guys have developed their skills in providing you the best streaming service that they can, and they are always making great changes. Worst thing that they have done is keep inviting me back, Tim.
Well, as long as you switch your mic on, Scott, you're always welcome back. But we do love streaming these events, and we love watching the play. I said before, it doesn't really feel like work, particularly when you have an absolute classic match. The interactions you have with the players as well is great, and the idea that you are allowing players who haven't been in the limelight in any sport in particular the opportunity to, you know, show their families and friends how they're getting on and create a bit of interest and a little bit of excitement for those people as well.
Definitely. Had a message from my mum earlier on today just to say that and my granddad were watching, and again, yeah, that's such a great opportunity. Fortunate enough that my granddad used to come and watch me play local golf matches, which was a lovely thing to do, but probably not able to travel as far now to come and watch these things like this live. So yeah, that is a big thank you and appreciation for all of our players at Picklebee to get a chance for friends and family at home to watch And so yeah, I think that's an area, Tim, that maybe gets overlooked sometimes. It's great. It's such a professional thing that we do, but it's just that reminder that we get to stream these opportunities to people that maybe don't get a chance to come and watch these live. So yeah, it's a big thank you to the offer, to the service that is on offer here at Pickleball events.
Yeah, very well said, Scott. And we will be streaming, or trying to stream, almost all of the Pickleball events, as well as other events as well. And we will actually be in Arlberg in December in Austria. We will be streaming the RTA Road to Arlberg finals. So seeing some of, well, the top players in Europe, and seeing the level of play that they play at. Fantastic opportunity, and we'll be able to bring it to you guys. Nick Hobbs will be there as well, providing commentary, and the stream team at Pickleball will be there. So we are waiting now for the action to resume here on the show court. And we do have mixed quarterfinals coming up, but they are not yet decided or recently decided. When Lewis Oak went over to check how they were getting on, there were still group matches carrying on. So I can tell you, though, give you a little bit of a flavour of how this division is shaping up. So we have Group 1, Deepinder Bard and Sheetal Jangid, Floresti Kokula and Heidi Gerard, Darren Cornish and Olu Falula, Karen Evans and Dale Johnson, Lisa Evans and Luke Robertson, Kat Jelly and Chris Wilson. Now, looking down at some of the scores here, we have two standout teams in that division. Olu Falula and Darren Cornish winning 3 out of 3 at the time that I got the scores. And Kat Jelly and Chris Wilson winning 3 out of 4. So they are looking most likely to proceed through the group stages, although I have to say we were incredibly impressed by Floresti Kokula and Heidi Gerard when they went out on the show court and strutted their stuff. Pickling Deepinder Bhatt and Sheetal Jangid in incredibly impressive fashion. They've got 2 wins out of 3 with 2 to play, so they may well be in contention themselves. We will try and update you. In Group 3, Anna Hurst, Stephen Hurst, Kailash Nagajaran and Natasha Ryan, Nancy McLeod and Alex Olney, Glenn McKnight and Lucy Stenning, Shah Platt and Joanna Tabanath. I've been told in the past that I've said her name wrong by her mother, I believe. So apologies to Joe's mother if she's listening. Caroline McKay and Josh Yang, who actually had to withdraw. So just 5 teams in that third group, and Anna Hurst and Stephen Hurst looking like they will be qualifying with 3 wins out of 3. And the second spot, though, is very much up for contention. Glenn McKnight and Lucy Stenning, 2 out of 3. And Shah Platt and Joanna Tabanath, 2 out of 3. And I can see Joanna flicking her way through the score sheets at the desk. So we will take a short break now. You have had enough of my voice. I think even Scott's mum has had enough of my voice by now. So we will be back to bring you action from the quarterfinals of the 18 plus mixed 4.0 division as soon as we can.
Tyson McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for Carbon Abrasion Surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
So we are back again now and in the knockout stages. This 18 plus mixed 4.0 division. Now, 4 players on court that we have yet to see on the show court. So we have Stephen and Anna Hurst at the nearest half of the court to your screen. They'll be playing Ruby Kaur and Abishta Mohal. So again, first to 11, 1 point ahead.
What an angled return that is. You don't see that too often, Mr. Spurway. A return ace.
Yeah, impressive start indeed.
Poached through the middle from Mohal. Great anticipation, great read. Takes the lead early on. A lovely shot there. Doubling their lead. And Mohal deciding to take quite a few balls in the early stage, but definitely paying off. He's feeling confident. He's ready to go in this quarterfinal. And has led to a 3-0 lead very early on. Lovely play.
Yeah, good dink there from Anna Hurst. Right down at the feet of Ruby Kaur. And just having to hit a really difficult half volley. So just stopping the point there before it began. Wrong position. And corrected now.
One thing, one of the players I play with in Wales, Joel, speaks about that shot there that Hurst hit on the run coming into the kitchen and did sail long. He always talks about when you're taking a volley out of the air, just to try and steady yourself before hitting that shot. It's that forward momentum that you do have will carry that ball forward, and it's one of those thoughts I try and carry with me as best I can when I'm making my approaches to the kitchen. Just to slow myself down as I'm coming towards the ball. Just so that that ball is more likely to drop in to the back line rather than sail long. Definitely difficult, more difficult to execute in person than in theory. But maybe just a thought for some players out there when they are approaching the kitchen. Just a reminder to maybe take those split steps, slow themselves down in anticipation to then drive and hit that ball. Just to give it a bit more of a fairer chance to be landing into the back of the court rather than sailing long.
Good play from Anna Hurst there, finding a nice angle. 1-4-1. Ruby Kaur. The shot went up. It was there to be hit. The swing and the miss hit. And getting a bit scrappy now, this game.
Nice to see we've got a few more spectators interested so late on a Sunday afternoon. You see a few of them applauding on the side there. Appreciate the support late on this Sunday evening. Great to see people still out supporting their fellow pickleballers.
And that ball goes in. And a great reach from Anna Hurst as well. Stephen Hurst with the put away in the end and managing to keep Power and Mohal back. But that one was going out there. Anna Hurst took the shot. Didn't need to. A good play from Mohal overall. Good movement forward with the anticipation, getting ready for the poach.
Yes, I like how Mohal is playing. He's playing how quite traditionalist mixed pickleballers would suggest how pickleball is played, with the left side player poaching through the middle and anticipating those shots. Most important thing about doing that is if you are going to poach, if you are going to take through the middle, better make sure you are hitting the right shot and you're not leaving your backhand side then exposed. And I think he's doing a good job of that so far, as the score would suggest.
Yeah, and a good leave there. But there are signs of Hurst and Hurst in their play, potentially making a comeback after falling behind. Now, Mohal will not want to give them easy points like a missed return. But tightening up there, Ruby Cower. Getting that ball deep enough to put Anna Hurst under pressure. Yeah, but finding the angle, Stephen Hurst. The opportunity was opened up with the powerful drive. But Mohal found a lot of success earlier on in the game with that 1-2 punch. Just put that one into the net, but a missed serve. Anna Hurst, but this game has gotten very close indeed, 5-6. Mohal geeing up his partner, Ruby Cower, there. It's interesting how far Ruby Cower stands back when she serves. She's a good 3 or 4 feet behind the baseline. Well, maybe 2 or 3 feet. Obviously feels comfortable serving that far behind. Gives herself a lot of room to maneuver. Fast hands in action, Scott.
Yeah, really great hands there. Just realised it's the battle of the paddles as well on this court. Some may call it pay to win. Not me.
Lewis Oak appreciating that one. Net cord. He loves a net cord, does Lewis Oak. Shot, he said. But evening things up now, and this one's going to go down to the wire. 7 all. And he's just done that a couple of times, 2 or 3 times. Stephen Hurst, just as he's moving forward through the ball, that forward momentum transferred into it, not adjusting for that.
Yeah, that forward momentum's massive. It's the right idea. I love the confidence and the aggression to come through forward off of his own shots. Great anticipation, but as we mentioned earlier, just settling yourself down as you prepare to hit that shot, or even slightly less swing. Just thinking, take 20% off that. Right hands. Mohal initially there.
And Mohal and Cower now have brought up game point, match point, to get through to the semi-final and a guaranteed spot in at least one medal match. And what a way to win it with the net cord. The net had its say and it favoured Cower and Mohal on that point, and it was critical. But stepping up their game there when they needed to after what was a very tight counter. Cower and Mohal will go through to that semi-final and exit for Hurst and Hurst at the quarter-final stage. Disappointment for them, no doubt. They launched a good comeback there after falling behind, but left it just slightly too late, or Cower and Mohal stepping up their game just when they needed to. And what we have now here, Scott, is as our categories are beginning to come to an end, there is a gathering of people, and you can see it on the cam here. There's a milling around and a buzz. I can almost... Oh, I can hear a buzz. I can almost feel a buzz as excitement builds for the semi-finals of the 18 Plus Mixed 4.0, which is one of our last categories. And what we will probably find is people milling around and coming to watch this.
Yeah, the buzz might be because you are sat between two of the Pickleball stingers in Lewis Oak and myself.
I saw you have the mic up to your mouth as I was talking. So keen were you to make that joke.
And the other part I did want to allude to was you talked about a group of them gathering, and I thought, I don't think we've got a collective noun actually for a group of pickleball people. So if you could put it in the YouTube comments or send us some messages online of what you think could be a great collective noun for a group of pickleballers. Now we've got things like a murder of crows. We've got a parliament of owls. Tim? We've got a school of fish. We've got... I'm running out of other collective nouns.
Murder of crows.
We've just had that.
Oh, I'm sorry. A flock of seagulls.
Flock, yes.
Yes.
So, anyone out there that's got a little bit of creative spark, creative juices left in them on this Sunday afternoon, evening, we can think of a lovely name for a group of pickleballers. All you / maybe PG rated, please. Then you send it our way. Unless, Tim, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you think of one?
I can't, Scott. I can't. Off the top, I was trying to run through some. I was just trying to think what a parental guidance name for a for a group of pickleballers would be. That you need parental guidance to read what it is.
Off the top, off the dome, I'm thinking things like an Ernie of pickleballers.
Okay,
or
that's
a kitchen of pickleballers, maybe. Or is that maybe we're using the words that obviously already exist?
Yeah. Well, as Scott says, any suggestions, let us know in the chat, and maybe Scott can do a little post, if you're lucky, about
Please.
it. If there's a good suggestion.
I'm always desperate for content, Tim. Always
Absolutely.
desperate. But good content.
So we have Lewis Oak coming back into the comms booth here with flying back, as only a Pickleball Stinger could do. And he is buzzing with new information for us. And we are going to sting you with that information. Not sure if that really works, but either way, you're going to hear about it shortly. So the first semi-final that we are about to show you and can confirm is Heidi Gerard and Floresti Kokula, who impressed us so much in their earlier group games with a pickle. It's the only pickle I think I've seen this weekend. I might be wrong, but it's the only one that I can remember, at least. They looked incredibly impressive and obviously continued that impressive form and have made it through to the semi-final. They will be playing Noah Gregory, young Noah Gregory, and Millie Hill. Noah Gregory, son of Darren Gregory, owner of Fox Pickleball, who are one of the sponsors at this Franklin Hampshire Open. They have a stand selling merchandise and hopefully have been successful this weekend. For the regular supporter of the Pickleball events, sponsor, and also allow us to borrow their court. A very nice rollout court that we are using for the show court. And it's playing beautifully this weekend. And Scott's nodding along with me. Scott's played on it a few times.
Yeah, I think it's some of the best the show court's played since I've had a chance to play on them in the recent tournaments. Great bounces, all very true to the bounce. Great joins, so appreciation to those that do lay the court. So congratulations to them. They've done a fantastic job of it. And it really does make you want to eat, sleep, drink, play pickleball when you get an opportunity to play on rollout courts such as this, that play as well as this. It makes me look over the pond to America and think, you're all very lucky boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen over there to have a chance to play on those courts week in, week out. But we're straight into the action, Tim. Wow.
Oh. And the drop there, the drop volley. Good enough from Floresti. Kokula just outside the reach of Millie Hill. Millie Hill and Noah Gregory on the near side. And Millie Hill hitting a lovely drop there, down at the feet of Heidi Gerard. Oh, Millie Hill, beautiful stuff. Leaning over the kitchen, stretching that arm and adding some backspin as well. That is assured play from her.
Flip that one, and I would just like to take this opportunity. Know that Millie's mum, Lorna, is currently watching this game. And there we go. That's one for you there, Lorna. An absolutely delightful shot there from your daughter, Millie. Let's see if she can do a few more. I have to be fair. All is fair in love and pickleball. And just give a shout out also to Sue and Poppy Gerard too. And I believe that's £5 per shout out. So that's a bit of petrol money for me on the way home, Mr. Spurway. So any more shout outs, please let me know. But enough of me. Back to the action, because this looks like a good one so far. Let's see how this settles.
Now we have a great match on our hands here, but we also, Scott, have a great suggestion for what a collective now might be.
I'm all ears, Mr. Spurway. I'm all ears.
And many thanks to Steve Ward for this one. A jar of picklers. I think he's nailed it.
Say no more, Tim. Say no more. I think we're in. We're locked in. You happy?
I'm happy. Very happy. See if anybody can beat that one. Well done, Steve Ward. Nailed it.
There's clever people in this world, Spurway, isn't there?
Oh, and Penny would never forgive me. She has got another suggestion. Penny Perks from my club in Exeter. A party of pickleballers. That's pretty good.
The picklers know how to party, don't they? They know how to party.
They absolutely do. And thanks to Penny as well for her comment. The streaming team do a grand job. Keep up the good work. She's back in Exeter after a great weekend in Basingstoke. And well done to Steve Beale and the Picklebee team. So I would like to thank everybody from the Picklebee team as well, providing the opportunities both to the players and to me personally for the opportunity to stream and play at these events.
Gerard, you just have a word with herself a few points before and say, come on. And with shots. Oh, dearie me. Dearie, dearie me. Very, very classy. We saw classy play of these earlier on when they were able to pickle in the group stage. Noah Gregory just trying to give a lob back of his own. Just wide. And I think Gregory and Hill are going to have to try and look to get that ball bouncing in the kitchen as best as they can. Turn around here. Ocular and Gerard taking a 6-1 lead at the turn in this 18 plus mixed 4.0 semi-final. And you can just see Gregory and Hill having a quick word with each other just to see if there is anything that they can do. A little bit of strategy. I'll put you on the spot, Mr. Spurway. Is there anything that you can see? What are your thoughts looking at this match right now?
Yeah, I've been impressed when I've seen Noah Gregory before. When he gets his forehand working, he can really whip it much. Well, I mean, we've seen some fantastic reactions from Millie Hill as well. His fast hand speeds. But if Noah Gregory can whip a few forehands into play and cause some issues, one thing that won't help is a high third. And sometimes, Scott, it is just the basics, getting the basics right, isn't it? And you're going to have more success if you can nail those thirds and fifths. You were saying it right at the start when you were coming on commentary.
Yeah.
Never underestimate the power of the third and the fifth.
There we go. Good construction. And as we always say, bit of a broken record, but yeah. Go back to the basics at times. Returns, as you see there, that one just going a little long. And just having that ability to neutralize a point as much as you can. It's the right idea initially from Hill. Anything above net height, and I think Coquelin and Gerard, especially Gerard, has been very, very good at taking that ball out of the air and either putting it away initially or setting up for the follow-up shot as well. So they've been very astute, very, very good at being aggressive at the right time, as you can see there from Coquelin. Great anticipation. They've been driving and crashing well.
They have, and that has been a real outstanding play from Coquelin. We saw it in the first game when they got that pickle, that movement forward and the crush. Oh, and that's unlucky. It was a slightly higher ball that was able to be struck, but he didn't deserve the net, and we are at 10-1. And match point for a place in the final for Coquelin and Gerard. They have impressed us once. They have impressed us twice. Will they impress us thrice in the final? Because that was brilliant, Scott.
Yeah, they seem formidable. They look like they have a plan, and they're sticking with it until it doesn't work. One thing I would say about Coquelin is, well, myself and Tim were speaking off air of how to sort of generate the power from a forehand drive, and I saw that what Coquelin did there is really use his legs, really get low and drive through the ball, and legs are such a important part of this sport. It's racket sport, obviously. You do use your hands, but like with most sports, so much of the power is generated from the legs, from the core. So I think Coquelin really showed his abilities to get low, drive through the legs, all that power coming from the floor. And so that's something for all of us to have a little look at ourselves. All those that are looking to improve their power and their technique anyway, especially on that forehand side.
So we have another shout out, an earlier shout out actually, and one specifically for Neil Lawson-Smith, which you might have already seen. I don't know if he's been checking the YouTube, but his daughter's watching. A big shout out. Amber Lawson-Smith watching on the stream, so thanks to you, Amber. And he's more than helping out with the streaming and the tech, I would say. He's doing a lot of it. He's not just pitching in. He's well and truly integrated within the team. So, and he's been doing a great job all weekend, mixing it in with his play and his successful play, because I believe he medalled today. Neil got a silver medal, and just comforting Scott there, who only got a bronze, but getting a silver medal in the 3.5 50 plus men's category. Well done to Neil Lawson-Smith. But we have our second semi-final to look forward to. And we have Olu Falula partnering Darren Cornish on the left-hand side of the screen. They'll be playing Ruby Kaur and Abishta Mohal, who we did see in their semi-final. Sorry, in their quarter-final. We watched them in their victory against Stephen Hurst and Anna Hurst in impressive fashion. So this one will be getting underway shortly. The players are in position. And just some last-minute tactics here from both teams. Going through an important match. A quick match. These semi-finals, they can be over before you know it. First to 11, one ahead. So important to get it right from the beginning.
Yeah, what can we expect? Well, I'll answer that question, Scott. Okay. What we can expect is Mohal to be hitting those drives through the middle. And we can also expect Cornish with that heavy top spin drive also, I think, crashing through the middle too. And that ball has just been called out there. Oh, no. It has been overturned, this. Good sportsmanship there from Mohal.
That's what we like to see in pickleball, always. Games played with honesty and integrity, a cornerstone of the sport. Oh, and that one almost crept over from Olu Falula. The double-handed scoop shot just couldn't get it back over. But a good start. 3 points up in the early stages.
I have to say, Cornish looks up for it. He's covering court. But Orr and Mohal equal to that energy.
Absolutely. He is looking primed. He's looking ready. Even if his shorts are slightly casual, he is anything but.
And Falula and Cornish are making the signal. Oh,
the reaction. Olu Falula. The backhand, the flicked, outstretched arm. And it goes in. And that is exactly what you want in a semi-final.
Lovely touch there from Core, and I think that is a play that she's going to have to look to, as Cornish is looking to drive and poach more of the middle. In behind Cornish definitely could be a play.
We have regular player Banu Baweja watching this match and providing some words of support, looks like, to Ruby Kaur. One just drifting wide. So a narrow lead, 4-1. Certainly not insurmountable. And definitely not insurmountable. Kaur and Mohal get another point on the board, reducing it to 2, with 2 serves to come as well. Match has just gotten a little bit tighter. And just changed her mind. Thought about taking it on the volley there, Olu Falula. Changing her mind and it just hitting her foot. So 3-4 now, make that 4-4. 3 quick points and a couple of errors in the last 2 points. They let it go. Both of them let it go. Whether they thought it was going out or whether they thought their partner was going to take the shot, we'll never know. What we do know is that one dropped in, Scott.
Yep, they let it go and they were frozen. For the Disney lovers out there. Justine Stephen, that one's for you. And Tim Spurway. It's been a long day. Didn't quite get that one. He's a switched on boy, Mr. Spurway. And he's a very, very clever man. Normally so quick with his own responses. But we'll let him off this time. It's been a long weekend, Mr. Spurway.
Appreciate that, Scott. Slightly slow on the uptake. It's a fascinating encounter developing before us, though.
And after a quick start from Falola and Cornish, Core and Mohal have found it to come back to 6-4. Few misses late on there from Falola and Cornish. One each, or Falola just making contact with the ball that should be sailing long, and then Cornish trying to volley one, and that one sailing long. And that is great aggression from Mohal from the left, but initially great drive from Core 2. And now I always find that at the turn from 6-4, we're able to then get that next point 7-4. There's real pressure on the other team to come back from that.
Nice poach coming across Darren Cornish. Critical time in this match, breaking up a run of 3 points. The second one to fight off. It's in. Oh, blimey. Mohal coming across. Ruby Kawa going for it as well, and in the end, confusion reigns, and neither really properly committing to taking that ball. And Banu Baweja on the sidelines there. And what can you say about that? A missed serve. Frustration in its purest form. A missed serve in pickleball. Wham. That one was gone before you know it. And this match slipping away from Falolu and Cornish.
That ball got sent 3-4 courts over. That was how hard that ball was hit. And that pattern there, where Core is speeding up cross court to Falola, and then Mohal poaching the middle, poaching the pop-up, and putting it away. We've seen that a couple of times, and which is why they find themselves at 9-4-2.
And it's, again, Kawa and Mohal just having slightly faster reactions at the net, putting the pressure on Olu Falula. And it is match point for a place in the final. Saved. But a big ask, a huge ask, a mammoth task ahead. What is Darren Cornish gonna say? What is Olu Falula gonna say to Darren to try and get them back in this? And a miss. One down. No points. They need some big plays. And that Scott there, Darren knew he needed a big play there.
Yeah, and Core was equal to it. Core was able to defend the initial drive so well, and then maybe led to Cornish having to play one more shot. One more shot that he didn't want to play. One more shot where he felt like he had to force the issue a little bit. Although it's not quite over yet. Mohal serving now for a chance to get into the final. But not on Falola and Cornish's watch. Another chance. And we saw Lewis Oak sat next to us give it a great go from 1-10 down in the final of the men's yesterday.
Well, this should be a breeze then.
Impossible is nothing.
And the lob. Good. I think Carr was maybe asking a lot of Mohal to come across. He almost got there. To be fair to him, he took out the barrier in the process.
Great drop from Cornish initially there. But what a pickup. Great defense from Deja Vutin.
Oh! Darren Cornish on a string there, the puppet master. Has he left it too late? We shall see, but he's pulled it back to 6-10.
And Falola's reset in defensive abilities also in the middle of that point.
Absolutely insane.
Edible.
All around brilliant play from Olu Falula and Darren Cornish. And it is 7. It is 7-10. Blimey O'Reilly. This is spicy. And 8-10.
Yeah.
With 2 serves to come. Hold on to your seats. Olu Falula to serve. Oh, and Darren Cornish felt that. He felt his forehand was working. He came across, but perhaps just a little bit too far. Olu thought that ball was hers. And it is a 1-point game, folks. All momentum with Darren Cornish and Olu Falula. What a point. What a moment. What a miss. Ruby Kaur. What a time to miss a return. Looped up. Match point. 1 ahead. Darren Cornish, what have you done, sir? 2 chances now for Ruby Kaur. And Mohal. Bam! Mohal winds up, executes. And it has been a successful play. His reactions coming to the fore there, taking centre stage. And what a great match that was. What looked like it was slipping away from Cornish and Falolu. They're managing to bring it back to 10-all, and the forehand from Darren Cornish. Scott, is that going to haunt him?
I think it might haunt that Skechers board on the back because it was closer to hitting that than it was the back line. But that's just one shot, one bit of adrenaline, I think, from Cornish. Falola and Cornish did so well to come back, so we can't knock that effort at all. His drives through the middle were incredible. Falola's drops and resetting from the mid-court, fantastic. But Kaur also equal to that from her side. Her ability to react, respond, and take those balls out the air also. And then Mohal's reactions were probably the difference then in that match. And that pattern that they set up with Kaur going cross court and Mohal then crashing the ball through the middle, which was just enough initially to have a big enough lead, which did ultimately result in then taking that match 11-10. Nail-biting stuff. Just as it's beginning to get dark outside, the atmosphere is still lively. You can still see Steve Beale laughing and smiling across from us. Shaking hands, saying his thank you, saying his goodbyes to a few of the players. We're not quite going anywhere yet, Mr. Spurway, are we?
We are not, Scott, because we have our final to come. After that fantastic match, leaving Cornish and Falolu licking their wounds. They will have to come back, G themselves up. They'll be thinking maybe the final spot should have been for them. They did, as you say though, Scott, a real job coming back. Really, really impressive stuff from them. So hopefully they won't be too downhearted because, as you say, it's not that forehand really that Cornish should be dwelling on. It's the fantastic play that took them back from 10-4 to 10-10 that he can take away with him, as can Olu Falula, really finding their game towards the end of it and hopefully taking that form for them into the bronze final. But we know our finalists now, Scott, and we have a best of 3 encounter to look forward to. So we will be seeing Ruby Kaur and Abishta Mohal, and they will be playing a team that have impressed us incredibly. Heidi Gerard and Floresti Kokula. I know they did lose a game in the group stages, though. I can't say who it was against, but they are beatable, clearly. And if a team is going to do it, it's the impressive partnership of Kaur and Mohal.
Yeah, from what we've watched, we've only seen Kokula and Gerard lose 1 point, I believe, Mr. Spurway. So I'm sure there'll be a few more points and slightly closer matches in this final, especially with it being a best of 3. So an interesting encounter we've got ahead, especially now that we've familiarised ourselves with some of these players.
Yeah, and it's great seeing new players, Scott, ones you aren't familiar with, because they're announcing themselves on this pickleball scene, and we will certainly remember all of them. I am aware of Mohal and Kaur. I've seen them play a few times before, and Kaur played probably about 6 months ago. She was playing in the 3.0 50-plus division, I believe. She played with Natasha Ruth, one of our Exeter Pickleball Club players. So I did watch her back then, and I thought she was quite impressive. And taking a quite rapid step up to 4-0 in that short period of time. So good to see her make that step. And clearly not just at home at 4-0, but potentially has her heights set higher, particularly if she can take down a gold medal at this stacked Hampshire Open.
Yeah, I think that's one of the beauties of these types of tournaments and pickleball in general, the way that the rankings work with the 3-0, 3-5, 4, all the way up to the plus categories, the open categories that we have. And it's one of the greatest things to see is players starting off not quite knowing where they sit, getting some tournament experience, eventually getting some tournament medals, which is an absolutely fantastic feeling, and then slowly progressing and making their way up all the way to the top, as we've seen here with Port and other players this weekend, such as Dan Parrott, I believe, has come through from 3-5-4 maybe, and has now medalled this weekend. So many congratulations to all of those players for being brave and taking the step up and showing that they have every right and deserve to be there.
So the final underway here. And reactions from Ruby Kaur. She will need those because Kokula and Gerard are no strangers to a power game. Nice depth there from Mohal. But yeah, fast reactions certainly going to be required. Gerard and Kokula love a heavy drive, particularly on the forehand side, as does Mohal. And he absolutely leathered that ball. Ball almost flattened by the power of Mohal.
Great power again from Mohal. Never quite as fast on screen, I think, as it is when you watch it in person. But here live, that is absolutely ripped. And it is a very, very difficult shot to try and get back, especially if you're not used to it in your local clubs. There's not lots and lots of players that can hit that type of shot. And that was just a point that Mohal has been fantastic through the middle and fantastic poaching, but I don't know if you saw that on camera. He was just a little bit off balance. And it was one bit of advice that I took from the English Open from, I believe, apologies if I say the name wrong, it's Coco Lococo, is that right? Coco Lococo, who played with Sam Basford. And one advice that she said is, she's more than happy for you to poach, so long as you're poaching and you're on balance. If you're off balance, don't come and poach over my side. But if you've got some balance, you're more than welcome to come over and poach that ball and take that ball off me. So I think that's a really good bit of advice from one of the best coaches over in Australia, I think.
Ooh. Ooh. Ouch. That one is gonna sting. Mohal tried the Matrix move. Neo, he wasn't though, and unable to get away from that. And that is a thank you for the previous point.
Don't do that again. I think that is what he's inferring there. Great serve.
Yeah, Mohal's going to do that day in, day out. A short ball like that on the return. A lovely deep serve from Kaur. Put the pressure on. Just didn't creep over. But a close, edgy match. 3-3. Best of 3, first to 11.
What a pickup that is. Kokula's drop is insane. Kaur's return even better, but eventually Kokula and Gerard.
That's good, and that's good discipline there from Mohal, because he did put a ball in the net when he was stretching across the kitchen earlier, so knew he didn't need to hit that one as hard. He had his opponents out of position, stroked away nicely, finding the empty space in the court. So a little break, unnecessary break, as both teams thinking they might need to swap. You don't swap in a best of 3 match until the first game is over, the second game is over, and then if it goes to a third, you swap at 6. Great placement there. Kokula. Yeah, Ruby Kawa there, winding up for the forehand, over hitting in the end. So 7-3 now. Oh, and what a shot. Let's get the replay going for that one. That is absolutely beautiful stuff from Kokula. And Kokula, that forehand, like a jackhammer, he winds up, and then that spring, full body motion. And that is the first game. And that is a story of power. That is a story of the Kokula forehand, I would say. Standout shot in that first game. Impressive play from him. Scott now. Kawa and Mohal have it all to do. And we can see on the sidelines getting some advice from Banu Baweja.
Yeah, Banu, very experienced player. Great person to have in your corner. I'm sure he would have some great advice and insight. One of the best players around. But they can just try and keep it away from that popular forehand. Again, a lot easier said than done. And if Mohal can do a bit of that. Great communication though from Kawa and Mohal.
Kawa and Mohal, ball in hand. What can they do? A deep serve, but a deep return. Oh, and a clip of the paddle on the backhand. Kokula there, uncharacteristic. And maybe Kawa and Mohal are going to have to rely perhaps on a little bit of a drop in the level. With Kokula and Gerard, as we see Gerard there just putting a backhand into the net.
Yeah, in these best of threes, those swings of momentum are important, and I think it's especially important now. Oh, for Mohal to make the most of the momentum, but 2 swings and 2 misses.
That's almost criminal. That's
I haven't seen that one for a while.
No.
Poor Mohal not seeing the funny side of that one. Rightly so. And maybe they were coming for us because that ball was extremely close to hitting us in the commentary box.
Yeah, they did hear you, I think, Scott. Oh, good Lord. That's a miss-hit from Kaur. And you can see her wheeling away in frustration. That ball up high. The swing just mistimed. Unfortunate for her. Wow. Bam. Mohal. Back to business. The forehand. The angle. Beautiful, crisp. Ruby Kaur giving him the space there to launch that forehand, put away, overhead. And that's exactly what they need.
And that shows, that really does show how to poach through the middle, because Mohal was able to generate that angle because of where he stood on the court, whereas for where that ball was landing, Kaur would not have been able to really necessarily hit an overhead smash there. And so that's very, very good court awareness and shot selection from Mohal to generate that angle. Take that shot out of the air early, which meant that Gerard was unable to retrieve from such an angle.
We see that pattern quite often. That pattern of play where Mohal jumping forward and Kaur slightly slower to get forward, perhaps trying to give Mohal space. But what a reset and another one. Oh, and that's unlucky. Mohal getting up to that ball nicely and Kaur hitting a good couple of resets there, but getting pinned back slightly, Kaur.
Yeah, usually in pickleball... Oh! Seeing the light side of that with a bit of a headshot.
I'm not sure they saw the light side. You definitely saw the light side, Scott.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Just from where we see on the side, Kaur just needs a bit of confidence in herself, a little bit of a come on there to herself. She knows she can do it. Confidence really can be a game changer in this sport. One of the best confidence players, again, I know, and maybe I've said his name too many times today, but Mr. Lewis Oak. When that boy is peak confidence, he is by far one of the best players in the UK, in my opinion. And
are you trying to get a partnership with Lewis Oak going here,
well, it's
Scott?
funny. It's funny.
You have been relentlessly praising him.
He's one of my stinger players, and I think he's just an incredible player. And as of about half hour ago, I did put a request in to play with him at Swindon, and it's been accepted.
There you go. We look forward to seeing you there, and no doubt we might see you on the stream at some point in Swindon. Couple weeks' time, Delta Tennis Centre, Pickle B will be back. Next event.
Yeah, you mentioned it just then, though, Tim, where Core seems to be getting a little bit stuck. But as you just saw maybe in that last point, she's deciding to step away off the kitchen. When she doesn't necessarily have to in those situations, she can just trust that she can block or counter whilst at the kitchen, even if that ball does come a little bit high. It's okay to take maybe half step back. If you're expecting a speed up, that can be beneficial. Core's maybe just backing off a little more than she should, and I do think that does come back to maybe just confidence in her own play, and her own ability. So
yeah, and that's perhaps a point that they'll want to look back at, because quite indicative of some of the points with Power staying back and Mohal feeling able to try and cut off the space, but leaving that gap open to exploit on the other side. Good reaction there, though, Cower, and you can see the body language of Cower in particular starting to drop, and the frustration on show from her.
yeah. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is the confidence we need. This is the confidence we need. She knows she can do it. Another great angle. Just another one as well. Maybe spotted. As good as Cocula's drives are, I do think a few of them are still sailing long, and it's so difficult in the moment to not hit a few, but he's also got an excellent touch there as well.
He has got a great touch, and we have seen that kind of point before as well. Mohal coming forward, and the gap opened up, and him having to come across and cover Ruby Cower. Yeah, very nice angle indeed, but Cocula and Gerard, they are looking impressive, and they are potentially sailing away to a gold medal. 8-2-2. And I think recognizing that perhaps Ruby Cower is a little bit down on herself at the moment, and then Mohal, I mean, this is great. This is great pickleball thought process is going through here. Mohal feeling that he has to cover for Cower. It's championship point. Just enough from Mohal with that shot. But it is a tall order. We've seen some miracles in pickleball before. This would have to be right up there if they're able to come back, Mohal and Cower. Particularly given a score as it stands. Mohal still fighting, still poaching, still coming across, stealing those forehands successfully on that occasion, getting another point. And we're going to need to see from Mohal here an almighty performance using that power. And no space for error, but the last 4 points, 3 points, there has been no error. Can they keep it up? It's 5 now. Still a long road ahead. But maybe have... Oh, and the hope is extinguished almost as we have second championship point for the gold medal here. And they do it. And a fantastic display. Congratulations. Really impressive performance there from Heidi Gerard and Floresti Coccula. We said it, Scott, when we saw them in the group stages, that perhaps they were the team to beat after that incredibly impressive performance first up. And they followed through there into the knockouts. Brilliant play, strong players, great movement, great reading of the game, and a thoroughly deserved gold medal.
100% deserved. I mean, if you think of the matches that we watched them play, we've seen them play 4 matches and give away 9 points in 4 matches, which is unheard of, and really does show how good they have been and how consistent they have been throughout the day. I think they lost 1 match all day, and I think 1 in the group potentially, was it?
But I believe it was 1, unless my eyes deceive me, which is very possible. Yeah, incredibly impressive. I would probably go up and congratulate the people that did manage to beat them, if they indeed did lose in the group stage, because that must have been an almighty effort given the performances that we've seen from these 2 players. They are, I think, going to move on to greater things. We'll be seeing a lot more of them in future tournaments. I'm sure now with a gold medal, a Pickle B gold medal under their belt, no less, this is going to whet the appetite for more success in the future.
Yeah, they were absolutely fantastic throughout the day. But it takes 4 to tango, and Kaur and Mohal put up a great fight in that final. Deserved finalist, deserved silver medalist in the end. Just looking over, Tim, we still do have the bronze medal match going on. Did hear a few cheers early on. Currently watching a point right now, actually, and it's all happening. There's still action. Fortunately not here, but do get a chance.
Yeah, we'll just see now if we can capture. It will be difficult for the cameras to capture it. So we'll try and capture, if we can, for you, and extend this pickleball extravaganza a little bit longer as the bronze finals just wrapping up. And we have what appears to be a change of ends. So the game, or one of the games, has finished. So in that final, there will be Olu Falola and Darren Cornish playing. And they will be, well, they are currently playing Millie Hill and Noah Gregory. And oh, yeah. So we shall see if we can get the bronze final over on the show court. And it looks like they are moving across. So the action here goes on at the Hampshire Court Hotel just when you thought it was finished, folks. You're going to have to enjoy it. Some more commentary from Scott Mayo and myself as we take you through the final stages of the last, or one of the last categories. We've got some categories still playing on the outer courts here, but Millie Hill and Noah Gregory will be fighting for a bronze medal here in the 18 plus 4.0 bronze final.
The motorway can wait, Tim. The podcast can wait. The music can wait. We're here. And we're here to pickle. Late on this Sunday evening. That M4. It will see my four wheels, but not quite yet.
So we are at one game apiece in this final. It is the final game that we will see here at the Hampshire Open, the Franklin Hampshire Open, in this weekend that has been jam-packed with quality play.
This lovely play there from Noah Gregory. Lovely ability to drop the ball to that backhand of Cornish.
Absolutely. And Noah Gregory, just 14 years of age.
That's in. Oh.
And Olu Falula. We've seen a few swings and misses today. We get another one to add to the tally. But impressive, Noah Gregory. I played him about a year ago, and he was nowhere near as good as he is now. But even strong players prone to miscommunications. As we saw there, down the middle, always a tricky one. As is down the line for Millie Hill. Darren Cornish stepping up his game, and a point on the board for them in this final game. Good drop from Falula.
Lovely drop there from Falula. And Cornish's ability to move his own body again out of the way. Get that paddle through the ball.
And Falula apologising there. And probably realising that ball might have been going out. But a second chance now. Darren Cornish demonstrating that fire and passion. Those reactions. Beautiful shot from Noah Gregory, Scott.
You took the words out of my mouth, Mr. Spurway. The way that Gregory holds that middle and holds the paddle face open, 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 and then turns his hand around as you see there as well, it's textbook play. And I'm not sure whether his older brother Emerson shares any knowledge. Emerson, a fantastic player, or even Darren, his dad. Both great players.
Even Darren.
Or
the shot was there. The shot was there. You can't fault him for the attempt, because I'd be playing that. You'll be playing that, Scott. Oh, come on. You'd be playing it if it wasn't on.
100%. Yeah, it's great to see the foundations that Noah Gregory has put in place at such a young age. Little smile to the camera booth. To the commentary booth, sorry. And exciting prospect, I think, ahead at the age of 14. Lots of potential, lots of support and backing from a pickleball family, I'm sure, too. Good read, good pickup. Excellent recovery. Well played. Unfortunate there from Gregory. Great defense from Millie. Millie impressed with her own play. Always good to see. Was good.
It's in. Oh. And well in.
Comfortably
Millie Hill.
Millie, not too sure whether it was, but fantastic return, Millie.
And Noah Gregory stepping up his game here. He's putting on a great performance. This is the Noah Gregory show. And he makes it. The ATP. Olu Falula read it. Got a paddle on it, but couldn't steer it back in the court. And this game now, well on its way. Gregory and Hill with the advantage as Millie Hill just winds up for that forehand and overshoots. But another chance, and can they make this one count? Nice drop from Noah Gregory.
Oh.
Millie Hill there, seeing the finish line. Probably seeing her name with that bronze medal written all over it.
Composed, put away there from Noah. Bit too much power on it for Lola to get that one back this time. And Noah Gregory just showing his pickleball expertise. Talking about how Darren is coming through the middle and there will be a gap in behind him. So he's just sharing that knowledge with his playing partner, Millie Hill.
Again, kind of knowledge there, Scott, that we would expect to hear on your Thursday night coaching sessions, is it?
It's Wednesday night coaching sessions.
Wednesday night coaching sessions.
Breaking news, as of tomorrow night, I'm bringing pickleball to my local area, to the local... Oh, sorry. Got distracted by the wonderful play in front of us there. The local community centre, just a minute drive from where I live. So I'm bringing it back to the local village. I'm introducing some introductions to pickleball coaching sessions. So if you're in the South Wales Newport area, want some coaching, maybe come to me, but in a few years' time, go to Noah Gregory instead, maybe, because that is great stuff.
And I'm sure everyone's looking forward to that, but here we go. Medal, bronze medal point. One goes missing, but I'm sure we are going to hear a lot more about your introductions, Scott, to pickleball. Absolutely crucial for the growth of the sport. Brilliant play, and Millie Hill said to the commentary team earlier, just he's on fire, and he absolutely is. Noah Gregory, brilliant play, and another championship point here. Millie Hill misfires on the forehand, so it's going to be down to the serve of Noah Gregory to do the damage and take home this bronze medal. Unbelievable play, and again, the hand skills of Millie Hill and Noah Gregory on display, but Olu Falula, and they are just pinning back Cornish and Falula.
And Noah Gregory's mum in the crowd with her hands over her mouth. She's more nervous than Noah himself for this match. He's looking very composed.
He is. He's looking like he belongs in this bronze medal final, and perhaps belongs higher, certainly in the future.
Wow. Wow. Oh.
But not if Darren Cornish has got anything to say about it. Youngster, your time will come. In that point, Darren Cornish was showing his experience, dominating the court there.
Mum can't watch.
And we have seen comebacks of a greater scale than this weekend. Do not put it past Cornish and Falula. The hardest point to win is that last point, and that is on display right now. Oh, Millie Hill! Millie Hill! What a play! What composure! Brilliant play, and Falula was testing her then with dinks on the backhand, and she pounced at the right opportunity. Fantastic play, Scott.
Beautiful play. We've had some incredible play throughout the weekend, all the way to the last few points. You are all so lucky to be a part of this. We're so lucky to be a part of this.
We said it was the Noah Gregory show before. Millie Hill stepping up to the plate. And now another bronze medal point.
Great serve. Great return. And that is it.
And that's a shame. Almost. In a way, the forehand volley goes in the net. And Noah Gregory and Millie Hill get that bronze, and they had to work hard for that one. It looked for a second like a rejuvenated Darren Cornish was going to drive his way back into contention in that match, but just cut short by the brilliance of Noah Gregory and Millie Hill. Congratulations, a bronze medal. And you can see from the celebrations from both Noah Gregory and Millie Hill, what it means to them. His mum, Noah Gregory's mum, coming over to congratulate him, Scott.
Yeah, I think that one will mean a lot. I'm not too sure what Noah's competed in the past and whether he's medalled. I'm sure he might have, but that's the first time I've seen him medaling at a Pickleball tournament, so lots of respect and congratulations to him and his family, as well as Millie. Takes two of them to stand on that podium and get that amazing third place finish. But yeah, congratulations, just 14 years old, excellent player in the making, already a fantastic player right now. And I think a lot to come, hopefully, from that Foxy family.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can just see the shot there. Expertly done by Neil Lawson-Smith, showing us some podium action there as the medals go around Millie Hill and Noah Gregory's neck. But commiserations to Darren Cornish and Olu Falula. They will be back, and they put on a brilliant display. As you say, it takes four to tango, Scott, but I'm not sure what tango you've been doing. If you have been doing it, you've been doing it wrong. Tango on a pickleball court. But it does bring us to the close of play here at the Franklin Hampshire Open. I'd just like to thank everybody that's been involved in the setup and the running of this tournament, another Pickleball tournament. And the 12th in the Franklin Tour, 14 in total. So the 12th now is done. Many thanks to those on the commentary booth and have been working the commentary booth and the operations team throughout the course of the weekend. Neil Lawson-Smith, Lewis Oak, Scott Mayo, Simon Farr, and many others. Nick Hobbis. I can't really thank myself.
Tim Spurway.
Thank you, Scott. I hope you enjoyed all of the action. We saw some brilliant play, as we always get at a Pickleball event. We will be back in a couple of weeks' time at the Swindon event, and that will be jam-packed with brilliant play as well. But from us at the commentary team here, from the operations team, that's a wrap. We bid you good evening and see you in a couple